Drip, sink, coffee cold, mind can't think, neon buzz, time don't blink, where'd they go, who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay, truth decay, truth decay. Eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stain, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Blood on the floor, drip, drip, sink, coffee cold, mind can't think, neon buzz, time don't blink, where'd they go, who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stake, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice seems at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Drip, drip, sink, coffee cold, mind can't think. Neon buzz, time don't blink. Where'd they go? Who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stake, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Blood on the floor, drip, drip, sink. Coffee cold, mind can't think. Neon buzz, time don't blink. Where'd they go? Who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Dingo in the corner, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. Bingo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. We are open for business. Happy Sunday to you all. I hope you're all having a great day today. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope everybody had a great weekend this weekend. Again, guys, we're jumping back to Idaho. And I want to talk about the timeline issues. And we're going to be bringing into some for those of you that were over there with Miss Potts today. She brought up some really interesting things we're going to be discussing. It's an open discussion as always. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Please make sure to hit that like button. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. And yeah, well, I guess I'll explain the rest here in a few so you know what comes next. Let's check this out, folks.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir, echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right. Welcome back again. Get to listen to that awesome song Miss Molly put together for us with the intro video. Wait till the end of the show, folks. I got another surprise for you. You guys are going to enjoy that too. I know if you like this one, you'll enjoy that other one. At the end of the show, we got a new song leading us out as well. So thank you again for that, Molly. And I appreciate you guys all so very much for being here with us on this Sunday. I hope you're all having a great weekend. Staying warm because it's cold here. It is cold. Thank you for joining us. Again, guys, today we're talking about the timeline issues that I think a lot of us have had. When were they all killed? I have questions. I have many questions. Even though they've given us information, they claim to be information to help us. It's done nothing but cause more questions. Again, Miss Potts today put out an amazing video. And she's right. You know, she stated it before, folks. Blood doesn't lie. And, well, we're going to add that to our discussion today. Because it's a big part of it, in my opinion. And we'll be reviewing a couple different videos from different places as well in regards to different things. And again, this is an open discussion. The link is pinned. If you want to join us, please do. I was hoping to see Eddie here today. I don't see him, though. And that's okay. It's Sunday. Come on in, grab a seat, and let's do this thing. It looks like we got, of course, the awesome Miss Jen 7 in the house. Molly Drake, good golly almighty. Thank you so much, Molly, for that. And why do you see what she did for us for the end of the show, you guys? You'll be blown away again. Beach Babes in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Doc Terry, great to see you. I noticed that you jumped back into the sauce with us again, Doc. Great to see that. Miss Tandy's in the house. Wonderful. We get Miss Tandy all day because she's off today. Mark Schumann, great to see you. In Stitches, welcome, neighbor. Good to see you. Robert's in the house with True Crime Unleashed. Great to see you, sir. Let me see. Show. Michelle F., welcome back to you. Miss Rowena, always happy to see you in the house. The cat lady's in the house here. Great to see you. Always happy to have you here. Miss Christina, welcome back to you as well. Gigi, hello and welcome. We got to turn Gigi green, guys. Too much white going on in here. We got to get everybody green. Josie West, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Rose starting off already hitting that goal. 1 out of 10, guys. Thank you so much, Ro. Keeping that coffee fresh and brewing. I appreciate it so very much. Let's see. Fizzy's in the house, fizzing around as always. Good to see you, Fizzy. Thank you to my mods that are here with me. I appreciate you all so very much. Miss Carolyn Burstage, great to see you today. Let me see. Kelly Land, welcome back to you. Let's see. Josie West. SoCal Gal, the done one formerly. Good to see you, SoCal. Witchy's in the house. Great to see you today. And Phil, meatballs, crazy comments, subs, pasta, sweet and spicy sauce, Parmesan cheese, and garlic bread. You get it all Sunday today. Come on in, guys. My wife is in the kitchen making meatballs as we speak. Please share this out if you will. Hit that like button on your way through the door. Don't forget to do that. Lisa Winchester, great to see you. Smiling Sleuth. Amazing. Kelly Land dropping one as well. Thank you so much. And you don't need to ever explain that, my dear. Please. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate you so very much. We love you too. Christie's Chaos. Miss Christie's in the house. Another great creator. They've been putting out some great stuff, guys. Christie's been putting out great stuff. Typically unique. Nothing half-assed. All of them. They've been doing amazing things. So I really want to drop as many of those links in here as we can. The last 24, good to see you. Teresa's in the house as well. Miss Paula, the positive one, great to see you. Let me see. Sorry, I was a little bit late. My apologies. I had it listed for 12 or 2:15. And I put it at 2 and then I changed it to 2:15, like directly after. I don't know that it changed it or not, so my apologies if it seems that I'm running late. I so very much apologize. Vanilla caramel. Yes, I'd like to get some more of that. Janet Jones, welcome. And welcome to the sauce. Congrats. Appreciate that. Very much so. Yes, so do I, Christina. I love them. Love them. It was vanilla caramel. It was amazing. It was amazing. I really do need to get some more of that. I missed that. I'm about out anyway. Yeah, we don't want him back in here. That's all good. Not after the rigmarole he tried to cause. Humphrey's in the house. Great to see you. It is a little sunny. Not what it should be or could be. It is amazing. Welcome, Miss Janet. Appreciate you being here. God, I love it too. I love it, Mark. Well, thank you so much, Robert. I appreciate that very much. That's right. Roll, Tide, roll. We handled that game. It's close, though. There's Miss Lucy's link, guys. Speaking of which, hang on 1 minute here. Let me make sure not everybody gets notifications. So just want to make sure they are. Give me 1 minute. All right. Let me see. Oh, show. Let me see here. Give me 1 minute. Thought I saw Tomboy in here, but I guess not. Bear with me, you guys. I'm just trying to get something loaded out real quick here. I think we're good for the most part. Browns are playing right now. I think we're ahead last I checked. Let me see. Everybody come in, grab a seat, get comfortable, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. You want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you all. Whoever you are, wherever you are, hope it's good for you because it's great to be back with you guys as always. Thank you, Miss Teresa. Good to see you. Humphrey's in the house. Siggy and Mike, welcome back. KC, what's going on with you? I'm looking, Dandy. I'm sorry. Busy. I had that one too, Busy. That was good too. They're both very good. I'm looking. What am I missing? There's Miss Lucy's link again. Lasagna soup. Never even heard of that. That's crazy. Sounds good though. I'll eat it. I promise you that much. 97, 9-7 to Pats. Thank you, Tandy. We have 9. I know it was 7-6 last time I saw it. So the Pats are winning now. Damn it, Dylan. That's probably why Dylan's not here. Frank Reeder, welcome. Are you gonna? Of course, I'm not gonna be there. And of course, as long as it's broadcast, I will have it up and running. And not just for a restitution hearing. It's a restitution argument from the defense. Tomboy's here. She's just adding website. Oh, well, that's cool. I'm sorry I missed yesterday, you guys. Yesterday was trick or treat for us around here. I was busy. I still have stains on my fingers from doing makeup and stuff. He probably won't be there. I still want to watch it and see what happens. So we got 65 peeps in the house. And we got 43 likes. Come on, guys. Hit that like button, please. We can do better than that. Let's get this out there. Please and thank you. Again, thank you to my mods for being here today. I appreciate you guys taking time out on a Sunday to join us to do the things that we do. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, by the way, Miss Tandy, for giving me the score update. I appreciate that very much. Samir Dalby, good to see you. Listen, Walt, you know the answers to the questions you're asking me, Walt. So let's not be stupid in the chat, okay? You know better. It's just restitution, and you can ignore some of these this is done on purpose just to try to aggravate people. So I'm not playing with the trolls, just so you know. If you're going to be polite and respectful, then of course you're welcome here. But if not, then I'm not playing the games, just so you know. Miss Lisa Hawkins, welcome. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us. This is absolutely just a restitution hearing coming up. So Samira Dowie, wonderful to see you. Thank you for being here, Tomboy. I know I saw you in here. I'm sorry. I just doing the spider webs on it. Miss Tandy's awesome looking fingernails. I've never heard of lasagna soup. Honey, have you ever heard of lasagna soup? Brandy? No. We have to look into that. That sounds interesting. What? You ever heard of lasagna soup? Yeah. You have?
Yeah. Basically, just use the noodles and all the stuff.
They're like deconstructed?
Pretty much. Kind of like Hamburger Helper's version, but homemade.
What about cheese? Oh, yeah. Oh, I know we haven't had it, but okay. You said it's kind of like a Hamburger Helper version of it from what she's seen. We don't know, though. Never had it before. She never made it. That's a new one. That is a new one. Oh my gosh. Miss Molly. Oh my God, really? True Crime Cafe submitted. Molly Drake submitted shares and accepted. Congrats, Miss Molly. Miss Molly's song, The True Crime Cafe, has been verified and accepted. That is amazing, Molly. Congrats. Very cool. I'm proud of you, as always. 1 minute, I'll show you guys. This is important to me because she works very hard on all of her music and everything she does, and that's it. It's worth looking at that just to know she deserves it in every aspect. There it is. ISWC member work identifier, recording artist Molly Drake, writer one, and it says to the right, accepted in green. So I don't know if I can shrink it down more, maybe. There it is, right there. Great job, Molly. Proud of you, and so very proud of you. Much love. Hemisphere's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Beach Babes in the house. Welcome back. Right, let's move that out. All right, come on in, you guys. Again, like I stated, I guess no Eddie today. I was hoping that typically Unique might join us, or Nothing Half-Assed. We had a great show Friday, you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Lana joined us. We did like a mini version of a mock trial. It was kind of interesting. It's a great show. I had all sorts of great people up here with us as we discussed everything we did. I very much enjoyed it. And I'm thinking about doing that kind of thing more often if I can get the same people to join me. And I think we need, Atlanta said something about doing a full-blown mock trial. I'm down. We didn't get our trial that we wanted, so what the hell? We'll make our own. It's like 73 people in the house, 53 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match, please. And thank you. Share this out. Hit the like button if you will. Let everybody know what we be doing in here. Let's see what we got over here. Just waiting on everybody to jump in. Oh, I see now. I did not realize that. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. If I'd have known. Ugh. Oh, yes. Deconstructed cabbage rolls. Thank you, Cat Lady. I'm glad you enjoyed. As well as deconstructed or cabbage stuffed pepper soup. Same stuff. It's all very good. Also, there's another video put out by another creator I've been following pretty closely that is another amazing job. And I want everybody to follow them if you have not yet done it. 1 second here. Chaos Sector has dropped yet another one. Like I said, not everything that every creator puts out I follow along with, but when I do like something, I want to make sure it gets the credit it deserves. Kelly Land, good to see you. So check out Chaos Sector. I think we might review that one together, folks, because it's amazing. If you haven't yet seen it, there's the link right there. That was here, smiling. It was Friday afternoon. It was a long one. It was like 6.5, 7 hours almost. It was Lana, myself, Nothing Half-Assed, Dylan, Eddie, typically Unique, and like I said, Lana from Truth Transparency. It was a great show Friday, folks. I loved it. Beach Babe, good to see you, dear. The bird has landed. Hello, Miss Tomboy. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm going to get together with Lana and see if we can make that happen soon, Mark. The Megastars in the house. Good to see you today, Meg. Thanks for joining us, hon. Let's see. Please do. Please do. I hope you enjoy it as well, Smiling Sleuth. And at the end of it, we just kind of were bullshitting a little bit about different things. So, come on in, grab a seat. 70 of you guys in here so far. That's a good question, Kelly. How can they keep doing it? Well, when like she says she doesn't know shit, but she's amazing. Annie said, "Blood doesn't lie." She's right, folks, and these are facts. So, and the thing she presented, we're gonna review that too, folks. It's amazing. Oh wow, Tanny, those look awesome. Great job, Tomboy, with the spider webs and stuff. Wow, those are really good. Tandy, I love them. Crazy. Your wedding ring looks just like my wife's. Pinky nail looks like it has blood splatter on it. That's pretty cool. Very good job. I'm a big fingernails fan, folks. I love it. I know it's weird, but I love them. One of my things. Yeah, I probably could play Bill Thompson if I don't want to go all white because I'm trying to stay somewhat color there. Yeah, I agreed. All right, guys, let's see. Before we go forward, hold on here. Well, welcome, Hemisphere. How are you today, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just trying to
There
keep
we go.
it from echoing.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for joining us.
About the YouTube side.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, but I'm doing good, Diego. How are you doing?
I'm upright and breathing, and I cannot complain. I'm grateful to be here with you guys. I appreciate you joining me, my friend.
Yep, me too.
Very, very happy to be here. Appreciate you. I was watching something on Amanda Knox yesterday, and they described the victim as being in a lake of blood from the 4 stabbings. So how long is there not? Way more than 4. Right. I agree with that, Fizzy. We're going to discuss that. We're going to discuss that within the timeline, and we're going to break that down. Miss Dorothy, good to see you, because I have issues now. Way more than I did. Adnan Saeed, hello, and I think I'm saying that right. If I'm not, my apologies. Welcome. Good to see you. Miss Christine's in the house.
I think that Pavarotti had a video. I think it was his last video about Brett Payne. He found something in the paperwork about Brett Payne omitted that he cannot prove that was Frank Hobert's car at all, and that they pretty much know that was the undercover cop that was patrolling the area that night. Which I had a feeling that after that doc drop, something told me in my gut saying that, yeah, he knew that that cop was patrolling, and then they had to backtrack to figure out, okay, how can we put Ryan there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, with the video we're going to review, we're going to talk about that. They're going to talk about that, and then we're going to look at that too. That's good point that you brought that up, truly, because it's interesting.
Basically, in so many words, Pavarotti jumped all over that. So he's saying that, there's something big coming, but I've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
Until it's official, not get all excited. I'm not really counting my eggs.
That's what I do. I don't get myself worked up thinking it, but I know something I do believe will be coming to the table. What it is, I can't give you guys even a hint of it, but it's coming, in my opinion. So we shall see. No, Allison, we haven't even started yet, hon. You're fine. Let's see here. But yeah, I agree with you, bud. I do.
My thing is, I got a question for you. Can they, with all the documents that's already been dropped and more is coming,
um,
if there's a new defensive team for Brian Koberger, can they go back to all this evidence that's being dropped and use that in the new trial, or do they have to start fresh?
I that's a good question, actually. There's Miss Lucy right there. You got some splaining to do. What do you can you answer that question, Lucy? Just because I really don't know an answer to that one. Just out of curiosity, I'm kind of curious myself. I'm sure they could use some of what they used or they were gonna use. Okay. But it would be a new trial brought to the table if that were to happen. So I don't know. I don't know, honestly. And we're gonna review Lucy's video too, guys, because I want everybody to see it that hasn't seen it. It's amazing as well.
Because I already know that it has to be something brand new that's proven beyond a shadow of doubt that wasn't him, and it wasn't
Right.
something that was already presented before or whatever have you.
Right. I mean, I guarantee you that they'll have something new. They would have to have some kind of new evidence per se. But I'm not saying that they can't use any of the stuff that they were going to use it previously. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's a good question because I've never seen a situation like that happen. So I can't give you kind of any experience, from experience, any thoughts on that. Welcome, Terry. Good to see you, dear. But that's a really good question. Very good question.
Yeah, that was something that been crossing my mind because it wasn't presented in a trial setting, so a jury never heard all the facts in the case. So,
Mm-hmm. Bill
uh,
says, I want to know when, if ever, before that night, did MPD deploy patrols with plainclothes officers? Thank you, Phil. So do I. So do I. It's a question I asked a while back because we know that night that the plainclothes unmarked car was patrolling around the area, Banfield, all that stuff went down. So I want to know how many other times in the past and after that, let me say it that way too, Phil. And after that, did they have that same patrol happening? That's a great question too. Very good question, Phil. Thank you for being here and thank you for asking that because I want to
it
know
was,
myself.
and what's interesting, Dago, is I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just thinking.
No, you're good.
I've been watching just like everybody else other videos, and it was pretty interesting about the Banfield video drop of the guys that was there. There was
Mm-hmm.
one particular guy that was there that had a kind of like a checkered kind of jacket or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think Phoenix, she had a video on her she showed where it was hard to spot, but there was that same guy was caught on camera around 1122 King Road.
Oh yeah.
I think it was a Linda Lane footage she was showing. And it was very hard to spot anyway because it was kind of foggy, but it was very. She blowed it up to where you could see plainly. The guy was wearing the same jacket.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
The same jacket they had was talking to in Banfield. I'll get it all out in a minute.
No, you're good. You're good.
I thought that was one of them. Okay, so we're slowly but surely starting to see the pieces coming together as far as alternative, altered perpetrators.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in time, there's no doubt in my mind that there was more than one person done this, and there was pretty much a blitz attack, in my opinion.
Right.
This happened pretty quick. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, 3 minutes. They're saying that all this happened in 3 minutes. This is what we're going to be questioning after we go over these videos, and talking about is that 3 minutes. One person did this all in 3 minutes. And again, I'm going to bring up the blood just like Annie did, because it's something that I think is real important, folks, based on my own physical, personal experiences with what I've seen personally, what she's pointed out in this video, and other things that common sense tells the rest of us. We're going to talk about that because in my opinion, that affects the timeline, which we know the timeline is still in our minds not clearly acceptable. So we're going to go into that too. So great to see you here, Phil. It's wonderful to have you in the house today. We've missed you. Anna D, good to see you as well. Terry Martin, thank you for joining us. Allison White, good to see you. Lucy's in the house. Smiling Sleuth, good to see you. Making sure I didn't miss anybody. Samira Dalby, Adnan Saeed, thank you for being here. Guy 1088, Robert, of course. And Tomboy jumps in the house. And Miss Christine, great to have you all here with us. And please share it out, guys. Make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door. And off we go. Let's see here. All right. Like I said, you guys, I don't have time for trolls. I'm not into that. People that get removed from this community for a reason, that doesn't mean you come back in multiple different other names. So you don't like me anyway, so there's no point in being here. Doc Terry, great to see you. Always happy to have you in the sauce, Doc. Grateful to have you back for sure. Thank you to my mods for doing an amazing job.
To the
And anybody, please, it's the only rule I have is please don't disrespect the moderators. Don't question them when they do certain things. They're doing it for a reason. Everybody that's from this community, that knows this community, you know that it's just not going to be for no reason. So thank you for respecting them.
chaos sector. We return to the Matrix. Boy, I tell you, I bet the prosecution and Moscow PD, heck, even the dreaded FBI, wish those incident reports weren't unsealed. Yeah, they can say the scapegoat went down for it, but the truth will seep out of the crevices. Some have pretty much concluded that Kohlberger was a federal operative. It's possible. We doodled with that theory, if anyone remembered early. We even pondered if he was the DoorDash driver. This episode is going to be a bit difficult due to what we have examined in the unsealed police reports. There's a lot, and surely others have already examined them over the last month or so. But I want to address the drug use that peers of the victims claim they used. Katie told Officer Rowinski that Kaylee probably did cocaine and that she knew for a fact, yes, she knew that Xana was into it. Another peer stated that Xana and Ethan were into it. This is very revealing information because although it doesn't make them bad people, we have to look at where they got the cocaine and who they were associated with. Bonnie and Clyde were the pushers in town. This is a fact. So let's establish this pair as being the direct plug to the college students. You don't have to use cocaine to know that it's an expensive drug. In fact, it's arguably the most expensive drug. All of the rich Hollywood celebrities use it, musicians, athletes, anyone who can consistently afford the habit. First, we have to think about the setting in.
That's another great point, Phil. Thank you. We learned in the Karen Reed case, which we did, that if you dig into the prosecutors and the chief investigator's personal cell phone, the whole case cracks open. Why can't we demand it? We can demand it, Phil, but they're not going to do it because it would give the truth, and that's something they're not going to allow us to see. That's another great point, though, my friend. Always happy to see what you have to say. The amount of people with no time on their hands that create multiple accounts, like where is the joy in your life? Walk outside, inhale the air, touch some grass. I agree. Good stuff. Good stuff, Jen. Thank you.
The home now since Katie spilled the beans. You have Ashlyn Couch, who previously stayed there. She moved out. You have Kaylee, who stayed in a home with her best friend, yet was a senior who was graduating and was from a different sorority.
You have Madison, Xana, and Bethany, who were in the same sorority with Dylan, who had apparently been recently initiated. You have Ethan, who didn't stay there officially, but essentially was a roommate. You have Hunter, who also didn't stay there, but was there just as much or even more. Now, this is the household setting where parties took place frequently. Typical college fun, right? But a party house where drugs were used at parties and housemates also used drugs, well, we have to focus on the element of danger. With all due respect to the victims, our analysis is based on the information provided. Have to reiterate this point due to sensitivity issues. Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were allegedly cocaine users, while Madison apparently didn't use it. You have 3 out of the 4 victims who were cocaine users, with Madison being the 4th, and the surviving housemates, well, they survived. Off this alone, knowing that Bonnie and Clyde were drug pushers in town, isn't a drug-related motive the most logical theory? Of course. Now, early on, there was a claim that someone flushed a large amount of drugs down the toilet. Would have to go back and find the exact amount that was allegedly flushed, but I think it was close to the $100,000 worth range. This was deemed speculation early on, but now that Katie has revealed housemates used cocaine, it sure looks a bit more believable now, doesn't it? And this would be the reason those housemates were taken out, because of that action, which is a fatal action when you're messing with a criminal organization's profit. Some speculated that there was an underground fight club where Ethan and Xana participated, trying to make money and pay off their debt. Possible. The claim that some of the females had OnlyFans, again, trying to make money to pay off the debt. This is not slander. This is looking into the reality of what those housemates were facing, a fatal consequence for their actions, which led them to attempt to do whatever it took to show their willingness to correct their mistake. It's certainly possible. Heck, maybe the guy who was snooping around was keeping an eye on him, letting him know, hey, you have a deadline, don't forget. Now, we're going to get right into it.
This report is from Detective Deane. Quote, on November 21, 2022, at approximately 11:57 hours, I was asked by Captain Tyson Barrett to follow up on a possible lead in the 1122 King Road homicide. I was told that a Mexican drug dealer with the moniker was possibly selling drugs to several fraternities and sororities on the...
This is being read out of one of the reports, folks, that we received. We read this as well a while back.
University of Idaho campus. Okay, let's stop right here. There is a lead, and if there is a lead, then there is a source who has information from within that college circle. Keep this in mind. I told Captain Barrett that I would contact several of my contacts to see if anyone knew of. At approximately 12:04 hours, I began contacting my fellow Quad Cities Drug Task Force detectives, Brett Damon, Colby Martin, and Bryson Ossie. None of the detectives had heard of selling cocaine in the Quad Cities. At approximately 12:11 hours, I reached out to ATF and spoke to TJ Waihara out of Spokane, Washington, and referenced Waihara hadn't heard of, but said he would reach out to other agencies in the area about him. Okay, so this individual obviously has an alias, and that alias, in our opinion, is perhaps fictitious. In addition, it's quite ironic that Detective Deane is contacting an ATF agent in Spokane, Washington. Clyde's brother resides there. Let's continue. I also spoke to at approximately 13.
This is all based on rumor and speculation, Mark, a lot of this. So they would speculate that there was. I don't know that there ever was. I know that a lot of college campuses do have these now. There's no proof of it. So, it's all, again, pure speculation based off of different pieces of information that were put out there. Some of it was fact, coming out of these reports, and then you take that and add that to rumor, and it causes other things to come to the thing. These are just things to think about. That's all it is. Pure speculative theory.
13 hours, and at approximately 17:25 hours, said they never heard of a selling cocaine in the area. Said that he would contact me if he heard anything. I also spoke with Brandon DeMeyer with Benton County Sheriff's Office in Washington at approximately 16:25 hours. Deputy DeMeyers hadn't heard of, but said he he would contact his local detectives about the name and let me know if he found out anything, unquote. Now, we would focus on the lead, but we think this is a fictitious person, and it's common with drug operations. Throw law enforcement off for a while, searching for someone who doesn't exist, delaying an investigation. So whoever the lead was may have provided a fake person to law enforcement to protect the real criminals. Detectives suspected it was related to drugs due to there being multiple victims and 2 surviving housemates. Yet it's also possible.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, Jen. And there was a lot of crazy speculative rumors put out there about certain things that I don't believe. They were talking about Joe Vito having a camera in his Coke can and taking pictures and doing, I mean, it was just ridiculous, you guys. We got to be level-headed. We can listen to things, and weed out what makes sense and what doesn't, but you can't take everything to heart as being a fact because it just does. Some of it doesn't make any sense. So just remember that, please.
That someone did in fact leak out a few tips here and there related to drugs. It's difficult to ignore this glaring information about those housemates. It's not speculation. It's not some Reddit post that hasn't been confirmed. It's Katie claiming that some of those housemates did drugs. WSU Kim claimed that there was a stick-up that night that went horribly wrong. She's not trustworthy, but surely she has the inside scoop. Come to think about it, let's touch on her claims again while we're at it. WSU Kim claimed that the fraternities and sororities were involved, and it's bigger than Moscow, bigger than what the local law enforcement can handle. Later Sunday, WSU Kim had called the FBI. Now, what did she tell the FBI? Keep in mind, this is before, I repeat, before she was yapping about Kohberger being the killer. So what did she inform the FBI about prior to Kohberger being identified as the killer? Was it about drugs? Was it about her belief that it was a, quote, shakedown that went horribly wrong? Does she know of this Mexican drug dealer who sold drugs on campus? What about Dot's claim, which was allegedly the claims of an actual neighbor who saw Dylan, Bonnie, Clyde, and 2 other males early Sunday morning on the porch smoking marijuana? If it's drug-related, that claim seems highly likely. The audio, which was deemed fake, has a male on the phone talking to Bonnie, telling her to hurry and get over there, as attacks were heard in the background. In the Linda Lane audio, there's a female who yells,
There's typically. Good to see you. I was hoping you'd show up today. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Again, you're always welcome to join us up here if and when you feel like it, dear. The link is pinned.
Out OMG as if she witnessed something horrific. This is also the time frame that Ethan's name was heard, which was around 2:20 a.m. Ethan's mother claimed 2 a.m. is a dark hour. Xana and Ethan apparently hadn't got home yet until after everyone came back, but the earlier reports have them arriving back around 1:45 a.m. And then there's more. Xana's father had spoken to her around 12 a.m., and they were at home eating pizza. The inconsistency surrounding their whereabouts seemed to be linked to that 2:20 a.m. activity, where a physical altercation is heard. It was alleged that Ethan had gotten into a fight with one of his frat brothers. And yes, what about the theory that someone flushed drugs down the toilet, which was definitely a major loss for the drug organization? This seems logical now that we actually have a college peer, among others, who claim that some of those housemates did cocaine. Heck, we can even suggest that some of them may have sold cocaine out of that home for Bonnie and Clyde. We mentioned this early on. You let us set up operations in the home, we pay you for it, and you can even make extra money if you help us push the drugs in the neighborhood. There's a lot to tie to Katie's claim, and it just adds more context to the drug-related motive most have assumed was the cause. Obviously, there was an insider who leaked out information early on, anonymously, of course. But all of that information, theories, speculations, has even more believability now that Katie had revealed the truth about those housemates. Keep in mind, Katie claimed she texted Kaylee around 10 a.m. Sunday morning wondering if she was okay. But she never mentioned that she couldn't get in touch with her prior that prompted her to have a concern.
And I do want to remind you guys, this is all speculation, folks, okay? She did make the statement. We know there was other people that made statements about drugs being used and or possibly sold, so on and so forth, okay? It doesn't mean that this is fact now. Just making sure you guys understand, please.
So obviously, Katie knew that Kaylee had been attacked. Of course, because the news had spread as early as 8 to 9 a.m. based on another student's claims. But we know it spread in the wee hours because
Thank you, Danny.
Dylan and Bethany were on Snapchat as early as 4:27 a.m. This is very early to be on a social media site, don't you think? Unless they were sharing information about the murders, which is encrypted. And then there's more. It was alleged that they were asleep overnight, but they weren't asleep. So Katie knew that Kaylee had been attacked and murdered because Dylan and Bethany had spread the news confidentially throughout the circle of peers. And they also knew why. Yes, knew why those housemates were murdered. We're definitely focused on this, but let's address Showalter. Many feel he was one of the killers. Some think he was the lookout, and others think he was just a big brother to the girls that night. Well, I find his witness accounts.
What is happening, Mr. Schul? How are you? And Mama Bear is a comedian today. That if you guys remember, I can't remember the therapist, doctor, whatever the hell her name was. She made some very strange comments, and then somebody tried to come on here and make a comment one time too. Of course, I got attacked for it, but it's ridiculous. But yes, Mama Bear, we know, and it's great to see you, Mama Bear, and thank you, Jesse, for joining us. We've missed you. How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. I just where's the echo?
Oh, it's because hold on. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I've tried. I think I might have to change my browser. Anyway, when the video's up, we can't talk.
Coming in loud and clear now, though?
No, you're good. You're good. I don't get the echo. Everybody else does, and you do.
I just got off a live show covering the NFL. My big bet was against the Cleveland Browns on the New England Patriots, and it's looking good enough that I can kind of relax now and just enjoy myself. And I missed you guys. I have been in the chat watching, by the way.
Don't say that. Don't forget that game that we played where the last 3 minutes of the games we came back and destroyed everything. So, but I hope you get it for your own sake. I hope my Browns win, though. I know it looks bad now. So
I think it's 30-7. So it's
and how much time
heading into the fourth quarter? 15 minutes. Heading into the fourth quarter.
Oh, then we're done. It's over.
Yeah,
God,
my game is coming up here in about 45 minutes.
What a shitty game. God, whatever.
What's your game, Hemisphere?
My Saints is going up against the Bucks. I'm sure they're going to lose it, but
I don't have a dog in that fight, so to speak, but I like the tight end, Cade Otton, to have a good game for Tampa. Win or lose.
You might, because Saints defense can't cover a wet blanket.
Well, there's only two teams in the NFL that are worse at covering tight ends than the Saints. So
that's right.
Well, we'll see what happens. But welcome, gentlemen, both of you. And anyway, Proby and Proud, good to see you. Jesse, I'm interested to see what your thoughts are on this once we get moving on what we're going to be talking about. I just wanted to review this because there are some.
Well, I have one thought. When you said,
go ahead.
When you said the caveat of, I don't know how you framed it again, but there's accusations that the roommates were involved in drugs.
Oh,
and that accusations aren't facts. But
not that part of it. I didn't mean.
I would like to push back a little bit, just in the way that there's overwhelming evidence to support the drug at this point. The thought that there was drug use and drug deals going on in that house. The evidence now is
overwhelming.
Overwhelming. That's my opinion. Anyways, the
and
rolled up dollar bills and the powder, and then and the Dave statements and the various. It's
Katie now making her statement. There's a couple people that made statements, but most everybody seems to me was told that you don't talk about drugs. Don't talk about drugs. It seemed until she just said what she said. Dave made his statement, this and that. Other people have too. I'm not saying I don't agree with you, Jesse. All I'm saying is for the sake of what we do.
Yeah, and people will get angry.
Yeah,
people will get angry, but
and I don't care about that part. There's no verification to clarify these things, but I have a very strong feeling that 100% there was. Period. So, I do fully agree with that. Anyway, on with this one. We'll get this one over with. Lucy put one out that's really good too, folks. That I want to show you. If you haven't seen it, it's really good. So, as are all of hers. I still can't figure out this damn echo thing. It drives me nuts. Here we go.
Quite revealing. Now we're going to focus on a specific segment of the officer report, an officer named David Hathaway. Quote, at about 22:46 hours, I talked to Showalter on the phone. Showalter essentially said the same thing he said in the voicemail he left. Showalter said that he was out with Maddie at the corner club until about 02:30 hours. Showalter said several times that he did not know who the, quote, other girl was that was with them that night. Showalter described the girls getting into a silver sedan after they got food at the grub truck, unquote. So that's enough. First off, kind of hard to believe that Showalter didn't know Kaylee, and they're practically joined at the hip. I mean, really, it's possible, I guess, but he described her as the, quote, other girl. Surely he knew her name. It's a bit suspicious, but he goes on to describe the vehicle that picked him up from the grub truck being a silver sedan. Now, why is this interesting? Well, let's take a look at one of Brett Payne's reports.
Quote, and approximately 1,700 hours on 11/24/22, I took the MPD school car, a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. I drove 2 separate routes in front of the camera located at Ridge Road, once westbound on Louder Avenue, and then twice on Ridge Road, southbound and northbound. I advised the command post of the times of these runs and requested the video from the point of contact at Ridge Road in order to compare the color of the test vehicle to that of the suspect vehicle. Once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 King Road and walked the route MM stated she took while on foot near the house on 11/13/22. I also parked the MPD school car on Queen Road immediately to the east of 1122 King Road in order to observe the effects of the orange-tinted streetlights located in the area. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would under white streetlights. Now let's stop right here. What do you guys think? I believe it was around 2:50 a.m. when the unmarked cruiser arrived near Bandfield. That would be the silver Ford Fusion, but its nickname a school car. Now, it appears that the nickname just means officers just drive around making sure college students aren't causing trouble. But is it possible that they provided rides to students as well? Showalter stated the girls were picked up by a silver sedan. Payne drove the unmarked cruiser, nicknamed the school car, which was a silver Ford Fusion. Is this a coincidence, or is this how the coat Madison was wearing ended up on Taylor Avenue? Keep in mind there is conflicting reports of who the private driver was. Ah yes, we will never let this slide. Eric Gower is depicted as the private driver on one hand, then you have Batman, who is interviewed by Law and Crime. Not the same person, one is from Idaho and works at the university, while the other is from Pullman and is retired.
Interesting, because based on our review of Officer Mowry's report, Eric Gower was allegedly off-duty when he drove the girls back home. So around 1:15 a.m., he was off-duty. Quote, in a screenshot received from Olivia Gonzalez, yes, that's who we think that is, it showed messages which appeared to be from Gower's phone between Kaylee Gonzalez and himself. The name of the recipient is Kaylee Uber. It is unknown if Gower was on duty with Uber at the time of him picking up Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan. Uber stated if the driver was on duty, it would show the location of the vehicle. If the driver was not on duty, Uber would not have the data. I was informed by Uber customer service this is common if the driver provides personal transportation services. At 14:34 hours, I received an email from Uber stating they received my request. I received an email at approximately 16:17 hours from Uber, which contained files regarding the Uber logs of Eric Gower. The record showed his location up until approximately 01:15 hours, where it appears no other information is found and Gower goes off duty, unquote. Now, we don't trust this report, meaning until someone can show us documentation that proves Eric Gower was in fact an Uber driver, we won't accept the claim. But it states that Gower had gone offline around 1:15 a.m., Okay, let's go back a bit. If anyone recalls, Moscow PD had claimed Kaylee and Madison arrived back around 1:45 a.m. Olivia then publicly scolded them, claiming they had the time incorrect, and it's important to get the facts straight, blah, blah, blah. But where do you think they got that time from? It would be the alleged Eric Gower, so he was the one that provided the incorrect time. Now think about this. The alleged Eric Gower goes off duty around 1:15 a.m. Kaylee and Madison are still at the grub truck at this point. Around 1:45 a.m., yes, 1:45 a.m., they are picked up. Are we to believe that Eric Gower, who is the alleged private driver, wouldn't know the time that he picked up Kaylee and Madison and when they were dropped off? Surely he would know that he picked them up around 1:45 a.m. and would perhaps approximate when he dropped them off. In other words, he would not confuse the pickup time with the drop-off time. So what do we make of this? Eric Gower was not the Uber driver, which explains the confusion of when the girls were picked up and dropped off. In addition, we haven't come across an interview in these police reports with Eric Gower. But notice Olivia didn't scold him. He was the source of that time. After Olivia corrected the time based on viewing the neighbor's security footage, the reports updated the time to 1:56 a.m. We all seen the screenshot timed at 1:56 a.m., yet no silver sedan is spotted in that screenshot turning onto Queen Road. The point here, if Olivia was making sure the time of their arrival was around 2 a.m., then why wasn't this ever seen? We don't see any activity in that neighborhood prior to the time frame the alleged Koberger had arrived. Wouldn't it have been important to show the arrival time of Kaylee and Madison? I mean, they released all of the other surveillance footage of them. You had the corner club footage released. You had the grub truck footage released. And yet somehow their arrival back to their residence where they were murdered is not released. I think they didn't release it because the vehicle that dropped them off, allegedly, which was a silver sedan, is the Ford Fusion, nicknamed the school car. I mean, come on, a school car. In addition, it's also possible that the reason that time frame and surveillance hasn't been released is because maybe the vehicle, this same silver sedan had drove into the neighborhood. Yes, that same Ford Fusion, which was parked on Taylor Avenue and their body cam footage was previously driving around near the victim's neighborhood. Yep.
Batman, who was interviewed by Law and Crime, claimed to be the private driver. This is a major problem. It's a major problem because this individual is from Pullman, Washington, claiming to stay 1,200 feet from Koberger's doorstep, claimed to be retired with a wife and a dog. Eric Gower is from Idaho, has always lived.
And that is the person who came to my chat that I had a personal conversation with. The very close friend to Batman and his wife. So if you guys remember that when that happened in my chat years ago, that's who they were referencing was the guy that played Batman. Just so you guys know, the guy supposedly he did the rideshare stuff because they lost their son to a drunk driver. So that's what he was doing to give back to the public, so on and so forth. So it's hard to say what with what. Mama Bear remembers, yeah. So we'll maybe one day we'll get to the understanding that more, but that's who that is, just so you guys know.
In the state of Idaho, did provide university transportation while being a community outreach coordinator, is married with a child, but had been promoted to lead director in the program. Mind you, Batman claimed to know the girls, was familiar with the neighborhood, knew where they worked, and provided services for them on many occasions. Eric Gower apparently has never been interviewed by Moscow PD, providing these details. In the affidavit, yes, it states he was interviewed, but based on our brief scan of the unsealed documents, we haven't come across an interview with Eric Gower to this point. Maybe it's somewhere in the files we obtained, yet something tells me it's not there. And this is what causes problems. Put it this way, for those who believe it was Eric Gower from Idaho, why would Batman claim to be the driver that night if he wasn't? It would be Gower, right? So who the hell had been interviewed by Law and Crime pretending to be the driver and claiming to know personal details about the victims? Let that ponder for a moment.
And wouldn't you think that Law and Crime would verify somebody they're going to interview before doing an interview? Like, that's kind of odd to me, but especially being a news source. That's a little strange. I'll just say that, but just keep that in the back of your mind for a little bit.
You know what? I think I figured out why Eric Gower is depicted as the private driver. Ah, yes, his wife works for the department. The department covered up the murders. Let's make him the private driver. Yup, that was easy, and everyone will be convinced he was the private driver. But they slipped up. Might have to go back and find out which one came first. Batman's interview with Law and Crime or the affidavit identifying Eric Gower. And sure enough, detectives were snooping around in that area, quite far from the crime scene. Now, here's the thing. You had mainstream media questioning if a scream was heard in the Banfield body cam. It's up for debate if it was a scream or not, but this was around the same time, which was about 3:12 a.m. That group of individuals were running away from that direction. You had Murphy howling at 3:06 a.m., then a scream is heard at 3:12 a.m., then a group is spotted running away from the neighborhood. There's no doubt that they were in a rush. If it was in fact a scream, then you would also have to factor in that group running away from the home, which would more than likely be from the home. In fact, since there was a small get-together, according to Dylan and Bethany, did those individuals run out of the home once the suspects entered and started attacking? I wouldn't blame them. Get the hell out of there. We just wanted to have a good time. But Payne, boy, he really had some nuggets in his reports.
Yeah, the Eric Gower, the young one, his wife is, she works for, I can't remember what she does for, I think it's something for Moscow PD. I can't remember for a fact. I'll have to go back and find it, but yeah, that's something we found out a long time ago.
Yet as we know, it went nowhere, mentioning how the silver vehicle appeared tan in surveillance. Would a white vehicle have a similar color? Payne claimed that he traveled the same route as the alleged suspect, so on the 24th, they had already tracked the vehicle's path, of course. Yet we do have an issue. If anyone recalls, we pointed out that there is a police station on Southview Avenue, and for the alleged suspect's vehicle to be spotted traveling westbound on Indian Hills Drive, it would have to be coming from the east, right? Now let's think about this for a moment. Let's do one better and revisit the path.
Now let's clarify something first. Based on body cam footage, the unmarked cruiser was downtown, wasting time with Charlie Brown and his sidekick about stealing a sign. This was around 3:30 a.m., so we can say that the unmarked cruiser was not the vehicle driving around, at least at face value.
Good to see you, Annie. Thank you for jumping in here with us. Again, great show today. I appreciate you very much, dear. Be careful out there.
Considering times were altered and readjusted. Showalter stated the girls were picked up by a silver sedan, and Moscow PD was driving a, quote, school car the night of the murders, which was also a silver sedan. We don't know exactly when they arrived in the neighborhood. Could have been around 2 a.m. when the girls were dropped off and then just stuck around pretending to give citations. Yep. But the problem still remains. There is a path that is traveling westbound, which needs to be clarified where the vehicle is actually coming from. To be traveling westbound on Indian Hills Drive, it's coming from only two possible locations. Either it's traveling from Southview Avenue, then onto Alice Street, then travels westbound on Indian Hills Drive. The streets in that residential area only have a few that connect to the main streets. Yet, if it's traveling from Southview Avenue, then it would have traveled on the highway to get to Southview Avenue. There is a traffic camera at the intersection of Palouse River Drive and Highway 95, so the vehicle either traveled north to Southview Avenue or south. Nevertheless, the vehicle then turns onto Southview Avenue, which turns into Alice Street. It loops around and intersects with Indian Hills Drive. Keep in mind, the alleged path Kohberger traveled included Indian Hills Drive. Now, the other possible path includes another vehicle that would have a more direct and logical path to Indian Hills Drive traveling westbound. And that, my friends, would be the vehicle spotted by the gas station surveillance. This vehicle was traveling westbound on White Avenue. It's coming from the east, and the intersection of White Avenue and Blaine Street is where it passes. Blaine Street, or South Blaine Street, connects to, that's right, Indian Hills Drive. Like the additional 3 males' DNA discovered at the crime scene, this vehicle is still a mystery. Initially considered a potential suspect, then ruled out,
Yet the vehicle was speeding down the road at 3:45 a.m. around the time frame the murders had taken place. If this was Kohberger's vehicle, it definitely would have been revealed. Yet the actual surveillance footage from that gas station has never, I repeat, has never been released. What is the point here? It's simple. This vehicle is the vehicle spotted driving on Indian Hills, on Ridge Road, and everywhere else they claim Kohberger was traveling. The time matches up. Oh yes, it is the vehicle spotted traveling westbound on Indian Hills Drive. What we have here is a bunch of misdirection. Mind you, all of those videos of allegedly Kohberger driving around do not show origin point. For example, if Kohberger was traveling westbound on Indian Hills Drive, he's traveling from eastbound. As we pointed out, where exactly is he coming from? Come on now. A white vehicle is speeding down White Avenue at 3:45 a.m., traveling westbound in the same direction the alleged Kohberger was traveling in the vicinity of the same street he allegedly traveled on being Indian Hills Drive. If anyone would assume it's Kohberger's vehicle on White Avenue, well, why hasn't that surveillance been released? But let's get back to the theory my colleague posed about the silver sedan. It is definitely logical that Moscow PD used the husband of one of their own employees as the private driver to protect one of their own, being the unmarked cruiser who dropped Kaylee and Madison off. The same vehicle type, same color, and both were in the neighborhood. We need the security footage from the neighbor's camera around the time Kaylee and Madison arrived back home. Yes, and they intentionally released the time frame of when the alleged Kohberger had arrived in the neighborhood. What about 1:45 a.m.? What about 2 a.m.? What about 3 a.m.? They had no problem releasing all of the footage from Linda Lane. Release everything. They can't, because the silver sedan is the unmarked cruiser. I mean, it's nicknamed a fucking school car. Sounds like an Uber service for college students to me. What if it was revealed that Moscow PD had taken Kaylee and Madison home? That would look a bit suspicious, especially with Dylan calling them. Oh no, think about it.
Maybe Officer Tesdall may know a little something about it. Quote, on November 12th, 2022, at about 2100 hours, I began an overtime shift for a plainclothes detail on the University of Idaho campus and related areas. This patrol was for minors in possession/consumption of alcohol, along with other alcohol drug offenses. During this patrol, I and the other officer with me, Officer Rosendahl, only had our body-worn cameras. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department Ford Fusion, which I drove throughout the entire detail. This particular department vehicle did not have a dash camera or any other recording device. My street time conducting the plainclothes detail concluded at 03:52 hours on November 13th, 2022. During this detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. Okay, now let's stop right here. Before the body cam footage, which was timed around 2:52 a.m., that unmarked cruiser was driving around on Queen Road. Now, we know the address of the home is King Road, but technically it's Queen Road, so we'll use that street. You all do realize that this vehicle would have to circle around Queen Road apartments to fully monitor the area, checking for minors in possession and consumption of alcohol, along with other alcohol and drug offenses. Ah, yes, that Linda Lane surveillance. During each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of 500 Queen Road, heading east. We wrapped around the building, heading south on the east side, then west on the south side of the complex. We then traveled north on the west side, turned west onto Queen Road, and proceeded to King Street. During one of the patrols in this area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. This vehicle was parked facing south on the south side of the parking lot, towards the west end. There was a short section of the parking lot which extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. Interesting, don't you think? Tesdall spotted a dark-colored vehicle with its taillights on. Bonnie was driving a black Toyota Corolla in her DUI arrest. The audio alleged to be fake from next door has a male calling Bonnie, telling her to get over there as attacks were heard in the background. And around 2:20 a.m., we hear a male call Ethan's name. We hear a female yell out, OMG. There's commotion. There's panicking. Clearly, something violent had occurred. But let's find out if Tesdall spotted any of this activity, shall we? Quote, each time we patrolled this area, I drove the same route. During the final patrol, which to the best of my recollection was between 0200 and 0300 hours on November 13th, 2022, as we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Street. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open alcoholic containers, and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past them, but did not see any reason to contact them for our related patrol. I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot for 1122 King Street. The individuals were walking close to a vehicle which was parked in the northeast corner of the lot. As I turned onto Queen Road and traveled west, I continued to view the individuals. From my recollection, there were at least 2 individuals, possibly 3. I recall one of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, or any other details as I quickly looked for beverages in their hands and whether they were staggering from intoxication. Since we made several patrols through the area, I cannot say with 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same pass as I saw the individuals. Upon review of my radio
I absolutely agree with that fully, Jen. 100%.
history, I contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue at about 2:55 a.m. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street after seeing the individuals at 1122 King Street. We cleared this contact at 0332 hours, unquote. Now, this setting appears to be Kaylee and Madison arriving back home, right? But if it was Kaylee and Madison, I mean, surely the officer would spot the gray sweater Kaylee had on. It would stand out visually, even if you were not focused on them specifically. You knew one had blonde hair, so just common observation, Kaylee's gray sweater would stand out as well. You see, the reason he didn't mention observing one of the individuals with the gray sweater on is to avoid the setting of seeing the victims prior to the murders. It's not an admission of guilt if he did observe them, but guilt itself makes one stay far away from any acknowledgement. The time frame he provided was 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. of patrolling the area because the vehicle was on Taylor Avenue at 2:52 a.m. And we don't know exactly what time it arrived there.
In addition, Madison was clearly drunk. Surely she was staggering a bit. Not only was Kaylee's sweater highly visible, but she had on light blue jeans, which would also be highly visible. If it were Kaylee and Madison, Officer Tesdahl spotted. Now, there are a few visual points in that body cam footage. We spotted a white vehicle, or light silver, driving on Taylor Avenue at 2:58 a.m. Some believe this was Kohberger's Elantra. Then there was a black truck traveling on Taylor Avenue around 3 a.m., which some believe was the same truck Dylan took a photo with. Now, based on the sound of the truck before it's spotted, it sounds like it's coming from the neighborhood. This could be the darker colored vehicle that Tesdahl spotted with its taillights on. But soon after both vehicles were spotted, about 4 to 5 individuals are spotted running away from the neighborhood. There's a walkway in between the apartments and the homes. This is where they were running through. Then about 10 seconds later, we hear a high-pitched sound that some assumed was a scream. And after going back to that body cam footage, that did sound like a scream. And this would be the scream heard by individuals that night. This was at 3:12 a.m. At 3:06 a.m., Murphy was heard howling. Some claim there's no way to know if it was Murphy. Well, according to neighbors, that apparently was the only dog in the neighborhood. Seems unlikely, but hey, it's possible.
Let's think about the time frame and layout of the area. Now, we will exclude the alleged Kohberger's travels in the neighborhood. Instead, we will focus on all of the other activity within the time frame the housemates arrived and when they allegedly settle into the home. We created an active reference for each time frame that's associated with each color. Take some time to review it if you like. But we want to focus on Queen Road apartments, specifically in the rear parking lot area. Now, the colored radius points are where there is audio heard during the time frame attacks were more than likely occurring. If the surviving housemates claimed Xana and Ethan hadn't arrived back home yet, and the audio from Linda Lane indicates Ethan was attacked, then, well, they weren't at home. But also, this changes the dynamic in the home, meaning there's no way anyone was upstairs in Kaylee's room dancing and laughing while Ethan was being beaten, unless nobody told them. I guess that's possible. Nevertheless, the MPD school car, which is a Ford Fusion silver sedan, was patrolling the area from 2 a.m. to approximately 3 a.m. but it was more closer to about 2:45 to 2:50 a.m. Murphy is heard howling. Yes, he was howling at 3:06 a.m. At 3:12 a.m., there is a group of individuals running from Queen Road, and it's possible they witnessed Ethan being beaten in the rear of Queen Road apartments and ran off, or even took his body back to the home and then ran off. They clearly witnessed something or were even involved in something. Seconds later, there is what sounded like a scream. This scream could have been seeing Ethan's beaten body dumped off, guess where? In the hall right outside of Xana's bedroom. We presented this theory in an episode in the past, that Ethan was beaten, perhaps beaten unconscious, his body was then taken back to the home and just dumped near Xana's room, as the individuals just wanted to get out of there as quick as possible, which would be the group spotted running away from that area around 3:12 a.m. Seconds later, of course, a scream is heard. But the main point is the activity of the unmarked cruiser. If the vehicle had circled the neighborhood, then it drove behind Queen Road apartments, and it would definitely drive up on what was a physical altercation. There's no way around it because if the vehicle arrived on Taylor Avenue around 2:52 a.m., then the previous location was in the neighborhood. You see? Wait, let's go over this slowly. Let's crunch the numbers a bit here. Quote, during this detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. During each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of 500 Queen Road, heading east. We wrapped around the building heading south on the east side, then west on the south side of the complex. We then traveled north on the west side, turned west onto Queen Road, and proceeded to King Street. Okay, so just to be clear here, Tesdahl claims he and Rosendahl are driving the Ford Fusion around Queen Road apartments. Keep this in mind because it's extremely important. During one of the patrols in this area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with tail lights on. This vehicle was parked facing south on the south side of the parking lot towards the west end. There was a short section of the parking lot which extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. Each time we patrolled this area, I drove the same route. During the final patrol, which, to the best of my recollection, was between 200 and 300 hours on November 13th, 2022, as we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Street. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open alcoholic containers, and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past, but did not see any reason to contact them for our related patrol. I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot for 1122 King Street. We stop again here. Tesdahl claims, in the best of his recollection, the final patrol in the neighborhood was between 2 and 3 a.m., and he observed several individuals approaching the victim's home. Okay. Quote, the individuals were walking close a vehicle which was parked in the northeast corner of the lot. As I turned onto Queen Road and traveled west, I continued to view the individuals. From my recollection, there were at least 2 individuals, possibly 3. I recall one of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, or any other details as I quickly looked for beverages in their hands and whether they were staggering from intoxication. Since we made several patrols through the area, I cannot say with 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same pass as I saw the individuals. Upon review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue about 0255 a.m. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street after seeing the individuals at 1122 King Street. We cleared this contact at 3:32 hours. Unfucking quote. Now, crunching the numbers here, Tesdahl had patrolled the neighborhood from 2 a.m. to approximately 3 a.m., which he stated was about 2:55 a.m., when they had entered onto Taylor Avenue. Technically, the body cam footage starts off around 2:52 a.m., but it's fine. What does this mean, you ask? Well, the problem here is we don't see a vehicle circling Queen Road apartments in the time frame that Tesdahl claimed they were patrolling the neighborhood, including circling Queen Road apartments.
Around 1 a.m., there is a vehicle's headlights or taillights on in the lower left-hand corner, which would be near the rear parking lot of the apartments. The next vehicle spotted is around 2:48 a.m. I repeat, 2:48 a.m. Then, the vehicle that is alleged to be Kohberger's is spotted around 3:31 a.m. Now keep in mind, Tesdall stated, quote, "We cleared this contact at 3:32 a.m." And the citations ended approximately around 3:15 a.m., right? So if they cleared the contact around 3:32 a.m., is it possible that they circled the neighborhood one last time before leaving the area? It's likely. If they were patrolling the area and had circled Queen Road Apartments several times, where are they in the Linda Lane surveillance approximately from 2 a.m. to 2:50-ish? Because they exited the neighborhood around 2:50 a.m. and parked on the curb of Taylor Avenue, right? Now, if the vehicle spotted at 2:48 a.m. was in fact the unmarked cruiser, are we to believe that it was unfortunate that they didn't hear or spot the physical altercation involving Ethan? We all hear someone calling his name. In fact, several videos that have the audio enhanced, you hear even more dialogue during that time frame. Shout out to Sonia D, who had uploaded an enhanced version of the footage from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. It was from 2 years ago, but everyone who hasn't examined the audio in depth should go check it out. There are others, but that's the one we recently re-examined. Around 2:15 a.m. is when it appears there is a group of individuals either in the alleyway of the apartments or in the rear parking lot to the left. There is an individual heard running around 2:19 a.m. At 2:20 a.m., it sounds like there are individuals running in one of the units upstairs. Perhaps not the units next to the camera, but it surely sounds like someone is running somewhere. A female is heard yelling, "No," which was in a pleading tone. A male can be heard vaguely or cautiously saying Ethan's name. He continues to say his name, and it definitely sounds like he's pleading, like, "Please, Ethan, get up," or he witnessed Ethan in a horrible condition. Then, the most alarming moment is a female is heard yelling out, "OMG," and of course, the male then yells out Ethan's name a bit louder. Now, everyone has heard this audio. It doesn't take much investigating here to know that Ethan had been harmed in some manner, even deceased, because the female yells out OMG, which is reacting to something horrible. The male then yells out Ethan's name. I mean, come on, clearly Ethan was attacked. Keep in mind, this is around 2:20 a.m., and Moscow PD has to be somewhere in the neighborhood at this point. From that point until 2:48 a.m., there are vehicles heard driving in different directions, car doors closing, among other activity. The problem, as mentioned, is the next vehicle spotted is at 2:48 a.m. We have to assume this is the unmarked cruiser circling Queen Road Apartments. From there, they exit onto Taylor Avenue, and that's where the body cam footage picks up. Yet Tesdall stated that they concluded the contact at 3:32 a.m. And there was a vehicle spotted circling Queen Road Apartments around 3:31 a.m. So the problem is we don't have any footage from the neighbor security camera prior to when the alleged Kohberger enters the neighborhood. We could determine a lot if it was released. Here's another thing to ponder. Wouldn't they see the white Hyundai Elantra? Well, according to these police reports, there is no mention of spotting a white vehicle driving around in the area, or specifically the neighborhood. But they mentioned a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. Surely they spotted the vehicle. It's a light bulb at night. It stands out. Even in retrospect, one of them would recall seeing a white sedan driving. Heck, the one that passed them around 2:58 a.m., they didn't mention that vehicle. Maybe it's because the white vehicle, or light-colored vehicle, is not a Hyundai Elantra. Or better yet, not Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra. Can anyone say Eugene, Oregon? Yep. I think Moscow PD may have blood on their hands, my friends, or allowed it to happen. Well, from law enforcement's perspective, they still have blood on their hands.
Where is all of this connected, you ask? Well, Kaylee had a friend who had a badge. This was a theory that was presented, and it's definitely not irrational, considering her peers claimed she was seeing other guys after breaking up with Jack. Katie stated she was hooking up with other guys after Jack, so much for both families claiming they were planning on getting back together. Not sure how that was going to work when Kaylee was planning on moving to Texas and with the male roommate. Quote,
Detective Dean asked if Kaylee or Madison had a boyfriend or ex-boyfriend. Katie said Kaylee dated a guy named Jack for a couple of years, and Kaylee and Jack were high school sweethearts. Katie said that Jack was a really nice person. Katie said that she spoke to Kaylee a couple of days before the incident, and Kaylee said that once she graduated, she was looking for an apartment in Texas. Katie said Kaylee met a guy from Texas that is already living in Texas, and that they were going to be roommates. I asked Katie if Kaylee and Jack were still together when Kaylee mentioned that to her, and Katie said no, that they were already broken up. Katie said that Jack mentioned that Kaylee attempted to call Jack around 3 a.m. asking if he was up. Katie said that she didn't think Jack replied to Kaylee because he thought it was some type of booty call. Detective Dean asked how they knew that Kaylee had attempted to reach out to Jack, and Katie said because Jack told them. Katie said she thought they found out after people were asking Jack if he knew anything about what happened. Okay, let's stop right here. Katie stated that she thought, yes, she thought that Jack didn't answer Kaylee because it was a booty call. It doesn't say that's what Jack told her. But later on, clarifying how she knew that Kaylee called Jack, she says Jack told her. So what this appears to be is Katie trying to justify the reason Jack didn't answer. Yet Jack himself claimed he was asleep during that time frame. Isn't this what he told you, Katie? So if he told you he was asleep to where he didn't even know she was calling, why would you assume Jack didn't answer because he thought Kaylee was trying to hook up? You see, this is an indication that Katie knew that Jack knew or was even involved. Why would she claim he thought Kaylee was trying to hook up if he wasn't even awake during those calls? Because he was awake and ignored her calls. Once again, Katie just keeps spilling the beans under pressure. Let's continue, though. She goes on. When asked if the roommates had any issues, Katie stated she was not aware of any issues between the roommates. Well, let's be honest. If you claim that Kaylee did cocaine and you knew for a fact that Xana did cocaine, I'm pretty sure some issues would arise. Maybe not to the point there's major problems, but money is always an issue with a drug addiction. Nevertheless, quote, I asked if Kaylee hung out with other males. Katie said Kaylee was talking to a guy named such and such who was a member of blank fraternity. Katie said they had a sexual relationship and would hook up here and there. Wow, Katie knows everything, doesn't she? She goes on to describe the male being over 6 feet tall, brunette and medium build, and served as vice president of such and such fraternity. Now, if anyone knows who this individual is, feel free to share. Okay, if we look at the theory that Kaylee was dating an officer, it would definitely align with them being the private driver that night. In addition, if Kaylee was in fact doing cocaine and was dating a police officer, well, now it really gets deep because a crooked officer gets their dirty hands on drugs quite easily from drug dealers. Yup. Who knows? Maybe that officer got Kaylee to do it, or heck, maybe Kaylee introduced it to him. Again, we have to stress the point. This is not slander. Katie, a friend of Kaylee, stated this. She is the one who told law enforcement Kaylee did cocaine along with her housemate, Xana. For her to make this statement, she would have either heard about it or even seen it personally. So hold Katie accountable for revealing this information. The chaos is just thinking about the environment based on what she revealed. The way it's depicted by Katie is Kaylee was seeing multiple guys at different times. No offense, of course, but if Kaylee was dating a police officer, Showalter claims a silver sedan picked them up, and Moscow PD had an unmarked cruiser slated the, quote, school car that was also a silver sedan. I mean, come on. Why wouldn't she get a ride from her boyfriend who was also a police officer? Wouldn't have to pay for it neither. And then there's more. That Moscow PD school car did not, I repeat, did not have a dash cam or any other recording device. So he could use the vehicle like a, get this, private driver. He could keep that a secret because we wouldn't see that activity unless he had his body cam recording, and we know that wasn't going to happen. Many claim that the vehicle that dropped Kaylee and Madison off back home was seen on the other surveillance camera on Linda Lane facing Taylor Avenue around 150-ish. Well, do you see that vehicle entering the neighborhood? No, you don't. And this is what makes it a bit tricky because Tesdall stated he worked an overtime shift, yes, overtime shift, starting around 9 p.m. He also stated the so-called patrolling in that neighborhood was from 2 a.m. to around 3 a.m. Then they leave the neighborhood around 3:30 a.m. Well, he could have easily picked Kaylee and Madison up around 1:45 a.m., got back to the neighborhood around 1:56 a.m., and then proceeded to so-called patrol. But was he actually patrolling? Because we know there was violence occurring somewhere near the rear of the victim's home. In Queen Road Apartments, that parking lot in the back is where the violence was taking place. Surely a police officer driving around Queen Road Apartments around this same time frame would have spotted something.
or heard something. He has to travel to the back parking lot to make the circle around. What do you guys think? Do you think the silver sedan that picked the girls up is the same silver sedan Moscow PD used that night, which is slated the quote school car? Eric Goer may have been used as the scapegoat to cover up Kaylee's relationship with a police officer. And that, my friends, opens up a whole new can of maggots.
I would go out on a limb and suggest that this officer, who would have been dating Kaylee, wouldn't want that to get out because he would be too close for comfort in this case. Dropped the girls off and proceeded to drive around in the neighborhood. Obviously, violence had unfolded in the back parking lot of Queen Road Apartments from 2 a.m. and on, which he was so-called patrolling from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. And a scream is possibly heard around 3:12 a.m., which was soon after Kaylee tried to contact Jack. We know Moscow PD covered up the murders, but if Kaylee was dating law enforcement, then this has to be connected to those murders, in our opinion. Did anyone know that the unmarked cruiser had been circling in the neighborhood prior to these police reports being unsealed? Nope, because the chaos would have been all over it if it was publicly released. Now you see why the judge sealed it, because there is suspicions surrounding this private driver. This MPD school car. This unmarked cruiser that's the same description as the vehicle that picked Kaylee and Madison up. They cleared individuals, but as Christy stated, they cleared individuals too fast. Remember, she stated she thought it was someone they knew. Why? Because she perhaps thought about individuals who had the access code to the home. But the suspect entered through the sliding doors. Well, how do we know that for a fact? Because Dylan claimed to see this? Right. We know that a suspect traveled downstairs to the first floor. The blood DNA of a male proved it, so obviously there's multiple suspects. Now, someone left a comment and suggested that it was a taser used on Ethan to subdue him that Bethany heard and saw from underneath her door. It's possible because the electric charge does sound like a firecracker, or at least this is what Bethany would assume it was based on the sound effect. And the light flashed underneath her door. That would be the visual effect of that electric charge. If it was a taser, who had a taser? We know who definitely has tasers. It's possible. Yet we keep pointing out the facts, hopefully to get as close to the truth as possible.
Thanks, Meg.
Dylan and Bethany were aware of the attacks and the murders. It doesn't matter who heard and saw what first. It doesn't matter who was involved at this point. We're agitated with the fuckery now. Fact. The MPD school car was physically driving around Queen Road Apartments during a time frame where violence had unfolded. Fact. A male left blood on the bridging stairs heading down to the first floor. This is a suspect, and that's a fact. These three facts are the foundation. A strong opinion is that the silver sedan Showalter claims picked Kaylee and Madison up is the same silver sedan used by Moscow PD that night, which was in the neighborhood prior to what was released in the body cam footage. Without a dash cam or any other form of recording in that unmarked cruiser, the vehicle would seem very discreet circling Queen Road Apartments. Don't you think? Anywho, there are suspects right under our noses. We just have to sift through those police reports. Might not have the patience, but we'll try. Payne might give us a lead. He claims someone's apartment had dried blood all over, and they stayed right down the street. Sheesh, might be one of the males in the home they're protecting, hey? This is the Chaos Sector.
All right. Interesting, for sure, folks. Not all of it, but that one part, I have a lot of issues with the possibility that the plainclothes, unmarked police officers could have very possibly picked him up. If it's been rumored pretty hardcore that Rosendahl and Kaylee may have been a item possibly. And at one point, guys, if you remember, when Molly gave her testimony about what she saw, she stated she saw a tan vehicle driving around, and she saw one person in the car. One. Well, spiky red hair. That would be Tesdale. But where was Rosendahl? on one of those passes. Where was he? Did he go inside the house at some point for a minute? Is it known that he did and they have to hide this because it would be too much of a mess? I gotta say, it's interesting for at the very least. And I'm again, guys, the timeline. This is exactly why we're talking about the timeline. We're gonna go to something else too, that Annie put out today in regards to the timeline. But before that, I want you guys to see something Lucy did because it's very important and interesting. But again, I gotta wonder. I mean, this would be a good reason to cover certain things up. You don't want your officers to be involved in anything. Come on now. That would make you look bad, wouldn't it? Gee, I wonder. Yes, Terry, they all do. Any thoughts on this hemisphere, or Jesse?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm sorry, Jesse. I'll let
You go ahead. I need a second to collect my thoughts.
I can't help but to get caught up in the theories, right? Because we've been lied to so many times in this case, right?
Yes.
We do not have a definitive timeline that puts Brian Kohlberger at the scene at the time that they say all this happened.
We don't have a definitive timeline that puts anybody at the scene, hemisphere. That's the biggest problem. We don't have a definitive timeline, period.
And my antenna, my liar's antennas goes up. Okay,
your spidey sense.
So I have questions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it is proven that Tisdale and Rosie's storyline was true and they had something to do with it, then in my mind, in my humble opinion, would explain why Moscow law enforcement and their whole shebang over there put it all on one guy to take attention off of the police department.
Thank you.
Or their investigation.
Thank you.
Trying to sweep it all up underneath the rug like they did, and how they tore down the house in the way they did in the whole 9 yards, and trying to do like sweeping it all up underneath the rug. Let's just ignore it and move on.
Let me present something to you, hemisphere, real quick. Imagine if this would have came out in the very beginning, and it would have came out, say, for instance, this is absolutely nothing but speculation, folks, and there's no fact to this, so don't claim it, please. But what if it would have came out that a Moscow PD officer had been dating one of the victims, that he was in the house that night before the murders happened, very soon before, and then left?
It would make it very difficult to prosecute a suspect, wouldn't it?
Thank you. Exactly. Exactly, folks. And I've been leaning on this for a while, okay? I just hadn't said anything because, you know, people blow up at you if you make certain statements without having any kind of proof. But I'll be damned. The more I thought about it, and then when Chaos Sector came out with this, that's the portion of their video that I'm very strongly looking at, okay? It made me wonder, what if Tisdale dropped him off for a few minutes? He went in to see her, hanging out with her, talking to her, whatever, so on and so forth. And then he goes out the back, gets picked up, and then shortly after that, boom, shit hits.
Just so we're all clear, though, that this is a Pavarotti theory before a Chaos Sector theory, right?
Yeah, Pav put this out like a while back, guys.
Well, he showed a brief clip of that same white car that was being patrolling that area, and how he put Rosie there to get picked up later on is you can see in that video how slow the car was when he got behind that apartments that we all see in that camera footage, right? That's how Pavarotti connected that dot like that.
Yeah.
But we think about it is, and I get it, we don't see the footage of Rosie walking away from the car, going to the residence, or anything like that. We just see it's all speculation because we don't see it.
Exactly. We're not supposed to.
We just see a white car patrolling the neighborhood. And it's kind of hard to prove definitively that's exactly what happened.
That's the whole point. That's the whole issue. Agreed.
But I mean, like I said in the beginning, Dago, whenever I saw that footage that Phoenix showed of the guy wearing the checkered kind of camouflage kind of jacket, it was
Right.
the same kind of jacket that Tisdale Rosie had those kids on Banfield.
Yeah, but
Same thing.
sure. Now, remember something else. Remember when we all questioned when we heard that it was Bethany and Bethany and Maddie that took the dog out, and everybody said, "Where was Kaylee? Why didn't she take her own dog out? What was she doing?" Gotta
And
wonder.
how did her jacket get on Taylor Avenue or Taylor Street?
I don't know that is absolutely her jacket. It just looks like it, and everybody took that to heart and said, "Wow, that sure does look like that jacket." It could be the same jacket or not. Maybe, I don't know, but it's odd that they picked it up, took something out of it, and dropped it and left it there, and didn't go back to it that we know of. But I'm just pointing out, like, if Kaylee was busy at that time doing something, or maybe not doing something, that could be why she didn't take her own dog out. And again, folks, don't forget, this entire timeline is scratched backwards. It's screwed up. Okay, so we don't know exactly the time when this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened. There's the problem. That's what I'm trying to come to a conclusion on. So, yeah, booty call. That's what Tomboy says. I mean, I'm not damning anybody for your own personal things. You do what you do when you do it. Okay, that's your business. But imagine if it would have came out that was part of this situation. Like Jesse said, it would be very, very hard to prosecute a suspect at this point, or even to find one, because guess what would have happened, folks? We know what would have happened. They would have went directly at the Moscow PD officer that was at that address that night. And they would have questioned, why in the hell didn't he see this? Why didn't he do this? Was he part of this? What happened here? Boom, 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 boom. That could never come out. There's my issue with this. And it truly makes me, I can't get away from it now. So, I mean, I think it was because they were trying to hide what they pulled out of it, Terry, but they didn't do a great job at it. That's just my opinion. But I mean, he could have been gone, Becky. He could have been outside wandering around. Somebody, he was known for doing that from time to time. So I don't know. Maddie could have been jumped when looking for Murphy outside, lost her jacket. Could be. That could be her jacket, Sky, and that could be what happened. She could have taken it off because she got hot or something, and while she was looking for Murphy and forgot to grab it. I don't know. She had been drinking a lot that night, so we don't know. But I definitely don't think anything happened to them outside of the home. I think everything that happened to them happened inside. I'm not saying that the inside wasn't staged per se, but everything happened inside the home, according to my opinion. I'm just saying that, but it definitely makes me question some things a little bit more than I was. I'll say it that way.
I got a question for you.
Please. I'm sure they're tired.
Am I the only one that's struggling to grasp what's real and what's not real? Like I honestly, I've been really struggling the last couple weeks with this case and with everything else that's going on in the world.
Yeah.
Because it seems like everything is a scam. Everything's fake. Just recently, we find out the NBA is rigged, and they're fixing basketball games, and there's famous basketball players are getting indicted. We got the Charlie Kirk case. We got and it just seems like everything is theater. Nothing is real. And I've been struggling with my mental health, like trying to keep myself in check. Just where is that?
You're not the only one, Jesse.
That reality. And it's like, I feel like one day I'm just going to wake up and I'm going to turn into Alex Jones and start spouting off crap about lizard people, because at this point, Alex Jones doesn't seem that crazy anymore.
Not that far off. Right.
Like reality, I'm having a difficult time grasping where can I find reality? And I'm not finding much reality in this case. I'm not finding much reality in the Charlie Kirk case. And I don't know if you guys seen Gray Hughes is all over the news lately. Did you guys see what happened with Gray Hughes? No?
No.
So he's on the ground investigating the Charlie Kirk case.
Mm-hmm.
And he just starts strolling through some random neighborhood. And he claims somebody comes out, invites him in for tea, and gives him like golden footage of kind of like the Linda Lane footage, something like that. Somebody just gives this to Gray Hughes and he breaks this footage. And to me, it's like,
Whatever.
well,
No, I don't believe that.
I mean, this to me seems like such a setup, like a industry plant, like intelligence. Some mainstream media, somebody with an ulterior motive is giving Gray Hughes this footage. There's no way that he's just stumbling in, and he's such a dishonest. I don't trust Gray Hughes, and I don't trust anything that somebody claims that he just stumbles upon this footage. And the Charlie Kirk thing to me, I'm still. In fact, I've been distracted by that.
Yeah.
So I'm behind on Idaho 4 because I've been so wrapped up in that. And it's like, to me, the whole world seems like it's smoke and mirrors, and we've got no idea what the truth actually is. I'm overwhelmed.
Everything is upside down right now. I agree with you on that. And
I've been very overwhelmed about it.
I get it. And you're not alone. You're not alone. You just got to keep one foot in front of the other to make sure that you're going the right direction. That Gray Hughes situation, I've never seen it because I don't follow anything he does. To me, that sounds like there's somebody that can't put their information out, so he had to make up some stupid story, which I'm not putting past him at all.
But I'm talking it's national news. Like, he's getting more attention, I think, for this stuff than he ever got for Idaho 4. He's got the Charlie Kirk case is huge right now, and just somebody just gives Gray Hughes inside footage. It's just, the whole thing blows my mind. It makes me really believe Gray Hughes is just a plant. He's out there just trying to manipulate the general population, which we know. And that's the thing. When people say things like this, a lot of people, oh, it's conspiracy theory, you're crazy. But it's documented. It's been proven it's happening. We know that people are getting paid to create content to support certain political parties or groups or what, national interests. And I mean, these things are happening. This stuff does exist.
Yes. There have been plants thrown into different channels to stir the
law
pot,
enforcement, FBI agents, or trying to kick rocks and see what they can overturn. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I honestly think Gray Hughes is a bad actor. I think he's not an honest creator. He's a bad actor, in my opinion.
I do agree, and I have for a long time. Good point. Echoes typically was coming up here. I don't know. Oh, there she is. Can you hear me? Are you there typically?
Hi, yeah. Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, I hear you. And
Hello.
Nothing Half-Assed, she's in the chat now too. You're more than welcome to join us too, Miss Fancy, as you know.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me mute. There we go.
Okay, you're good.
Sorry.
No, I agree with you, Jesse. There's some odd things. I have to go right along with what Christine said here. I agree with that statement. She's right. He does always seem to have things right there at the beginning. They both do, before anyone does. So that should tell you something right there. I've thought that for a long time. So I agree with you fully.
I'm telling you, though, this Charlie Kirk stuff, we're talking like, Idaho 4 is huge. But I mean, as I've said before on this channel, Charlie Kirk was going to be the next president. This is JFK type stuff. This is the difference between like, I don't know, Ted Bundy and JFK. The Charlie Kirk thing's huge. And for him to get gifted footage of that's, you have to have ties to law enforcement and intelligence and political ties, I think, to be in that position. Now, do I think he was given information from law enforcement throughout the Idaho 4 case? I do, but I just don't think that was like national implications as much as the Charlie Kirk case.
And this is like Sky just said, thank you for saying what everyone's feeling, because I think a lot of us have been feeling that. I mean, it's kind of gross. I know that we have been used as creators, not me per se, but quite a few creators have been used to put certain narratives out there. We all know that. Okay. And I feel that he's one of them. I feel DT is one of them. And I feel there's a couple other ones out there that were used to put certain narratives out for certain cases, period. I mean, why not? They know that people watch them. They're going to get what they want put out there, and that's going to push that narrative, period. So
both those guys seem to be willing participants, though. They're not like innocent
very
victims
much.
that have been used. I think there is other guys that are innocent victims that
Money talks.
have the wool pulled over their eyes, but
yes, but money talks, and you know that. And I do feel that that's what is at stake here, in that opinion. So when it comes to that person or those people, yeah, I agree, Fancy, 100%. I agree. So interesting as it is. So no, you're not alone, Jesse. Don't feel like you're hanging on a branch out there all by yourself, dangling. It's not just you. We're all trying to make.
I am overwhelmed, though. I feel like it's just reality seems so far away right now. It seems like the reality that I want to live in is fragile at the moment. Where is it? What's going on? It's difficult.
I agree. Listen, there's people that are further out there than you that are questioning whether or not we're living in a damn matrix or not. You know what I mean? And
well,
obviously, you're not.
I mean, the craziest theories are getting harder to debunk. You know,
well, yeah.
all these things that used to be easy to just say, he's crazy. You know, every day these things are getting more difficult to write off.
Yeah,
that's why I said, like, one day I'm going to wake up and be like Alex Jones and talking about lizard people, because you know,
that's what happens. That's what happens. You got to be careful with that. That's why that Docket Decoder made a statement that I added to one of the t-shirts in my merch shop that says, I need new conspiracy theories because all mine are coming true. Somebody help me. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's not that far out there, Jesse. It's crazy. It is definitely JFK syndrome, in my opinion. And it's just getting worse. It's just getting worse. It's crazy. And there's other people that play into this. The next video I'm going to show you guys that Lucy did most recently, it was a little over 12 hours ago. It's perfect. And it points out something that I pointed out a long time ago. And it explains how people have gotten themselves involved in this, pushing certain narratives that have nothing to do with the situation, that are not who they claim they are. Again, you know, were they paid for this? Was it a somebody handed a check to take everybody in another direction again? Smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors. There's a lot of it. There's a whole lot of it.
Can I just reinforce, Dago, like the reason we're all having this discussion and your valid points that you guys are talking about is,
yes, ma'am.
We're at the point in the program where with everything that's coming out, with the evidence that the reports and stuff that they're releasing, it's just allowing us to show everything that they didn't collect, or they didn't investigate, or they don't have, and what we do see seems to validate these other, you know, I wouldn't say conspiratorial, but these other theories of what could have happened.
You're absolutely right. And here's the thing, going in line with that, they're not trying to fix it either. Okay. So that tells me they're trying to keep us confused. Everything that we've been given, think about what we have been handed in the Idaho case alone. Everything we've been handed, and just like Eddie says, I don't believe in most of it, because why would they give it to us? They've only given us garbage in the past, but now we're going to get all these reports and documents and all this stuff. They don't want us to have anything related to the truth. So at that point, you have to say, you know, I look at this stuff and I kind of think on the opposite end of it, truly, and wonder if that's where the truth lies. If that makes any sense to you guys. I hate to say it. Some of it's true. You have to put some truth in there somewhere to make it work. But a lot of it, I have issues with
like
a lot of
why they wouldn't show certain things and that part of the truth. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly what you just said. 100%.
Yep. There has to be something to it. I mean, that doesn't happen in most cases.
Nope. There's a reason for everything, folks. Absolutely a reason for everything. And there has to be on this too.
That right there was my point I made earlier about all the redactions that we've seen in these videos. Some of the redactions are ridiculous. Some of them are questionable at best.
Most of them are. Yes, nothing. Most anything they've redacted doesn't need to be redacted at this point.
mean, I get it. I respect the families. I don't want to see that, right? But if you say you got a sheath, we haven't seen the sheath. All we've seen of the sheath was, well, it was bought in Philadelphia on their computer in Philadelphia. And he was plotting and planning with the sheath. But that was the center of your whole investigation.
Right.
So whenever you got your cops walking in and out of the room with their body cams on, and we're seeing nothing but a big sheet of black covering the whole dang on thing, you couldn't just blur out the bodies and just show us the sheath.
It's JFK syndrome all over again, right? Yes, I agree. Terry's right too, though. Like, he's already pled guilty per se, based on what they're putting out. He's in prison. Why are you redacting anything at this point? Because they're redacting way more than they claimed that they needed to. All they said they needed to redact were people's names, specific people's names, not everybody's, because a lot of people were already put out to the world. Names and addresses and dates of birth. That's all that was basically to be redacted. That and anything involving the quote unquote leakage investigation that I still question. But if you look at what we've read through, what we've seen, there's so much more than that being redacted for no reason whatsoever. Explain that to me. People's faces that we know for a fact, we could probably know them well enough to have them over for dinner. They're still redacting these people. Why?
And places.
Yeah.
The names of apartments and things like that. Like, why? Like, we can't know where people went.
Because they can. Because they did a dry run during COVID to see what the population would withstand and what they would do about it. And we failed the test. We all did what they told us to do. And now they know that they can just do whatever they want. And nobody's going to band together. The divide and conquer, the political situation right now, the divisiveness in politics where everybody's divided by either left or right or race or gender. So they can do whatever they want. Because they can control us. They've won. They've divided the society into all these small groups that are battling against each other. The sense of community is gone. The nuclear family has been under attack for a long time. They are trying to destroy the families. They don't want the young children to respect their grandfathers and their grandmothers as the way they used to. They're trying to break up families, break up marriages. Divide and conquer has been extremely successful. And once they divide and conquer society, that they have free reign to do whatever they want, and there's nothing we can do about it. And we've already proven to them that we will do nothing about it because they.
Okay, Robert, take care. Be careful, my friend. Feel better. You're right.
I probably offended a lot of people on that rant, but that's the way I feel.
I don't think so, because they do know they can control us to some aspect and control what we see and don't see. I agree with that, Jesse.
I take that as a compliment, by the way, when you mistake me for Eddie.
I get it. The sheath must be produced by ISP Lab. They had every opportunity to photograph the sheath separate from the crime scene and victims. FOIA does not produce it. I agree. FOIA is not producing a lot of things. That's the problem. Just Meg says she's not offended. Neither am I, because you're pretty on point with that, Jesse. I have to agree. Teresa said 100.
Yvonne said that not all of us did what they wanted us to. Exactly, and I didn't comply either. But enough people did that for you, Yvonne, you were in the minority of people who didn't comply. So, unfortunately,
I just have an issue when we bring it to medical concerns. Like, I agree with the division about certain things. I don't know, the way messages were given and things like that. But I believe in science, and I believe that we have to, that wasn't the first pandemic that's ever happened in the history of the world. So
don't get me wrong.
No other pandemic before had been handled like that, though. The way it was handled was so different.
So they didn't have the technology and everything and the communication with people to do it either. Right. So there's, there's things to discuss about that, but
there's a few
things. The division part I agree with.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. I'm with typically half and half on that with that part. I was 100% behind the medical side to that because my wife worked in the medical field, my mother, my sister, myself. I got that so-called cold, and it about killed me. Okay. And I was pretty healthy when I got it. So, and I've seen people get it. I think it depended on whatever it was. So I'll just say that much. I went along with some of the medical stuff with it, but the other stuff of it, I absolutely agree. There was a control aspect to that. I fully agree with that. And nothing against anybody that did comply with it. Don't take me the wrong way. I lost my job because I lost my job because I argued with somebody who wouldn't comply with it, and which is fine because my unemployment went through the roof, and I was grateful for that person being that way with me when I walked out. But there's a lot of other political side issues with that thing.
Without getting into the medical aspect of it, though, the media aspect of it and the freedom of information and the suspensions for voicing opinions, the silencing of criticism, which is exactly what because that probably lines up closer to what we're dealing with here in this case and other high profile cases. The preferred narrative, anything that strays outside the preferred narrative was just completely shut down. And that's the problem. Whether right or wrong, both narratives need to exist in the to be available for people to make their own decision, and that was taken away from us during that time.
Sure, that I understand, right? And I have my own issues. Like I said, my sister, my wife, my mother, my aunt, they all worked in the medical field. My sister and my wife worked at the same hospital. They used that to gain money. Again, they were claiming that people that died in car accidents died of that, and that's a problem for me. It was just a whole thing because of the kickbacks that were coming through on it, and that's a whole side to it that upset me, and that's where I have issues. But I'm not going to get into that today. I'm just telling you I have my own issues with certain things with it, but the rest of it, I went along with for reasons. So, yeah, and that's true too, Teresa. But anyway, not to get into that mix, but still, that's why they started shutting people down on YouTube for talking about it back then, because I got hit one time because Sarge was here and said the word. They tried to shut me down for 7 days. That tells you right there.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yep. It was, and Mama Bear's in here. She can tell you that's true, folks. They hit me and they tried to block me out for 7 days. And I argued it, and luckily I got it back. But that in itself tells you the control that they wanted over the situation. They don't want people talking about the things they don't want them talking about, so they just shut you down, period. So, but anyway.
I think history tells you, though, that when the government gets control like that, and they did have the control, they don't just, let everything go back to normal. And once they get the control, they're never giving it back.
Well, that's what happened, guys, with like the housing market, the buying cars and all that kind of stuff. They threw all the prices up to the roof and they never came back down. So there you go. You can't go buy a brand new car for under the cost of a brand new house now.
And our income did not increase with all this inflation.
No, that is correct.
Issue. That's the big issue.
You are right. So there's absolute sides to this, Jesse, that are agreed upon. Maybe a couple things that aren't, but if we don't have differences in opinion, it's boring.
Well, that's what I'm fighting for, though, is the ability to disagree with me, the ability to voice your opinion and be heard. And so, yeah, I'm not.
That's how we learn.
I don't need everybody to agree with me. I'd like to have everybody be able to have their say. Absolutely. And that was taken away at that time, and I think it still is.
I do agree.
And one of the ways that it's taken away is by astroturfing content that supports the narrative that they want pushed out, which is what I was referring to with Gray Hughes. He's a bad actor, but he's putting out the narrative that the people in power want put out. So therefore, he's given like golden gooses, like this video that he was given, and astroturfed and propped up, and so his reach will be 100 times the reach of people that are speaking the truth, which is essentially creating a false reality. So the world we live in is dominated by false information that then becomes like a pseudo reality.
We know that that's a fact, because look what has happened to mainstream media. I mean, they were already at some point, off kilter. Now it's gone. There is
So
nothing.
the powers that were using mainstream media to get their message out, they're not just going to sit there and they realize that mainstream media lost its traction. So now they need to go into alternative media, which is YouTube and podcasts.
Which, if you notice, bingo.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're contracting.
That was my next statement, Jesse, because Brian Hinton, Trashy Banfield, Disgraceful Grace, Nancy Disgraceful. Sorry, I said it backwards. All of these people that, even Vinny, okay, now they have YouTube channels and they're pushing their message through the YouTube communities with those same messages, and it's disgusting. So they saw what we were doing and they said, well, hell, if they're going to do this, we can come out right behind them and push ours right beside theirs, and we'll see where it goes. You know what I mean? That's exactly what has happened. And I hate that, because we were a platform that people could come to try to get the real news. And we still have people out here doing it. It's disgusting. So just saying, sorry folks to get off kilter like that. I didn't mean to, but he made a great point that I wanted to come behind with, because I fully feel that way. I have for a while. Yeah, that's, by the way, I don't know if anybody's having issues with that, but that's true that the SNAP benefits are not being cut. They're just delayed due to the government shutdown, which is another thing that bugs the hell out of me too, but I'm not going to go into that. She's Anjanette Levy. I had faith in her, Mama Bear. And I even said that. I said, well, maybe we'll be okay, but nope, she's there now too. So they're all there now, guys. Look at them. Every single person that was with some kind of a news outlet has now gone, that we followed, I should say, at least, has now gone and done their own private channel on here to make sure that their message gets out there, out and above ours. It's disgusting. So it is what it is, guys. But this next video Lucy did, I want you guys, please, if you have not subscribed to Lucy, God love her. I love her to death. I really do. She does amazing things. I want you to see this for a reason. And I want you to subscribe. Make sure you hit the notification bell, because she doesn't do it often, but when she puts stuff out, it's amazing. And make sure you like it too, because it's very important that she has seen and heard for the things she does, just as much as I want typically Unique's channel seen and heard, nothing half-assed, and all these other amazing creators that are in this community. I love them all, every one of them, you included. Typically, you do great things. I love it to death, and I love everything you do. So thank you for what you do as well. But there's Lucy's link, guys. If you haven't subscribed to her yet, what the hell are you doing with your lives? Please do it, folks. That's true too. Thank you, Meg. You may not trust MSM, but please trust what your doctors, friends, and nurses tell you. Yes, that's true. And that's why I'm glad I have people in the medical field in my family, because I do get truth to some things. Thank you very much. And there's Typically's link right there. Thank you, Tandy, as well.
Thanks, Dago. And yes, please go get on Lucy's channel. She's the best. She's the best.
Yes, we love Lucy very much. We all love
Lucy. Popping up to go check my food, so that's why I ran back.
Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. You don't have to. No worries. You're here. I'm here. We're here. We're good. All right, let's check this video out, folks. Again, great job, Lucy. I love everything you do. Here we go.
Or you should be embarrassed.
Oh God, someone just commented on one of my Brian Laundry videos.
Why did she let him take that plea? That's what I understand.
I think she was forced to.
Yeah.
I think that when they shot that fireman, that was it. I think he was so worried about his parents. His first words in his interview were, I need to make sure that my parents and my dog are okay. That's somebody that's been threatened. That's somebody that fears for his family's
I think they were all threatened. I mean, I have a friend that lives in Spokane, and he told me a few months ago that this whole Aryan night thing is way bigger in that Pacific Northwest than people realize.
Wait till I show you the document that Bertie's going to bring up.
Yeah.
You'll see how it ties together.
I love it.
Wait till I show you the document that Bertie's going to bring up.
Yeah.
You'll see how it ties together.
He said that, they own the cops. They own the judges. And you don't mess with them because it's known that they will just take you out. They will slice you and dice you quicker than You could cut a watermelon. So,
well, if your dad's a prosecuting attorney, if your dad's the prosecutor.
So,
well, if your dad's a prosecuting attorney, if your dad's the prosecutor, you could pretty much not call the cops for 8 hours, right?
Do you? Do you? Do you? Well, yeah, of course, and I think that there's an.
And no, she's not by any means. Her stepmother's an attorney. Her father's not a prosecutor, folks. Please don't take that to heart.
Let me ask you guys this, and I'm curious to hear from all of you. I've talked about how the thing that really makes me passionate, yet this case is interesting, very interesting, and it's a maze, but it still ties back to the common denominator of what I'm passionate about, which is like narrative warfare. I can't stand how people just absorb the headlines and they don't dig into it.
Because listen, sis, if you are a true crimer, you should be embarrassed.
We have something, we have a little lead or we have an idea, and it just gives you a little bit of hope, and I mean,
it is very hopeless right now, I guess, being left without that information.
Because you can't grieve, you can't feel safe.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
and if Kaylee and Maddie were down there right now in this situation with somebody else, they would be home. I would have told them, and they, I would have been, you girls need to get home now, like yesterday now. So, to families, I mean, I think it's Thanksgiving weekend is coming up, and most kids are coming home, but there's no way, and there's no way that I would send them back until this person is found. This person, it's an isolated, targeted, incident until it's not. Until this person was angry. This was not just, oh, he got drunk at a party and shot up a party, which I'm not putting anything down to, people have lost.
And I want to take you guys to back to what Docket did. I can even show you that one. I told you guys 2.5 years ago. CJ and I and Jules and Rory and a bunch of Riley Lively, we all proved that this person wasn't who she claimed she was. Okay. Now, does she have connection to somebody that knows something? Possibly. I don't know. I can't prove that. But I know for a fact it's not who she claims she was. By the way, my wife makes the best meatballs you ever had in your life, just so you know. I get to taste test them and tell the whole world how amazing they are. So anyway, sorry to jump off subject. But I just wanted to point that out. We've been trying to do this for 3 years now. And show that this person is not who she claims that she is, who she was, so on and so forth. And I'm not trying to downgrade anybody that's put them out there as being that person. I just wanted you to know that there's enough confusion, enough lies, and enough bullshit that's been put out here that I want everybody to stay in a place where they're comfortable to know that, like, one more time, we have somebody else inserting themselves in a situation. Why are you doing it? I don't know. And Meg just asked that why. That's a great question, but you got to understand. Why would somebody insert themselves in a situation like this? Think about that. Why have we seen people insert themselves in situations like this when we're talking about certain things and all of a sudden, poof, these people appear and distract everybody? That's my feeling. It's a distraction. Smoke and mirrors once again.
Desperate attention.
Yeah, that too. Let's see. That's another one. Another distractive situation. 100%. That's where you got to think about it, folks. And remember what we're going through, what we've been going through, and we see these things pop every now and again. Here they come. 100%. Sorry, I had to taste test the pasta too to make sure it was done. Anyway, so that's my feeling on this. Let's see. or like the trolls, they delight in messing. Yeah, that's the other side of it. They just want to mess with you. And the people that are guilters, they live for doing that, period. So understand that too. You got to be able to find a place to separate yourself. That's all. And it's hard. It is very hard sometimes to see the truth in certain things and not. You know what I mean? And you just got to keep weeding out the garden until you have nothing but the beautiful flowers to look at. That's all I'm saying.
Lost loved ones that way, but this was a very violent, targeted attack.
And hearing yesterday, hearing the coroner say that one person may have been killed in their sleep. Is that something that you had heard?
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's hard, but I guess for us that kind of just indicates, premeditation, which we've been fighting since the beginning away from this term, crime of passion. I think that comes with a certain connotation that can lead to empathy, and we don't agree with that.
No.
So when you hear...
No, Jen, we're not there yet. That's where we're going to go for the main part of the show. This is just something else, but we're going to that next because that's the most important part.
So when you hear them say that someone was killed in their sleep, you think premeditation?
Absolutely. I think it's impossible not to.
And not one, 4. I mean, I don't know if all 4 of them are, we don't really have the details, but regardless, 4 people were stabbed to death.
And premeditation, I mean, like you said, it's very different than
someone's house. I'm not saying, weeks lead up. I'm not saying months lead up. It literally could have been 20 minutes. I don't know. But
somebody went in there.
This wasn't a fight that, the girls had said something and offhand this occurred. They must have, walked in on vulnerable, sleeping.
A coward.
And so for what it's worth, I want to run as far from the term of crime of passion as possible, because I think it's weak and I think it allows him to hide. And I think it gives him an out that he doesn't deserve.
That he walked in and got mad and angry. They were all there together and something occurred and he got mad and, wielded his weapon or whatever. No, this person snuck somehow into the house, whether it was a door, an unlocked door or an unlocked window, but he was not invited and he came in with a weapon.
To do intentional harm.
With intention to kill.
Intention to kill, exactly. Not even harm, to kill.
Yeah, and not just 1, not 2, not 3, 4. 1 after another, after another, after another.
And again, that little detail about it shows like there's vulnerability, right? There is the idea that there may have been defensive wounds, but at least one person didn't see it coming.
Right.
As far as we know. We don't know.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
According to what the coroner has said.
Right.
In terms of somebody getting into the house, they keep saying no sign of forced entry.
Right.
Do you think that this was somebody that was known to them?
I think that's kind of an impossible question. I think it's a very popular house.
As a mother, I feel like they know him. I do. I've always felt that way. Nobody has told me that anyway.
Just
I just feel it. I mean, this is a college town. It's a small town. I feel the girls knew this person.
But we don't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we don't. Yeah, we actually don't know that. I just feel it in my heart that as a mother, I feel like they know him. I do. I've always felt that way. Nobody has told me that anyway. I just feel it. I mean, this is a college town. It's a small town. I feel the girls knew this person.
But we don't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we don't. Yeah, we actually don't know that. I just feel it in my heart that they knew the person, and I've always felt that way. I don't know why, but I've always said they knew him. Yeah. I just don't feel like this was like some rando just driving through Moscow, happened to stop by their house.
I will say they did have a keypad on their front door, and it was a very popular house. So I know for a fact that people who weren't necessarily roommates of the house did have that code. So no sign of forced entry doesn't necessarily mean that they were invited in. That's all I can say.
And the people that survived were on the first floor.
To our knowledge.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then if they come in through the keypad, is it possible to bypass a room on the first floor and go up to the second floor and third floor?
Yes. There's also a door in the back that just leads directly to the middle floor.
Mm-hmm. Got it. I don't want to put you guys through it anymore. I think we're good.
One of our senior producers did have one question. We know it's been tough getting answers from police for everybody. Just what have police told you guys about the investigation, what they're telling, what's going on? And Dottie will
I think to answer that question, we know exactly what the public knows. We really don't have any further details. And unfortunately, if we did, I wouldn't give them to you guys.
Right.
Just
We wouldn't
frankly,
impede
we're
the
not ready for
investigation.
that. I would
But
never
honest
impede
to
the
God,
investigation.
we don't.
The public needs to know is that there is someone out there that has violently killed 4 people, and that no matter who died first or second or last, they're gone, and we need to get this person now before it's too late for anybody else to suffer what we are suffering for the rest of our lives. He took their lives, but he took them from us. That will never change. We will never let Kaylee and Maddie's memory ever disappear, but that's all we have left, and that's not enough. Period. Done. There's your answer.
Interesting. Thank you, Miss Lucy. I do appreciate it very much. Like I said, I have my own thoughts on certain things, but a lot of that she pointed out, I do have the same feeling on. Okay, but again, we're not going to always agree on everything, you guys. We can't. It'd just be too boring to me. I'm sorry, but that was a great video and a great point that was made. I do agree with that. Hey, Aquarian, good to see you. Any thoughts, anybody at all before we go forward? At all? And that's a big point. What'd you say there, Terry? That this case has kept the people who know how to think for themselves occupied for 3 years. The powers that be don't care about the sheep. That's a good point. That is a good point. And it's definitely tried to run our thought process, guys. Truly, at least in my opinion. So, give me 1 second here. I want to show you.
Is it safe to presume that everybody's seen Pavarotti's last video?
People that watch him, yes. I can promise you Lucy has not, because she doesn't.
I just don't. I haven't seen the video, but I saw the thumbnail, and it was suggesting that Dylan and Bethany were going to testify for the defense.
Yeah, definitely. I think they were going to, or not for the defense. No, for the prosecution.
Well, that's
sorry.
No, it says that they were going to testify for the defense. That's what the thumbnail says. I don't know. I didn't watch it, but I just saw the thumbnail.
I didn't either. I didn't get a chance to. Now this other thing I want to throw in here too. No, I can't. Not right now. Anyway, if you guys haven't seen it yet, Docket put out a video 3 days ago that is very interesting. That goes along with the whole dot thing as well. So check that out too, if you will. It's 53 minutes long. Otherwise, I would play it right now for you guys.
Who did you say was testifying for the defense?
Dylan and
Bethany.
Oh, both of them.
Wait a minute.
Well, I mean, that's obviously a bombshell if it's true, but I didn't actually watch the video to see what. I mean, it could have been just clickbait, but the thumbnail certainly indicated that.
I didn't watch
that. The one from yesterday or the one from an hour ago?
Like 8 hours ago, maybe.
He's got one from an hour ago. He's got one from 1 day ago, one from 22 hours ago.
Well, I mean, like I said, the thumbnail's got like circles of Dylan and Bethany saying they're going to testify for the defense.
Oh shit! Well, I'm not seeing. I'm not even. You're talking about Pav?
I mean, unless the video has been taken down. Yeah, I mean, I'm on his page now, and I'm not seeing it either. But
I was gonna say I don't see it. I see the one that says Car One. I see the one that's Saturday special, proof from unsealed docs, and then the Friday night special was the unsealed bombs. Let me see. I don't. Maybe he did take it down, or they took it down. I mean, it's happening.
Yeah, maybe it's been taken down, or no, maybe it's harsh reality. Yeah, sorry, Meg. That's right. It's harsh reality, not.
Oh, there we go.
My bad.
Yeah. That one was actually the next one I was going to show you guys because I was going to say, but I didn't want to challenge you, Jesse.
Harsh is known for doing the clickbait thing too, though. So.
Sometimes, but I like a lot of what he does too, and this is not very long at all, so I'm going to show this to you guys real quick and then take your whatever you want for it. But no, it's okay, Jesse. I just didn't want to challenge what you were saying.
My bad. I probably drank too much.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. Tandy 158. Where's Lucy at? Fix it, Luce. We went through that one day. We were playing the absolute wrong thing. And Lucy actually made a mistake first time in her life. So let's check this out real quick, guys. It's only 12 minutes, and then we'll get into the blood stuff that Miss Annie was talking about, because it really is kind of important, folks, I think, to this. And I would love to hear I'd love to hear her opinion on this too. So not this, but what Annie Potts put up.
How is everyone? I hope you're well. You're amazing, beautiful, wonderful people. It's Sunday. So I'm going to keep this short and sweet, because I know you got better things to do. But we are on Idaho today. There's a few people have reached out. I was planning on going live tonight, but I can't, because I'm waiting for a lead to come in, as I've been rebuilding the setup, because I wanted to start doing more lives, probably 3 to 4 lives a week. So once that lead comes in, the internet goes on the 5th of November, and then we're going to we're going to be on it. So look, what are we talking about? We're talking about this, right? Later on, we're going to be talking about the timeline. So keep your eyes peeled for that. You know, where they're now saying that Brian had time to start experimenting on people as well. Yeah, we're talking about that later. So again, keep your eyes peeled. But for now, this is the one. And the reason why I'm bringing this, because it's strange what people say. Like, there's a comment made later by one of the parents. I bet you can't guess who. When you come to weird comments. And I just thought, how bizarre. But look, Brian Koberger, witness list. Killer planned to make surviving roommates of murder victims testify for defense. I don't really see the problem in that. I don't really see the problem. Obviously, he's pled guilty to it, so it gives everybody carte blanche to be able to say, well, he did it. He definitely did it, even though we can't even understand. It doesn't even make sense that he pled guilty. It absolutely doesn't. If you're somebody who feels that it makes sense that he pled guilty, then I can't really work that out, because it doesn't make sense that Idaho didn't push for the death penalty. That doesn't make sense. Why would they not push for the death penalty? I've said this before. Answer me down below. In what world does it make sense that you have somebody pushing that they're going to go to trial pretty much all the way through, and right at the end of it all of a sudden, not only are they not going to go to trial, they're going to plead guilty, not an Alford plea, an actual plea out, and Idaho are going to turn around and say, yeah, we're also not going to push for the death penalty in perhaps one of the most grotesque and heinous crimes that this place has ever seen, and spending around $1 million on an upgrade in their death room. Make it make sense. You can't, because it don't make sense. Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, who both spoke about the trauma they suffered due to the actions of Brian Koberger, might have been called to testify had his case gone to trial. It says he is a hollow vessel, something less than human, a body without empathy or remorse. That is how Dylan Mortensen described Brian Koberger while speaking through tears at the sentencing. Tears that were later cushioned by a nice $115,000 of a man who murdered 4 of her best friends. Were they best friends? Would you leave your best friend laying on the floor in the doorway of her room, even if, right? And this is the big question, right? This is the big question that someone's going to have to answer me. So you're as far away, because people will turn around and say, I didn't know what was happening. How did they know what was happening? They didn't call 911 because they couldn't fathom what happened. They didn't think that people were being murdered. Okay, let's go with that then. Let's go with that and say they just thought that their best friend, or one of their best friends, was laying on the floor having had copious amounts of alcohol. Potentially other stuff. They would have known, they hung about together, so they would have known what their habits were around drinking and other stuff if they went down that route. And so you'd think that someone would leave their best friend laying on the floor in the doorway of their bedroom. They're trying to communicate, but they're getting no answer. So they leave it. They leave it there. Nothing. We won't do anything about it. We'll just carry on regardless. That doesn't sound like someone who's just seen their best friend laying on the floor. Unless you did think that something else had happened that would mean that I'm not leaving this fucking room. I'm not leaving this room. I'm not going to leave the house because it weren't bad enough for me to leave the house and get the fuck out of Dodge, despite there being an exit literally outside Bethany Funk's door that they could have just fucked off out of the house and got out of it. See, this is what doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. They didn't go to sleep. We know they didn't go to sleep. They were texting, they were messaging, they were on their phones for hours. We have a dark period where everything goes dark. But they're trying to reach out to people, and it gets to the point where they then have to call other people over to check their house. None of that makes sense. So, and then they're wondering why this individual who's being accused of this crime is going to say, look, I want them to be witnesses for us because we got some questions for them. And everybody seems to be like, well, how dare you? How dare you question them? You can't question them. You're mental. You're mental, ain't you? You're fucking mental if you don't think there needed to be questions asked. I'll tell you that for now. So it says, despite those strong feelings, Mortensen would have been called to testify by Koberger, and his defense team had the case gone to trial in Idaho. According to a recently unsealed court dog, that's because I thought about certain someone and thought dog, obtained by People. The filing does not list any of the individuals as potential witnesses, and instead reads Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, will call the following witnesses at trial. Also on that list was Bethany Funk, the only other person to live through the night on November 13th, 2022, when Koberger broke into her off-campus home in Moscow and massacred her roommates, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogans, Anna Knodel, and Ethan Chapin. The lingering trauma from that night continues to haunt Funk, which is why she could not bring herself to attend Koberger's sentencing hearing, and instead had a friend read a statement on her behalf. Now, I thought it was to do with that she had bad teeth or something. She needed to go to the vets, not vets, dentists, needed to go there. So she got them. Now they're saying that she couldn't go because it was lingering trauma. She didn't want to go with her friend, a person who'd shared that, one of her best mates. She didn't think she'd go there and offer some solidarity, despite previously getting tattoos and stuff. I was scared the person who did this would come for me next, Frank wrote in her statement, which was read in court by Emily Alant. We don't really know when she thought that. Was that before or after getting tattoos? Maybe she got tattoos and then thought, fuck, it might come at me now. Might come and get me because I've had a tattoo done. Funk and Mortensen were not the only Idaho students Koberger had planned to call in his attempt to prove he was innocent of the crime. He confessed to just 2 months after filing this list with the court, which is a fucked up situation. Among the other witnesses he wanted to take the stand were Alant and her boyfriend Hunter Johnson, who were first to arrive on the scene the morning that the bodies were discovered. That's quite interesting to call them. Maybe it was to find out exactly what they had seen. What was the scene like? These disappearing and reappearing knives that we keep hearing about. And the only thing that we can't see, apart from disappearing and reappearing knives and blood that don't seem to exist, and pictures that this crime just happens to be able to block anybody from seeing anything, despite the thousands of cases worldwide where you can see everything. And I don't mean everything, but there's literally been like, no, I can't see it. Nothing to see here. Trust us, bro. Do you know what I mean? But we can't see the knife sheath. Have we seen that yet? I ain't been around the case for a few days, so have we seen it yet? Let me know down below. It says it was Johnson who discovered the bodies, at which point he quickly instructed Funk and Mortensen to exit the residence and then check to make certain there was no one hiding out in the house. Jack DeCurr, the ex-boyfriend of Gonsalves, was also on the defense witness list. Koberger did not, however, list 2 of the other individuals who arrived on the scene that morning and had close ties to one of the victims, Hunter and Maisie Chapin. those who attended the University of Idaho, along with their triplet Ethan. Despite her own children not being called to testify, the triplets' mother, Stacy Chapin, said the fact that these students would not have to appear in court during a trial was the best thing to come out of the plea deal. Kohberger struck with everything. The best thing was that those kids didn't have to get grilled under oath in court. Can't help but think that this, again, maybe I've just been around the case too long, maybe I'm reading into it, but the best thing out of all this is that those individuals are not grilled under oath in court. Maybe asked why it took them 8 hours to call 911, and a timeline that just doesn't ever seem to make sense, which again we're going to talk about later, because they're even still trying to expand the time frame, even though we know that if the white car on this camera footage is the car that the killer drove or was driven to the scene, we know that they're still talking shit. And there were so many kids, including our own, that had been subpoenaed that no longer have this hanging over their heads. I mean, we just all get to live our life, Stacy said at the time. It was not just students either, as Kohberger planned to call 138 people in total in court, according to the witness list. There were also 53 individuals Kohberger listed as mitigation witnesses. He might call to testify during the penalty phase of his trial if he had been convicted of murder by a jury. That list included members of the murderer's family, like his sisters Amanda and Melissa, his parents Michael and Marianne, and Washington State University professor John Snyder. Kohberger worked as a teaching assistant for Snyder at Washington State University. And interesting that Brian was also going to call in Snyder, bearing in mind that people were complaining or consistently saying that Kohberger was problematic and was being sacked and all this stuff, yet he calls someone for mitigation purposes who just happens to be the person who he was working for at the university, which they actually say is unclear why Snyder would have been called to take the stand, given that he complained about Kohberger following a verbal altercation between the pair, which resulted in the criminology department issuing Kohberger a warning about his conduct. So this is, like I say, this is quite interesting. But yeah, do you know what I mean? I just found this all fucking real odd. Real odd. Let me know what you think. What is the biggest travesty to come out of this shit show of a case? Maybe the fact still we're seeing people going on about things. It's almost like they're saying, no, we can move on, we can live our lives now, but not fucking one of them wants to. Not one of them wants to. Literally, the Gonsalves family the other day on the Gonsalves family page playing the food truck video on their.
Sorry about that. I don't even know how that happened. Hold on.
It's like, oh, we look at this and we remember this, and if only we'd have known it was a few hours before the tragedy happened. What the fuck? Why would you even put that on there? This is done. So you want to move on, and yet to your 60 or 80 odd thousand people, the best thing you can upload is the fucking grub truck video. Make it make sense. Love you all. I'll catch you all in video 2.
Thank you, Mr. Harsh, sir. Appreciate you very much. That's interesting as well. Why would they put something like that on their page at this point? Period. That's weird. It is what it is.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You're good. That's wild. Any thoughts, Jesse? Typically, hemisphere, anybody?
Yeah, it just goes back to what I was saying. I mean, you can't trust anybody anymore, and the families, all the families, not just the Gonsalveses, the Chapins, still that whole. Well, not only that, I'm really pissed off about both Celebrite and Othram. Just the management, the ownership of Celebrite and Othram shamelessly promoting themselves using this case.
Yes.
And I don't know if you guys saw Celebrite put out a YouTube video with Ian Whiffen. And for those of you who have not followed the Karen Reed case, you wouldn't know who Ian Whiffen is. But he basically was a paid liar. He was paid to go out on the stand and just lie. And he kind of got caught in his lie. And but they wanted to get out in front of it, so they did this whole video. And it's actually quite hilarious because at one point in the video, they talk about Alan Jackson questioning him during the trial. So you have a degree you went to this university, you got a degree, and he says, yeah, no, I don't have a degree. So he never actually was he's not overly qualified. He took a course in
he wasn't qualified to make the statements and stuff that he did. Truly.
Well, I mean, I think that's not fair to say. I think that's not fair to say. He took courses to be qualified, but it's just not that it's not that impressive, right?
Right. I mean, to the extreme is what I was saying that he did. That's all. But the owner of Celebrite, who one of the Barnhart woman, the Barnyard, yes,
was telling stories about, oh, my kids call him Dr. Whiffen because he's such a genius, and it's like, it was just like puke, and I mean.
I think anything that those two have to say, anything either one of the Barnyards say, I'll probably refer to Dr.
That's what I'm saying. They're just so dishonest. It's so obvious that they're dishonest.
Yeah.
And I think Othram is the same. And these people are just shameless. They're like snake oil salesmen, shameless, self-promoting, dishonest people that are it's also so obvious that they have so much to gain from to be biased, right? Like they
absolutely,
they have so much financial incentive to tell the shit that they tell, that how could you possibly bring them into a courtroom and expect them to be honest? It's ridiculous. To me, it's an example of how the justice system is broken. These people should not exist. The position that they serve should not exist. Experts in trials should be probably like state lab, government, independent, maybe like a university, say, a university laboratory should deal with this expert testimony, somebody who's truly independent.
Yes.
But the experts at both, and it's true for both the defense and the prosecution, basically these people are just all really high paid liars, all of them, no matter who they're testifying for, they're not, it's got nothing to do with science.
Right.
It's just how well can you speak? How many yarns can you spin, and how convincing can you be? That is the qualification to be an expert in a trial these days, and that's pretty fucked up, really.
I can agree. Yes, sir. I can definitely agree. And it's obvious that Othram used this situation to become something. Okay. I'm not saying that they weren't becoming, the work they were doing on the cold cases and stuff like that, but it makes me sick how they took advantage of this situation to become number one on the scene, per se, in the face of what happened, and that Stacey Chapin jumped right on board with that. And it's just sad to me to see that be what it is. I don't trust it. I don't trust them. I would have loved to, because of the work that has been done on cold cases, and see that happen, but the way that this was handled, I have zero trust at this point.
And it feels so predatory the way they latched on to Stacey Chapin.
Yes.
That's
a good way to put it.
It just looks like predatory, like disgusting.
Yeah. And it was very convenient to me too. Very convenient. I'll just say it that way. And again, I don't have anything against the Chapins or the families of any of the victims, folks. I feel horrible for what they've been through, but I do question some things that have been done from them in all accounts. I'll just put it that way. That's all I'm saying. So, very good point, Jesse. Very good point. Typically, anything to add to that or for that or at all, or we're just going to move forward?
Well, different topic, but Harsh was talking about why the Gonsalveses had the grub truck on their page. Was that?
Yeah.
What he was showing. I I mean, with Olivia going to the prosecutor, going to the prosecutors herself, like, I just think that they might be trying to convince themselves that they believe everything that they're being told, but I really don't think I think they're still questioning stuff, trying to make sense of.
Yes, ma'am. I think they're. Yep. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And I hope that there's like a crack in there somewhere that Steve will come back around, because I know he made connections with certain people on YouTube and stuff like that. But we don't. The things that we question, we can't get the information and documents and things to prove what people who aren't believing the narrative want to say. So
you are correct. That's the sad part, because there's no way to truly come to a point with it and to get it like a real realization or a real true answer from that set. That's the part, the hard part with it. I agree. So yeah, that's a good point.
I do just have a gut feeling that I think that they're still questioning. Plus, they seem like those kind of people,
I think they have been, to be honest with you. I think that based on what I've seen recently, first off, now that Olivia is now the spokesperson, as you've noticed, like Steve hasn't said much of anything recently. When he was, whatever interview he did do, the recent one, the faces he was making and heard certain statements that were made and looks that he's making, it makes me think, yeah, they're questioning things now. Twiz thinks at some point that they're going to come forth and realize that Brian had nothing to do with this. And I don't know that that'll ever happen, but I think it'll get to the point where it's pretty close. And
there was one point in the Brian Enton interview where Steve was speaking and he caught himself and he stopped himself and he said to his daughter, "You want to take this?" It was quite clear that there's been a family arrangement that the family is aware that Olivia is more equipped.
And that's why I was pointing out, Jesse, exactly what I was pointing out, because that's what I'm saying. I think she has stepped in as the spokesperson at this point. And so, yeah, and I think there's going to be a realization down the road at some point, and they're going to go, if there's not already, okay, because I think Eddie, we've talked, Eddie believes that they have known for a while that they are on that board with, like, they know what has happened. But
there is that old text message chain when they are on the text message chain, and the roommates heard everything and heard them being killed, basically.
But they're still supporting them, is what I don't understand. That's what doesn't make sense to me, Jesse. And I know you guys.
I think the threats go far and deep.
That's a good point.
I don't know. It's either threats or I don't know.
Maybe they are being threatened, you guys. Maybe they're being threatened, like, unless you want this to happen again, or blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? That could be. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying.
Well, they've also been very handsomely compensated as well. I mean, you got a Baylor scholarship to one of their daughters, right? One of the younger daughters got a scholarship to Baylor.
Yeah.
And that's Othram, right? Othram is connected to Baylor University.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So that was through the connection with Othram. So, I mean, they've had all these powers that be wooing them with money and saying, come with, we'll take care of this for you. We'll take care of that for you. So there is that also, which is what's happening to, this seems to be the case in everything that's going on in the world. Is the people with power and money come in and they start paying for their narrative to get pushed.
Like I said, guys, power versus the people, and that's the power is sadly the stronger of the two. All we can do is stand up and say, I don't believe this, and do what we can do to find the truth. That's all we can do, truly.
Am I the only one that was surprised when we got that recent doc drop about when they wanted to get more money out of Koberger, and then Ann's response listed all the GoFundMes and the Laramie, all these other, because we knew that Dylan got a bunch of money. We knew that the Gonzalez has got a bunch of money, but it sounds like they just all got money, right? Like when Ann replied, there was all these other GoFundMes for various families, and they, clearly a lot of money being.
I don't think everybody. I don't think every family member did, but like I know Goncalves made up well over 180 some odd $1,000 just from the GoFundMe's, and that's what they're fighting. With Koberger's next hearing is this, that, and everything else, and they're trying to say that it doesn't matter who made what, how. Well,
there was a few others though. There was a few that we'd never,
that
I'd never heard of before, like the Laramies and the Ben Mogan and
Maddie's parents. Yeah, right. I mean, everybody has. The only person I don't think, which I don't know, is
Kara Kernodle.
Yeah, Xana's mom. I don't think, but she's involved in her church, so I don't know what's happened. You know what I mean? But I don't want to be disrespectful or make a statement that comes off disrespectful, because again, I get it and I understand, and I'm sorry, horribly sorry that they've gone through this. But at the end, we have to look at it and go, wait a minute, like what is going on with this? You know what I mean? Because this is not something you see in a typical case like something like this. And it seems almost as if you look at it from each angle, there's a version of the same thing happening just in different ways. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. Yeah, that Señor's got a point there. That's another good point too. So who knows, you guys? Maybe.
They're having this hearing to go back to ask for more money, right? For the victims' families.
Yes.
Is there anything else on the agenda for that?
Not that I know of. They're just defense is fighting this, and they're saying they don't think that they need to. He doesn't need to pay anymore because they've already had the money given to them that more than what they need, supposedly, I guess. So
is that normal to go back and ask for more?
I've never seen it before. They've already got him paying out over $250,000 to the families. Another question I have with this is why are they basically have put price tags on each life? Okay, and I don't like that. And I don't like the fact that one life seems to be worth more than the other life. Do you know what I mean? That's not at all. Like one family's getting more than the other family is, and this family's getting this much. This family's getting. They should all get the same thing. I don't understand that part of it either.
Would they have to address, or is it just already a written state law that if he were to write a book, that they would get the profits from it, or if he would do anything? Is that already?
I think that's been slightly addressed to some aspect. Of course, they've tried to say that he can't do that, that he's not allowed to profit from anything like that. Well, maybe he can't, but I'm sure his sister could, or his mother or father could, or somebody else
take that money. That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think they can touch that. I don't think they can if it's not in his name. Do you know what I'm saying? I know they get a percentage of whatever he brings in right now to pay off that $250,000+, which is not going to be anything. Okay, the kid's not going to. They can only take so much. They can't take all of it. They have to leave certain monies for him to be able to get like the things he needs to survive: toilet paper, toothpaste, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? They can't take everything from him. But if he were to write a book, okay, if he were to do it, I think they can take that. I think. Don't quote me. I don't know for a fact, but I think I heard that. It is. And now if Amanda or his other sister were to write a book, or his dad or his mom, I don't know how that would work. Or like this movie that's coming out, I'm sure that somebody gets some kind of royalties from that. I would imagine they would have to. I don't know. That's an interesting point, though. Typically, I'd like to know like how that would work out. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think it would be. I mean, for some families, it might not be a conflict, but like if they are really going after this money, right? I don't know why the state said we want to increase this, and the defense is fighting back saying no, so that's why they're having this hearing. So why did the state feel like we need to come back and ask for more? And then if that's the case, because the families are wanting more, let him write a book. Not that I'm saying he wants to write a book. I wish he would. Would the families say, yeah, we're okay with taking money from the story about what happened to our kids? That would be. I don't know.
They do seem to be okay with taking money without any questions, really. I mean,
they don't want him to have any kind of gain from this whatsoever. None of them. I've heard that. I mean, at least again, Goncalves, we know for a fact that they've made that statement again. But where do the lines lay for that? You know what I mean? What are the rules? What are the laws? I've heard in Idaho you cannot. I don't know if this is true. Don't get me wrong, or don't go quote me on this because I might be wrong. Is what I'm trying to say. That in Idaho you cannot gain from this as a criminal. I don't know what the fact is on that. For anybody that lives in Idaho that knows that better than me, I think Tomboy mentioned something about that before, but I can't say for sure.
I think most states have probably adopted some kind
Yeah.
of version of that. Yeah.
Well, Teresa said the Son of Sam law. I think that's what she's referring to. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. But it was pointed out in Idaho somewhere. I can't remember.
Yep.
I know Andrea Burkhart said that she thinks there's just plenty of go-arounds for you to be able to shift the money to your sisters or family members and get it back to yourself.
Right. 86 cents a day that some prisoners get. And see, that's for prisoners that are able to work jobs. Brian can't. From my understanding, they said he can't do that because of the custody that he's in. At least not now. Until maybe AR was the one that pointed that out. So when you're in protective custody, you can't work like kitchen or like janitorial duties or whatever.
Can you imagine? I don't think he'd ever be safe enough to do that.
No. In fact, I think it was even with like when Dahmer was in, he was in protective custody. He was on death row, so on and so forth. They killed him. He was doing janitorial work. He was mopping up places, something like that. And they still allowed for somebody to get to him to take him out. We know how that went. So, yeah, they can't. That's what I thought. They can't touch his commissary unless it comes from his job. Okay. So, but the thing is he can't work a job. So the only commissary he's going to get is going to be from people sending him money for like his parents or friends or family or something like that. That's, that's the only way that they can take that. And they can only take a percentage of that too, from my understanding. So I think, yeah, that's a good point. Son of Sam was ruled unconstitutional by Supreme Court. Each state is trying to make better. Word aversion. Idaho is not currently included in this. Okay. Thank you. Nothing. I didn't know that. Very much appreciated. You're welcome to jump up here with us. Miss Fancy, if you want to. Had a great time last time you were here. So, but yeah.
Oh, so they're still trying. So a lot of states are trying to protect inmates' rights as still citizens of the country. Probably. I know that's a big, heated topic.
There's been a lot of like violation of human rights to prisoners that have happened, like where they have challenged a lot of things, which is why prisoners now have it a lot easier than they ever did. They have tablets now. They have access to standard prisoners. They have access to like the full facility. They have game rooms. They have a sitting room with the couch and a TV, and they have cable. They have all these things that back in the day was a joke to think you had back as a prisoner. You didn't have none of that. They have constant contact with family members via their tablets, whether it's text messaging, phone calls. They can watch TV on their tablets. They can buy packages like we do for the cable company. You know what I mean? So they can buy TVs and their cells. I've seen a lot of cells in some of these prisons, a standard prisoner, once again, that look quite as comfortable as my home does. Just, the fact that you can't leave is the only difference. So just saying, they have a lot of rights now, a lot more than they had. So it is what it is.
Did you see Senor Wazowski's comment about?
I would write a book, donate the proceeds to the family, and watch how fast the family changes their tune. Title: How to Get Framed. Good one.
That was a good one.
Yes, very good. I like it. Senor Wazowski he's a retired Baltimore City police officer. I don't know if he was detective or not. Please don't, Angel. Don't ever put him in the same bracket as Detective John, because he's nothing like that person by any means whatsoever.
Can we ask him a question real quick? This might be silly, but so I've been watching all these interviews, different cases, and even when you watch TV shows or these investigative shows, the detectives always seem to be people who more or less work in the office. They wear street clothes, suits, dress. They're not wearing street cop police uniforms.
Right.
But then when you look at the Idaho 4, that's who was mostly I think I saw one officer in like a short sleeve dark shirt. So I don't know, just curious about that. Like, do the street patrol officers. Is it typical for them to be the ones doing the investigations?
Not here, not around where I'm from.
Yeah, it's like
detectives around
completely-
here are they wear a polo and some slacks and wear
Right.
their badge on their belt or around their neck, and that's a detective.
and
but-
their job is investigating. And it just seemed like in Idaho they were like wearing 5 hats, you know.
Yes, they wear
Which
uniforms. Like
I know
like-
happens,
oh,
especially now in our economy, but
right. No, I got you. Is that normal? And was that normal in BC? Senior, was it? Did uniformed patrol officers, did they do investigating in crimes, or was it all detective work that was handed over? That's interesting because that's a good point. Typically, that's a very good point because you noticed how many people were. Not everybody's a detective, okay, but they sure as hell threw them all into that role. Gunderson. Let me see who else was there. Blaker, Gunderson, quite a few other officers that I know to be patrol officers were doing questioning. They were doing detective work. It was kind of odd, unless they're detectives. I don't know.
right, like so we say Detective Payne, right? That's what he goes by. But
Yeah.
there's videos of him pulling people over for traffic stops, right?
Now understand this with him. He was a patrol officer until 24 hours after the crime happened. He was automatically thrown into the lead detective role as a detective.
Oh my God.
Because Tyson, I think it's Ty Barrett, he relinquished himself because of a conflict of interest in the situation. And then Payne
Do we
became.
know what that conflict of interest was?
I do not, and I don't want to speculate to it and be wrong, but I've heard
That's
things that he
crazy.
knew somebody. The speculation I heard from it typically was that he was close to somebody that was close to one of the victims. I don't know if that's true or not, that his kid was one of their friends or something like that. Please don't take that as a fact, folks. I have no clue if that's real or not. That's the only thing I've
He's
heard.
not one of the officers that PAV was saying was related to one of the possible alternative perpetrators.
That could be it too. Yes. So I don't know. I don't know. We have werewolves and vampire potatoes in chat. Okay. Well, be safe, guys. Be safe.
Vampire potatoes.
I don't know what that is, but hey. stay away
Lucy's
from
potatoes.
Moscow might not have a detective so small, maybe. I mean, they did. They had at least 2 or 3 that I knew of, but everybody else was investigating as well.
And I think everybody should stop saying Moscow's so small. Like they have a major university there.
They're bigger than people think.
I
yeah.
mean, I live in this dinky town. We don't have a major university, and you know, we've got all the right things.
Yeah. My town is almost obsolete. It's so small, but I have detectives. We have a police department back again finally. And 23 patrol officers and 4 detectives and a police chief. So for as small as I am, yeah, we have enough, I think.
Right.
But I don't know. They're bigger than we think because if you look at the city downtown, the entertainment options they have, the stores that they have, the university itself, it's a little bit bigger than I would think too. I agree with that. So,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know their total population, but
right. But he says
it is a major
detectives
university.
in Baltimore are doing a lot of knock and talk and investigations, and most of them probably can't fit the dress uni. Okay. I got it. I get it. Thank you, Senor. Oh, take care, Jesse. Thank you, sir. I forgot what the time change was between us. Jesse's got to go to bed. He's done with his wine. Thanks for joining us, brother. I appreciate you very much. If you can still hear me, we'll see you soon. Hopefully, 25,000 population. Busy said possibly, which is still pretty good size. That's way bigger than what I have here. I think ours is single thousand numbers here. I think there's only 6,000 in the town I live in the township. So that's pretty small compared to Moscow. Thank you for your input too, Jesse. Tonka says the IDOC doesn't have a set percentage of rate set for confiscation. The only set figure is the cost per day for incarceration, and that is $77. Okay, thank you, Tonka. See, I heard that there was a specific amount that they could only take, but I don't know what that number is for sure. So, but anyway, moving forward, before I get too far off subject, is as we're still talking about timeline issues, folks. I have a lot of issues with timeline. I think a lot of us have and do still. Annie Potts had a show this morning. It was amazing in regards to blood analysis, things like that. And that's where we're headed today, because she found and pointed out something that I didn't notice. Being a first responder, I've seen these things before. I know these things. She even asked me that. And I said, wow, I don't know how I didn't catch this nor not see this. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Angel D, my favorite Aussie. Good to see you. I know it's okay. You're rude. It's okay. I'm rude too. No big deal. No big deal. I'm just teasing you, Angel. I love you to death. You didn't say hello to me either. So we're even. We're even. And I wasn't chastising you. You know better than that. What is this? Angel D. Dexter was a cuddlebug trying to get the TV on. Yes, this is all about Dexter today, you guys. We're gonna be Dexter today. So, I have issues with the timeline. I have issues with Xana and Ethan when they got home. I have issues with what we saw earlier with the plainclothes police officers, all of that stuff. And I think that all affects the timeline. We watched the 11/12 footage many times in many different forms and variations. I think that in itself tells us that there's issues with the timeline. There's other things that tell us there's issues with the timeline. The original timeline that came out was between 3 and 4, and then they changed it to between 4 and 420 or 420 or 17, whatever hell it is. There's issues. We hear I have issues. You're right. I do. I have lots of issues. Thank you, Mom Bear, for supporting me. As always, I appreciate you. As she's attacking me. That's okay. She knows I'm teasing her. But there's issues. Like we're saying issues everywhere. But the timeline has always been a question to most everybody I've talked to. And for good reason, because I don't think we've ever been given a clear timeline. Sarge believes that nothing started happening until 4:17 a.m. when the dog starts barking and goes on for the next 45 minutes, maybe. They tell us that this starts at what, 4:08 and stops at 4:20. But we know that can't be right, because they tell us that Brian Koberger's in his car speeding away by 4:20 something, and he's still in the house at the same time. None of that makes any sense. And we still don't know when Xana and Ethan came home. We don't know for sure what went on with Kaylee. We know that Dylan lies about so many things that it's hard to trust her. I mean, I don't know how to take any of it, okay? And I don't know what to believe for an actual true to life timeline on this. That's the problem. But one thing that doesn't lie, you guys, is blood. On a crime scene, a forensic specialist or pathologist will tell you the same thing. Blood doesn't lie. You cannot fake it with blood. You cannot frame it with blood. You can't do anything to screw up the scene with blood, in my opinion. It is what it is. That you get what you get, period. So that's quite interesting. Senior goes on to say we have street cops, plainclothes, patrol uniforms, and marked cars, traffic control, etc. Investigators like your TV shows, search and rescue dive team, basically firefighter cops, to simply put. Yeah, we have that here too, bud. I mean, I guess you could stage it, but it would be really difficult to pull off certain things. The one thing that Annie noticed and points out that we're going to be reviewing here, it really blew my mind. I mean, clearly and literally blew my mind. I don't know if you saw this typically, or Hemisphere.
Annie's show.
Yeah, did you see any of that?
I have not watched it. I know it was this morning, right? She was on?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, I have not had a chance to, but I know her mission is the blood doesn't lie. Yes. And I agree.
This is interesting. Why do you see parts of this? For those of you that didn't see this, oh my God. Please make sure you guys are subscribed, by the way, to Miss Potts. I'm going to throw her link in here. Hit the notification bell. And make sure that you run over there and subscribe if you will. You don't want to miss anything Annie puts out. She's always putting something great out, just as much as the rest of these awesome creators. That's a good point, Doc. That's what they want, Doc. That's why they have put out as what they have to keep us confused. All the things that they've done to make sure that we do not get on board with on the right track, in my opinion. So, all right, here we go with this. Let's check this out. I am going to skip through some parts of this because not all of it is what I want. There's a lot to it, but it's important. I'll just say that much.
take myself out of the way, make that big for you. Things that make you wheezy or that you don't want to hear about.
Yes, hold on 1 minute. Let me do that too for you guys, just in case.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only. Trigger.
Feel free to click out now. Do not go any further. You know, I would rather you just leave now than, you know, a couple hours down the road when I'm out working later. My shit's blowing up on YouTube with notifications about, I can't believe that you would even show something like this. It's so good. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Because you know that's what's going to happen. Everyone has the opportunity to literally click out now. Okay? It's going to be very graphic, the whole thing. So if that's not your cup of tea, feel free to move on. No hard feelings. Still love you. Bye. Let's go.
They're studying the art and science of bloodstain pattern analysis.
Bloodstain evidence is critical. I've had one case where one single spatter of blood made the case.
But new research suggests that some models detectives are using to interpret bloodstains may be out of date, leading to faulty conclusions about how a crime was committed, or worse, incorrect verdicts in the courtroom. Now, specialists in fluid mechanics are stepping in to help crime scene investigators better understand the way blood behaves on different surfaces, with potentially game-changing implications for the criminal justice system. Detectives have been using bloodstains to help solve crimes since crime solving began, and bloodstain pattern analysis has been a serious forensic discipline for at least 100 years.
What's going to be critical is going to be the length and width of your stains when we're looking at impact patterns.
Ken Martin was with the Massachusetts State Police for 33 years, and he's been teaching bloodstain pattern analysis since 2005.
Many serious crimes, such as homicides, involve the letting or the shedding of blood. First thing you want to do is identify the patterns, and then once you identify the patterns, we expect certain things to happen. Blood being a fluid has to follow the laws of physics and fluid dynamics, so I know that if an impact spatter occurs, this will happen.
But what exactly is happening when a bloodstain forms? This is a single drop of blood falling vertically through the air, about to make contact with a hard surface. As the blood falls, cohesive forces between the molecules cause it to coalesce into a sphere, which carries momentum downward due to the pull of gravity. When it lands, the impact creates pressure on the drop, which diverts its momentum outward, causing the liquid to spread rapidly across the surface. Eventually, those same cohesive forces between the molecules stop the blood from spreading outward and will actually try to pull it back into a sphere. What prevents this is a phenomenon called pinning. When the blood stops spreading, microscopic irregularities in the surface will latch onto the edge of the fluid, effectively pinning the edge to the surface. Where the edge gets pinned will ultimately form the perimeter of the stain when the blood dries. Because blood obeys the laws of physics, detectives can be confident that it will always behave this way, given similar conditions. Except that sometimes it doesn't.
Here I could have an identical surface in a kitchen, and on one portion of the floor the blood's adhering as we would anticipate, but in another section the blood is literally peeling up. So the question arises, why is it doing it here and not here? That, along with the drying of blood, has always been an interest area where I've thought that we could use a lot of research.
Now this part is very important to hear, guys, about the drying of blood.
Luckily, across the Boston University campus, a lab in the mechanical engineering department is trying to answer itself is the same, but two of the surfaces have been treated with hydrophobic coatings. Here's what happens when a drop of water falls onto clean, untreated glass. This glass has had an acrylic coating applied to it, and this glass has been treated with an anti-fingerprint coating. It's immediately obvious that a drop of water behaves very differently depending on how the surface it impacts has been treated.
Isn't that absolutely wild? Do you see how different each drop was when it landed, especially on the surface? Like it literally bounces back on itself and like will come back up.
Now, one thing I want to point out before we go forward with this is, again, we know that from the moment, supposedly, we're going to go with their final timeline and say that this happened at between 4 and 4:20. as much as I hate to say that. We're going to go at that time. And then we have a period of time that's 8+ hours before anything is realized, found, or even remotely investigated, correct? There in turn, remember that time period. I'm going to say Annie made a point when I was talking to her on her panel for a little bit. 13, 14, 15+ hours possibly, okay? Before this was actually truly processed and investigated. Keep that in mind, please, as you're hearing some of this. And it that's all I can say.
Off the surface. Isn't that fucking wild?
But water is a very simple molecule, one of the simplest, which is what makes it so good for experiments.
With blood, it's not like that. It's a complex liquid. It's a combination of proteins and blood cells, which end up leading to a very different type of behavior.
And so, in 2020, Bird received funding from the National Institute of Justice to study the fluid mechanics of, that's right, human blood. Specifically, what happens when blood makes contact with surfaces with different hydrophobic properties.
It's a very fresh blood from the day before yesterday. I'm gonna distribute it into the small containers.
Garam Lee is a PhD student in Bird's lab. To prepare for this project, Lee studied blood stain pattern analysis alongside Ken Martin's forensic students, and she's been conducting lab experiments with human blood for the past year.
One of the challenges that we have to do the experiment in a very short period of time after the blood arrives. So sometimes I work full day and night to finish up the experiment after it arrives.
In the Bird Lab, all research projects are part science experiment, part film shoot. Because a drop of blood only takes a few milliseconds to make contact with a surface, the lab uses studio lighting, magnifying lenses, and special high-speed cameras that can film tens of thousands of frames per second. Bird's lab is doing a range of experiments with the blood, from simulating spatter patterns associated with stab wounds to studying the dynamics of a single drop of blood.
Simulating patterns from stab wounds. Hello, beautiful Meg P. I just saw you, honey. Welcome on in. Happy Sunday.
Blood falling on a surface. How important can a single drop of blood possibly be? It turns out, very important. One key question at many crime scenes is whether a victim was standing, sitting, or lying down when they were assaulted. And the size of a blood stain is often used to answer that question. According to current models, 2 drops of blood that fall from the same height onto the same surface will leave the same size stain. But what if 2 drops of blood fall from the same height onto the same surface, but some parts of that surface are coated differently than others?
Let's say you have a wooden floor, and if you just waxed it, you might not be able to distinguish between the waxed floor and just the pure wooden floor.
For this experiment, Lee prepares a syringe to produce single drops of human blood, which she'll drop onto different pieces of wood. Bird's lab wants to demonstrate how blood behaves on identical surfaces that have been treated with different coatings. In this case, a thin layer of floor wax or a light scorching by fire.
What we're trying to articulate is that what the bulk material is somewhat irrelevant. It's really the wax or soot that the blood is interacting with, not the floor underneath it.
With the blood warmed up and the cameras rolling, Lee sets to work. As the 2 drops travel through the air, they're both behaving as you'd expect, coalescing into spheres because of that cohesive force between the molecules. It's when they contact the differently coated surfaces that things get interesting. The first drop hits the waxed wood and spreads out, but at the point where it should get pinned, it doesn't. That's because the wax has effectively filled in any irregularities on the wood that the blood would latch onto. Instead, the drop begins to recoil, trying to pull itself back into a sphere. The only thing that stops it is the adhesion force between the wood and the blood molecules. What about the burned wood? When the second drop of blood hits the burned wood, it spreads out just like the first drop, but then it recoils completely to the point where it actually bounces off the surface of the wood. Not only did the edge not get pinned, but the soot coating from the burning process even interfered with the adhesion force between the blood and the wood, allowing the cohesion force between the blood molecules to pull it back into a sphere. Once these 2 drops of blood dry, they will result in completely different stains, even though their originating conditions were the same.
And that is something that's not accounted for in any of these current models.
While it may be too early for Bird's research to have reached the courtroom, his findings are at least making their way into the classroom.
Depending on how hydrophobic the treatment is of the surface, where the blood droplet literally bounces off the surface. I mean, that's some really interesting stuff that we weren't aware of in the past.
And so through experiments, we can see this, we can see situations where it does happen, where it doesn't, and we can try to understand the fundamental physics, the fluid mechanics that are responsible for it. Will our work make a difference in court cases and crime scenes? I certainly hope so.
Blood evidence presented in court cases can have serious impacts on people's lives. As Ken Martin said, a single drop of blood can potentially make the difference between an innocent or guilty verdict. So one thing should be abundantly clear. The evidence found at crime scenes needs to be supported by evidence derived from rigorous scientific experimentation. Without that, it's all just a bloody mess.
All right. Thank you.
These are amazing videos. I love these things. And this is going to show how this applies to the crime scene photographs that we saw of the blood on the scene. And it's interesting because I never realized, even as a first responder, I never looked at him in that sense to think about that thing. And that just shows my Miss Potts' mind. She says she doesn't know shit, but she's lying to you guys. She's very smart. To be able to open your mind up enough to see these things and go, wait a minute, something's not right. Well, yeah. And that's what she did. So taking this and applying it to that blew my mind completely, as we'll see next.
Boston University for educating the masses. Okay, so that was one that I wanted to show you guys. Hang on one second, because there is one more that I also wanted to show you that we're going to take a look at, and it's not that long. Where is it? I think it's this guy right here. Yeah. Oopsie. Okay, let me get over here. We'll share this one.
Means a larger scatter of particles or substances, and the splatters are pattern drops that result from the splattering. So we're looking at blood spatter analysis, not splatter. Just a little kind of look at the kind of definition of the two terms there.
Yeah, the people who study this for a living and teach it for a living, they can't stand it when you say splatter, just so we're clear. It's spatter, not
Yes, which is true. If you don't remember when they would call Dexter a blood splatter expert, he would flip out and say it's spatter. So that's true.
splatter, spatter.
So this spatter patterns, blood spatter patterns can vary from a few drops to large pools, but again, all still classified as those spatter patterns. Regardless, the pattern is left by blood traveling in space and then coming into contact with a surface. Now, it could be different types of surfaces at different angles, but this is just speaking in the general terms here. So pattern observations. So here's that same image from the title slide. Want to make careful observations and measurements of the position and shape of the blood stains, because they can provide information of the angle of impact, travel, velocity of the droplets. There's different types of patterns, and we can classify them in general as passive, projected, transfer, or contact. All of these can play.
Okay, types of patterns, friends, if you're taking notes. Passive, projected, transfer, or contact.
An important role in determining what may have gone on at a crime scene. So first off, the passive bloodstains. They're patterns created simply from the force of gravity. They can be a single drop, they can be a series of drops, it can be a flow pattern, it can be blood pools. All these are passive.
And listen, guys, to some people, this may be boring. I promise you, when we get to the point where we're looking at the crime scene photos in Idaho, you're going to see exactly why we're watching this to understand this. It is beyond interesting. I'll show you.
Because they're relying mainly on the forces of gravity to carry them and to move them. Then there's also projected bloodstains. These are patterns that occur when a force is applied to the source of the blood. It can be low impact spatters, it can be high impact, it can be medium impact, cast-offs, tailor spurting in extreme cases, blood blown out of the nose, the mouth, or a wound. In some way they're projected, in some way they have forces applied to them beyond that of.
And when we get into looking at photos, just remember this here. Okay, just remember this wall and what you're seeing on this wall. Just you know, just keep this all in mind. Some of the things that you're seeing and what blood does when it leaves the body, because it has no other choice than to follow the laws of physics and gravity. It's just how it is.
Gravity. We have transfer or contact blood stains. So here we have these patterns are created when wet, bloody objects come in contact with the target surface. This can be used to identify the object or the bloody part. A wipe pattern is created from an object moving through blood stains, while a swipe pattern is created from an object leaving a blood stain. So a little important distinction.
Keep this image particularly, see this wipe pattern? Keep that wipe pattern in mind when we are looking at photos of the crime scene.
There. Well, last we have the blood spatter analysis. Is important because it can support or refute suspect statements, may be used to help reconstruct a crime scene. Proper analysis can provide the how of a crime. So this is why you not just look at it as, oh, we found blood evidence. We want to look at analyzing that splatter pattern.
Yeah. Hang on. Chance to click out of someone's face. Okay.
All right, now we're gonna get into the crime scene photographs from Idaho, from the 1122 house, folks, and this is wow, is all I could say. Is that's what I said then. But watch this.
You can see here where literally the blood has seeped into the eyelashes. You can see almost like the mouth. But now what's interesting is that a lot of this blood, you have all of this skeletonization on the outside of these blood stains here.
So for anybody that doesn't understand like what skeletonization is, I mean, it's pretty, if you look at the outside of this, it's dried. It has not evaporated per se, but it's definitely dried. Okay. But if you look in the center of this, okay, it's pooled. It's thicker. It's still, and it still looks wet. Okay. I hate not, again, trigger warning. I'm sorry. I have so many more questions now after I've seen this. Okay.
I know.
Real questions. Okay. And this blew the top off my head. Just like Meg just said, 100% way more questions, guys. This is amazing. And when we get to certain pictures, you're going to go, wait, what? And this goes right on back to the timeline, because I was going to do the timeline today, talk about it, look at that, this and that. This is 100% timeline, in my opinion. So we will see. Watch this. Like I said, the skeletonization, all the outside of this is drying, being absorbed on this spot here, drying. And you can tell by the color change. It gets darker, more brownish, not to be gross. And I'm just telling people that don't understand this. Darker, more of a brown color. Fresh pooled blood per se is this bright red color. Okay. And again, not to be gross. I'm sorry if I am. Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. There we go. Sorry about that, you guys. I should have thought about that. But anyway, and that's what is interesting, because that is what has you questioning the time at that point when we see it.
Right. And it would appear that this person was face down. Okay. And then, here on the wall, I can't tell if that is back spatter. I cannot tell if that is because it's, to me, it looks like the body was moved. Because if the person here, right, who was face down and all of this blood is here, I'm not exactly sure how their head is no longer in the photo here and they've somehow been moved over to the right. One thing I did notice about this photo too is that a lot of the blood here, you can see it's almost dry, right? A lot of these spots are basically dried, which is super interesting until you get up to this particular pooling here in the center of the blanket, as well as here, okay?
Not to me either.
Now, I don't know if you guys can see that, but that is clearly the outline of a face, which means whoever this is, they were face down, bleeding, right?
Which, from my experience, okay, just so everybody understands, that could explain, like, this could be a mouth injury, okay? and they're face down on the blanket, and it's pooling because of that mouth or nose, or something like an open crevice per se in the face that is causing an enormous amount of blood to pool. How long were they there? It's hard to tell, but to some extent, it should be showing you that the time is lapsing based on the outside of this, okay? Along with this here and the other stuff she showed. So that's just so that people understand. Anyway, that doesn't. That's all I'm saying. It could be, well, like she was saying, that you can almost see the eyelashes, the mouth shape, and all that. She's very good at pointing those things out. But that's, again, one thing again to say. Well, see, remember, typically we were told at one point that Kaylee was sitting up in the corner of the bed. That came from the Goncalves family. But again, we know there's certain things that are not true. We don't know everything, but we know some things probably aren't true. And again, Kaylee's body, thank you, Busy. I was going there next. Kaylee's body, okay, when we looked at the photographs and things about the injuries, if I'm correct, I think, because Senior Wazowski said it was flipped. So the entire right side of her body was the side that was damaged. The other side wasn't. So this will tell you that she was probably laying, possibly, say her head was here at some point, maybe down, and that was where her face had turned to, okay, if that was the right side, or maybe on the other side of it, I'm not sure. But that spatter right there could have been from blunt force trauma, being struck by something, and then it spatters down the wall in that trajectory. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's true. Mama Bear's right. That's what I was going to say. Teeth missing, facial injuries, nosebleeds, orbital injuries to the eye sockets, mouth injuries. They bleed a whole lot. Mama Bear has a medical background as well. But head injuries, things like that. So yeah, Mama Bear said they bleed more. Facial injuries bleed more than most head injuries, being more vascular. Thank you, Mama Bear. So there you go. Yes, I did, Meg. Are you talking about the alcohol comment? Okay, here, alcohol thins the blood. That I know. So if there is projectile bleeding or any of that kind of stuff, it's probably going to bleed harder, faster, and more because it's thinner, just like water as compared to sludge. Okay, water flows better when it's thinner. If that makes any sense to you guys, and it would come out easier, faster, and more. So, we know alcohol thins blood, so therefore it could have caused it to bleed more per se if there was a lot of alcohol. Well, we know that Kaylee was drinking that night, so it would thin her blood. But that's a good point. Senior said, would you be able to drink enough alcohol for it to make that much difference? That's interesting. It is a good point. Yeah, the scalp does bleed a lot. Doc Terry's right. I know, for instance, like this here, my scar from this bled horribly for a while, but it just depends on the tissue and where it's at. So very, very interesting points. I love that you guys are involved in this too, and it's very interesting. That's 100% why they don't want you to get tattoos when you're drinking, because they will bleed horribly. And I've been that idiot that's done it, and it's true. So just telling you. On we go.
And, if they were right here, face down, right? And it would appear the injury that they sustained was more to the right, where you have this much larger pooling, and then here at the mouth as well, right? You would expect to see some kind of, on the back wall here, some kind of spattering back here, but it would appear that what we have is coming this way, right? So it's super interesting to me when you look at how this stain is here on the wall in comparison to whoever this was here that was face down, and something's been moved here. Unfortunately. I mean, I don't know shit. I am no one, but this literally appears as though this person has been moved, because it would appear that they initially sustained their injury face down.
There's a good point, you guys. A good point. Okay. As we were told, she was sitting up in the corner when she was found. Is that true? We don't know. Was she moved? We don't know, but it sure as hell looks like it. She's right. If you look at that situation.
Just my opinion. I don't know shit, but based on what we're looking at here, also, it would appear these injuries, these blood droplets do appear to be mostly dry. There is quite a bit of skeletonization, even here on the pillow, around the pooling of the blood. You have quite a few areas, even around this drop here. You can see the skeletonization on the outside of the drop where it's dried. And then you still have the wetter area in the middle, right?
And I'm also going to say that to me, let me go back to right where she pointed that out, right here. Okay, this stuff here with these droplets, it makes me wonder, and because of the way this is, if there was somebody over top of this victim on their knees, on their feet, whatever, with swinging something or hitting something as they're stabbing at that point in that direction, okay, per se, because of the droplets that are there, and then what you want to, I guess you could call slight spatter there, they're very minimal. There's not as much, so that could be dripping off of whatever weapon was being used per se, as that person's over top of this. And she pointed something out a while ago that I said to her that it looked to me like somebody, it could have been a footprint, could have been a knee print, could have been anything, that somebody was on top of the victim doing this like this. That's my opinion. Okay, it doesn't mean it's real. But again, and this will go into the timeline here shortly, folks, but these things are important too. Move forward because nothing is on the back wall. Good point. Good point. There is a little bit back there. Not a whole lot, and you'll see it here in a minute. But so is the implication that the person was sat upright? It very well could be, Jen, because of that standard or that statement we were given. It very well could be. We don't know, but that's possible. Just saying. Or moved forward because there is a little bit, but not a ton.
Based on what we're looking at here, also, it would appear these injuries, these blood droplets do appear to be mostly dry. There is quite a bit of skeletonization, even here on the pillow, around the pooling of the blood. You have quite a few areas, even around this drop here. You can see the skeletonization on the outside of the drop where it's...
Exactly, Christine. Exactly. 3 minutes, huh? This is just one of the victims, but yeah, think about that.
Dried, and then you still have the wetter area in the middle, right? So it's super interesting to me that, and then you have this much larger drop here. So it's just my very layman's opinion that something, for whatever reason, this person was moved. They're not in their original position. And much of this blood is actually dry. Okay, so let's go to the next one. This is...
Now, this is a big one. This is where I'm going to get to something. This is the part that blew my mind, folks, truly.
Where it gets interesting for me, because now we are in Ethan and Xana's room.
The first thing I want to point out, and she's going to do it too, but is to look at how dark. It's kind of blurry, so it's a little bit crappy, but you can get the idea. Look how dark this is, how bright this is, how liquid this is. Realize and remember that, okay?
And as you can see here, now I'm sorry for these little things down here, okay? It was a screen share, the screen grab that I was getting on my phone to be able to try to zoom in.
Good point.
It is what it is. NBC Nightly News slapped their shit on it when they released the photos. But I think we can all get the gist here. See all these much larger pools of blood, okay? All underneath the nightstand. If you notice, none of these pools here have any like real skeletonization going on. Okay.
None. Look at the edges. The edges are just as liquid as the inside of it is. Okay. To me, this also looks as though this person may have been sitting upright or standing up in some aspects. More, in my opinion, more likely sitting on maybe the edge of the bed or something. But there's no skeletonization around this at all, folks. There's no drying anywhere. This is what, 13? We don't know when these pictures were taken. Even if they were taken, I'm just saying this for instance, at 1 in the afternoon, an hour after they were found, 1 hour after they were found. Do you think that after 10, 12 hours that would still be that liquid? Does that make any sense to anybody? Not to me. Not in my own personal experience. I've never seen anything like that. Okay. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. But just saying before we go forward, I just wanted to let that be known. Agreed, Meg. Thank you guys so much for being here with us. We appreciate you all very much.
Anybody else noticing that? Stone, welcome in. Beckles, hello. Amy Conway, hello. Good to see you. Dago. What up, Dago? Sorry, I'm just getting back to chat, guys. I was in another window. Welcome in, Dago. Always good to see you. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining, thank you for being here. Nothing half-assed. Hello. Good to see everyone. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So, as we get into this, right, you'll notice that a lot of this pooling here in Ethan and Xana's room, this is like super fresh, okay, compared to what we were just looking at in the other room. No?
Pappy.
Like we have pooling on that pillow where you can clearly see skeletonization because it has dried. It's had 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours before it's being photographed to dry. So that's why skeletonization starts on the outside and works its way in as blood is drying, right? So it's super interesting to me that you have all of these much larger pools here in Ethan and Xana's room that have not even started to there is no skeletonization occurring. That was like one of the things that kind of jumped out to me on these pools here. The other thing is what we were just looking at with those passive stains transfer. If you look on the nightstand here, I know it's a little bit blurry, but you can clearly see these passive transfer stains, right? This would appear to be someone who already has blood all over them and it is transferring like
a white pattern, like it's on their hand or maybe their arm and they're brushing against something. So it's going to make the white pattern or a smear pattern, okay? Like you're like brushing against or touching or grabbing for something maybe or dragging your hand down it. Those are going to dry faster because they're thinner. It thins the blood out to a less, just like with paint, guys. You know what I'm talking about. If you take a paintbrush and you dip it in some paint and you drag it along, it's going to dry faster because it's way thinner than what these pools of blood are, okay? But even in a period of time, a long period of time, those should have started drying a lot more than they did, and they're not. Or are they? It depends. This is, again, where the timeline comes into effect. Welcome, Dylan. Good to see you, buddy. So anyway, on we go.
From their clothing or whatever, smearing, or maybe it's dripping off their hand or something, and they are smearing it onto the nightstand. But much of what we're seeing here, a lot of this pooling, okay, like this is wild to me because there is no drying occurring. That's where it's fucking me up. There's no drying occurring. And like, look at these smears on this nightstand. Okay. See all these smears.
What is up, Legendary? Good to see you in the house today. Appreciate you very much. Dean, good to see you as well. Pappy, welcome, my friend. That's interesting, Jen. That is a good point. I didn't even think about that earlier, but it could be. It could be. We'll have to go into that after this, but good point. Thank you again. The video was provided by Miss Annie Potts. Miss Potts, thank you again for that, Annie. On we go.
Hearing these passive smears along with all of this pooling here. Transfer smears. You have these larger droplets here. Like it's like someone is literally standing here bleeding out. Right? That's literally what it looks like. And not
or sitting on the edge, like I said, leaning over, like bleeding out. That's how I was taking it too. The way the drip patterns are and the pulling patterns, it's crazy looking because of the way they're set and they're like kind of all over that area, but nowhere else. It's weird to me. Very weird to me.
Not only are they bleeding out, but they're also transferring and smearing. It's just what it looks like. I'm no one. I don't know shit. But like, look at these huge pools of blood that have no drying happening. And it's just super interesting to me because we should be seeing skeletonization, especially if, all right, I'm going to stop sharing that. I do have another one for you. Hang on. We should be seeing skeletonization, right? Especially with what's going on in the upstairs room and all of the drying of that blood. Like upstairs, it looks like that blood had 9, 10, 11, 12 hours to dry. Ethan and Xana's room, all of the blood looks incredibly fresh, in my opinion.
Now she's going to move up to the 3rd floor, I think. And there's a big difference, folks. A huge difference.
It looks incredibly fresh. And I'm going to show you what I mean. Let's open that. Let me share this. Okay. We'll get here. Let's make this bigger. Here's what I'm talking about. So, if you notice these drops here, these cast off on the back wall. Look at how fresh those are, right? If you notice here on this wall, it's all fresh. If you notice on the blanket, where we're seeing blood in the blanket, right? Almost no skeletonization happening with any of this blood. Really, no matter where you look. Pick a spot.
And I said to Annie when we were talking about this, that something that came to my mind as we were watching and thinking about all this stuff is we'll never see it, but I would love to see at that point, and of course I would want them to blur Xana out completely, but all around her, that rug and everything around her, I would love to see what range the blood is per se. What if there's any skeletonization of the blood there, or if it's all like this too. And that to me would tell its own story, folks. I'm telling you, if it's that fresh looking around her, that's crazy to me. That says that there's a huge problem. I'll just say that much with the timeline, in my opinion, or the situation, or both. So, and thank you typically for that. I'm going to pull that up next.
And there is really almost no skeletonization happening here, which is super interesting to me because this blood is supposed to be like 10 plus hours old, if not longer, at the time of these photographs. Right. So I just find that super interesting and then all of this transfer, all of these transfers here, I'm not exactly sure why none of the blood in this room is drying, but upstairs it was. So here you can kind of see better. It's not a lot of stuff on the bottom, but do you see what I mean about all of this pooling?
And even if there was a fan on or fans or anything like that, the heat's still going in this house, mind you. Okay. But if there were fans or anything, we don't know any of that. If they had there was no ceiling fans from my understanding, but somebody answered that question for me earlier. But any other kind of fans going, any of that would have helped that to dry more, but we don't know that there were any. I'm just going to say there wasn't. So the floors should have some kind of a heat to them. Granted, it was brought up that the doors were left open, but this is the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. Okay. So, and we were also told that Xana's door was partially closed.
Can I put something?
Please do. Please do.
I know I'm gonna No.
Hold on. Is it echoing? All right, go for it. I took it down for right now.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's mine. Go ahead.
The part of the wall that Annie was just showing on the wall. Are you sure it's blood? To me, I'm looking on my phone and I'm pinching it to get real big. It almost looks like the knife went into the wall. Like it's a gouge in the wall.
Hold on here. Let me get back to where that was.
Does anybody else notice that?
I mean, it looks like blood, but I can't see it any. I see what you're saying now. They do look like gouges. They do look like gouges. Mama Bear, hello. Hold on. Can you hear me, Mama Bear?
Hello.
I just think that's interesting. Like, there were misses.
Good point. That would be
I have kind of questioned that before too.
okay. This is why we do this. Hold on. There we go. Right there.
I've gone back and forth.
You know what? That's a good catch. Typically, I don't know. Is that blood? Because it's
You
kind of
gotta
blurry.
share.
It's hard to say that, but they do almost look like you missed and you stabbed the wall instead, and you pulled back out. Because that's that's wild.
Or even just like the tip went down this wall.
Yes.
Something, yeah, like the tip of the knife went in and came back out. But look at the width of that though. So okay, let's say that's it. That is what that is. That ain't a typical K-bar knife. Look how like for instance right here.
You're not showing anything.
Yeah, you have to present it again.
Okay, hold on. Jesus, I'm a ding dong.
You said it, not me.
You hush your mouth, boy. Anyway, damn Patriots fan. See this here, where my cursor is right here. Like, look the width of that blade. If that was a blade that went into the wall, that's definitely not just a 7-inch K-bar knife. That's way wider. Okay. Mm-hmm. And even if this is just say the tip of one, it's not as long as this one is, but it's still, this knife has to be bigger than a damn K-bar. So that's a secondary side to this that we're looking at. But if you're right, that's interesting because I never looked at it like that. That could be what that is. Damn. Good catch. Very good catch. Interesting.
It's so weird that all that blood too is in that area because Xana's away from that. Ethan's in the bed.
So was that Ethan?
Yeah. Who was it? And were they standing, like to your point?
Or sitting on the edge of the bed? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is that the dresser that they said got moved, or the little end table that was, they said seemed to be?
I think maybe. Yeah, I think so. Hey, Summer, good to see you. Nana Cal, good to see you as well. So yeah, I mean, we just got something else out of this possibly, guys. What if those aren't blood marks? Because that would make sense as to why they're so dark. If it was somebody going forward, because I'm still telling you, I feel like somebody was on top of the victims doing this, like holding them down possibly and going at them. And if you missed or that person's moving and you're trying to get to that thing, yep, you could miss or hit the wall or something like that. That's crazy.
That would have to be one hell of a blade. And
like I said, yes.
Yeah, but that also brings up the problem of if it was like a machete or something like that, then you wouldn't be like stabbing.
No,
that's what I was going to ask. Isn't that more of a striking, like
a slashing?
Slash.
Yeah. Yes. Could be. See,
you
this
don't
blade
stab with machetes, right?
No, you would be more like chopping, hacking, slashing. Yes.
But aren't K-bars different sizes?
The K-bar that they're stating based on the sheath, quote unquote, was a 7-inch Marine Corps USMC K-bar knife, which this is bigger than. This is just I don't know what you would call this, but you see how big the blade is on this after you get past the tip?
Right.
Okay. K-bar knife, it typically is a 7-inch long blade. Okay. That's about maybe like this part thickness. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So this looks bigger to me. It does. It's hard to tell because we're not on like right up in front of it, but I don't know, but it causes more questions as always. Now that you pointed that out, now I'm really like, what the hell? You know what I mean?
You're saying a 7-inch blade because of the sheath, but are there?
They're calling the K-bar
12-inch blades, 18-inch blade. Like, are there different sizes?
I'm sure there are with the K-bar brand. Yes, 100%. Right. I have a machete here too. My son had it. I don't know where it went, but machete is about.
And just because there was a K-bar sheath doesn't necessarily mean that was the knife that was used.
They could have taken a knife like this into that sheath. It would have slid in. Now maybe not fit comfortably, but it still would have slid into it. Thank you, Meg. But yeah, good point. And hold on, I showed my machete before, but my son moved it. Axe mark in the Alaska axe murder. Huh? Oh shit. Okay, so Meg, this is an axe mark in a wall from the Alaska axe murders. So, I mean, that's interesting, Meg. That would just be a piece or a part of that too. Interesting, very interesting. Thank you, Meg. Awesome.
There were rumors of the axe missing.
There was the axe throwing axes. There was machete talk. There was the K-bar. We've also heard there's multiple weapons. And that's the other thing too. Tandy made a good point. K-bar knife blade is very thin. Okay. And if we're going to go with what they're claiming, in fact, let me show it to you real quick. Okay. 1 second. We'll just do this real quick to make it easier. This is what they're calling the weapon of choice that was used on everything according to them. Okay, which I know we don't believe them, but and here we go. So just to get a look at this, 1 second here. You see it? This is the standard K-bar right there. The width of it's not very long. The blades are known to be brittle, all that kind of stuff. But this is what the standard version of one would be. And the one that they keep referring to as the weapon that was used. So
did they ever specify whether it had like the serrated
I believe it was stated that it wasn't serrated. I believe. Don't quote me because it's been a long time. They are built to last, but I've seen, because in the very beginning we went and watched like testing on this, and I've talked to many people from the military that I have these that were handed these from the military and said that they will break, that bone could break these depending on how many times they were used. I'm not saying that it was that happened. I'm just telling you it's possible. But that's the basic version of what they're saying was used. Okay.
That's another thing that the medical examiner would have to do for every single wound.
Yes.
Every single wound would need to be identified as, how long of a blade, what type of a blade, all of that. And I think that's going to tell us something different if we ever see that.
Yes, you are absolutely 100% right. And Mabbott said this was done by a very large bladed weapon. Very large blade, she said more than once. Again, more answers, Nana. Or more questions? Yes, you're correct.
Meg was asking too if you could show that axe in the wall picture.
I can pull it back up again. Did I not show it to you?
You didn't share it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Meg. Hold on. I thought I did. Yeah, here we go. 1 second. One minute. Sorry about that, you guys. There we go. Let's see if I can blow it up a little bit bigger for you guys.
Interesting.
It is. It is very much.
Because with the one in Xana's room, it looks like a stab that would have had to have dragged down the wall to make the mark. Who's going to do that if you miss? It's just going to go in and out, right?
Yep, ma'am.
Oh.
Hey, Redacted, good to see you. But yeah, see, this is why we do these things, is to start finding some of this truth out of this mess. Please, possibly.
Where was this?
This is from something else, but this is an example of an axe from an axe murder that happened in the wall. Let's see.
And that makes sense because it's a long blade aimed at something, and the whole side of the blade went into the wall and made the mark.
It could be. And here, real quick,
in and drag down.
Shizzy, just if you can see it here, that's what my machete blade looks like too. Right here, you can see it. This is serrated though, but they do make machetes that aren't serrated. Mine is, but this one is not. But that's a large blade, very large blade. And look right here. If you see the tip of the machete, that point that you made, typically see this part right here?
Yes.
That could be that there was a slashing movement happening and it hit the wall and bounced off. And
Yeah, it would have to be something with a long
long
edge
reach.
like that to hit the wall and make a cut into it from one strike.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. That's a great point. Damn it, where did mine go? But like I said, just the tip right there. I hate saying that. Sorry. But just the tip right there, hitting the wall and coming back. That makes perfect sense to me because it's not big enough to go. Because that would be like you probably put a hole in a wall completely with that. But if you're just missing on a slash movement and it hits the wall and sticks for a minute and move and back to it again. So yes, that makes a whole lot of sense. Thank you, Pizzy.
Like, here's my knife. It's a decorative knife, but if I was to sharpen it, it could be dangerous. So hold on. Ignore me. I look awful.
Oh, stop it. You do not. Yeah, see? Now, and here's the weird thing, folks, is there was a person in this case.
Wow.
That made these things like what Mama Bear's showing, made specialty type knives and blades and weird things like that. Yeah, that was the one we just looked at here. The one on the screen is a serrated Bowie knife. It reminds me of mine. That's crazy, Mama Bear. I please not to ever you when you have that thing close to you. Yeah, just the tip can cause problems too, Tandy. You are correct. So, and this is the non-serrated Bowie, which is kind of what I was just showing you that I have is somewhat of a Bowie knife. If you can see it, hold on a minute. Yeah, that's large too. And imagine what that could do to the wall behind that person. You know what I mean?
Right. Anything what you've been showing makes sense, but not that little 7-inch bar. No.
That's the point I'm trying to make. I do not believe you because if it was a forward plunge, it would shove it into the wall and we would have saw a whole difference. Okay. Just saying. That's a huge point to me. And yes, I know this has nothing to do with the timeline, but we will get back to that point, guys. This is just as important though because of the weapons, plural, that were used. Sorry. It could be, Tonka. It could be. There was a person in this case that was talked about at one point that makes these types of things, that makes these bladed weapons. This is their hobby. I can't remember who it was, but they do. They do. So you just never know. And we've seen pictures of the students in different aspects holding crazy looking weapons and knives and swords and weird shit. So you just don't know. Nothing says I often thought a hatchet or a tomahawk double-edged weapon. Yeah, it could be nothing. Absolutely. Yes, weapons, plural, because there was more than one used. I'm sorry, but I believe that. All right. Anyway, let me move this out of your way. And this too. Thank you, Fizzy. Thank you, all you guys, everybody. I love the interaction. And then back to that. See, I can't. Now that's all I see now. Typically, that's all I see.
Because it has that curve to it on the end.
At first, when I was looking at it, I told you I pulled it up and I'm like, I don't see red. I didn't really see red.
No, it makes sense
and it
now.
looks really indented, right? Like it's really a gouge.
They look like gouge marks. You are absolutely right.
And I think you would see a lot more blood around it.
There'd be drips around it, I think. You're right. Instead of that perfect line. That's a good point. Yeah. This is why we do this, see?
And even those smaller ones look like piercings, like the tip of it.
The very tip, yes. Just like like here and here and here and here. Yes, 100%.
Man, you'd think that then the target would have been like up against the wall.
Right. And if that is that Kaylee's room, that would explain what they said where she was. I don't know, maybe, but wow.
Oh, that's not Ethan's room. That's not Xana's room still.
I don't know. I don't know for 100% if that was, but if it was, that would explain Kaylee being up against the wall. Or
that would make the most sense. Yeah,
it would. Yes, it would. The tip is the word. Tip is the word of the day. Tip. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. Wait, how the Pee Wee Herman show? The word of the day. You have to say somebody say tip.
Lord. Don't put Tip and Pee Wee Herman in the same sentence.
So every time somebody says the word of the day, that happens now. Anyway,
Don't
black
tip
pillow
me.
underneath. Yeah, this is wild. This is why I'm glad you guys joined me.
Who had the
Eric
black
Gower.
pillow?
I don't remember. Eric Gower had the machete, didn't he? I don't know if he did or if he didn't. One of those guys that were making these types of weapons, guys. Was it
Yeah, those machetes are crazy.
Cole Berenberg that made the specially made bladed weapons, Mama Bear? Do you remember that?
I'm not sure.
Or was it Eric Gower, the young one? The younger rideshare driver, because that's another conversation too. That's the ceiling, then down the wall. Yeah. As if they were coming forward, or that all of that makes sense now. I believe that too, Tonka, that a golf club was involved possibly too, and that's what happened to her face, sadly.
I think the chat's saying this is still Xana's room.
Well, and I'm telling you, I think somebody was straddling the victims doing this. So that could make some sense too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with Mikey. I don't think it was Gower.
The driver?
Yeah, I don't think.
That committed the crime? No. That's not what I'm saying.
No, you were asking about the.
I'm trying to remember who it was that made the weapon.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
No, I got you. I don't think it was either. But now we've been told that there's a possibility that Gower wasn't even the driver. Because like you were here earlier when we talked about the older person. Remember that? So
yeah, that chick came in. Yeah.
Someone said the guy with the green Elantra made weapons.
The Adam guy, whatever his name was. Okay. Maybe that was how it came out. Good point. That's, again, appreciate you guys for that. Thank you. That's true. I do remember that now. Okay. Anyway, on we go. Here we go.
So just to try to catch up to what you were talking about when I first came in. So are we pushing the judging by the blood drops? Are we pushing the time of the murders back like way?
I'm saying that I believe it changed. Definitely, it's not what they've given us. I've been saying that for a while, but I think this adds more to the possibility of it's not what they told us. If this is true, okay, look how.
I mean, if it's not dry, that would indicate, and there's no skeletonization, that would indicate that it was later in the morning, 6, 7 o'clock versus.
Plus, remember something, Mom. I don't know if you heard this, but remember we just heard Olivia say that it looked like even after they stopped breathing, this person continued to stab them and do different things to their body, their experimental wounds and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That was stated that she was told that by prosecution. So what does that mean? If it's echoing, let me know and I'll pull it down real good. Does that mean that this went on longer than they're stating it did? Does it mean that it happened later than they said that it did? I don't know, but it sure as hell looks like something's different. I mean, look how this. I can't go past this. I can't get past this. This is way too fresh looking for this to have happened when they said that it did, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm struggling with right here. And I think we've always struggled with the timeline. And I think this adds to that to help to see why we're struggling with it. You know what I mean? I don't know. It still looks to me like somebody was either sitting on the bed or standing. I will say that much. Or there you go. Or the upstairs, the third floor happened way earlier than Xana and Ethan did. You know what I mean? They weren't done in the same period of time. Which, if that's the case, that's very strange to me. Which is possible because do we know when Xana and Ethan actually got home? Nope, we don't.
Michelle, if kind of hard to explain.
Say again?
As she said, if you have passed, would blood still spatter?
It's not going to squirt. If your heart stops, there's no squirting. But if you're, how can I explain this? Like,
I know it was like, that's kind of hard to explain.
it is very hard to explain, but you can still get splatter. It depends on what you're doing. Okay. Like say like a chopping movement. Okay. Like that. When you okay, for instance, if you take a spoon and you smack it in water, it comes out. Okay. There's no pressure behind this, so it's not going to squirt. But if you come down on it hard with a bladed edge, it could splatter up or spatter, whatever you want to call it.
That's true. Nothing half-assed. Blood could get mixed in with urine.
That's okay. Good point. Thank you. Never thought of that.
So I was looking into the article on how long it would take blood to dry, and it really closes up the timeline to, given the fact that it was cooler that day, closer to freezing temperatures. That takes the timeline down to 3 hours between if the blood is still hasn't dried.
Okay, so and then this is what typically sent me over here. All right, you see the difference in the color of the blood? This is the skeletonization. This is how it should be looking on the floor at this point. Based on what we have seen, let me blow it up more because that still looks kind of low. Oh, wait a minute. Can I move that? Damn it, Dago. Derp. All right, that's as big as I can get it without it disappearing. So if this is the actual timeline, you guys, the time that it took for this to happen and then be found out and investigate, all that, this should start to look this way over here. You see how the edges are starting to skeletonize on the sides? But we're seeing this and this, not this, this, or this at all. That's wild to me. And I was just thinking about what you said. Nothing about if it was mixed with urine. I think it would be more liquefied, more watery, more waterized and thinner looking, discolorized, maybe a pinker color, and it would be spread out more, like a pool of something more than those little puddles. You know what I'm saying? It's just a thought. That's all. It could be. You could be absolutely right. It's just a thought. But these 1, 2, 3 of these 3 right here is what we're seeing. Not these 3 at all. That's a big issue to me. Thank you for this. Typically, I like this chart. And this is, what are these? These are hours here. These numbers. Right?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. So if you look at this, we're at the 8, 10, 12, 13 hour range based on the crime. That should be completely, at this point, even at 6 hours, it's starting to dry out. That doesn't match, you guys. It doesn't match at all.
So we're looking at 8, 9 o'clock.
Or earlier, maybe a little earlier. Did this happen after 6 a.m.? We don't know.
The whole thing points more towards some sort of like there was torture, and then finally, because you got.
That's what I was going at.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's what I was getting ready to head at. Thank you.
Because like I have no doubts that stuff did start to get really weird at 4 a.m. or even earlier.
Well, now that we've seen the injuries and heard the injuries, Dylan, you're tearing them up. Ease up, Mama Bear. We can hear it. You're beat that thing up.
I'm like a bull in a china shop.
Throw the keyboard at the screen next. Mike just said that too. Damn, she's still beating up them keys. Hilarious. Anyway, but think about that. That's interesting. The torture aspect to this. Okay, what if that's what was done throughout the night, early in the morning till who knows what time? Maybe that's what the 8 hours is about, you guys. You know what I mean? That would make more damn sense. Maybe they tortured these people for 6, 7 hours, which is insane to think of. But is it that far off? Anybody?
No, because that's 10 hours for it to fully dry. No, I know on the left side, it's It's got M and then grams, like the size of the blood.
Yeah. The line
I don't know
there
if it
is
matters, the amount.
the thickness and I know what you mean, and like the depth
Right.
and all that. But still, those pictures we're looking at, they look pretty.
Right.
They look like pretty pooled, pretty thick. You know what I mean? The mass. That's it. There we go. So it's still, but that would make sense. Like they were tortured for a period of time, and I hate saying this because God help them, God bless them, but and then maybe finally ended their lives at some point, and that would explain not calling 911, not anybody saying anything. Think about that. Damn.
And would explain why Bethany wants nothing to do with the state of Idaho.
And the whole lying thing with Dylan and Bethany per se. Think about that. You know what I mean? Thank you, Meg. Take your time, dear.
So if that guy that gets picked up at 5, it's like 5 in the morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 6 hours till they call 911, but they got there immediately. So
right. That was at 11:58. Thank you.
Nope, that makes 7 hours.
And then Tomboy just said that, and then she still goes back to the original press conference with the slip of 8 a.m. instead of 11:56. Yes, I remember that. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
So think about that. So if they got there earlier, 5 a.m. and the photos were earlier, then you wouldn't see the drying.
Yeah. If they got there earlier, as far as like the response time, you mean?
Right. I don't know.
I don't know what to say. That's crazy, but it's wild.
Is the 911 call time-stamped?
I believe. But what does that mean?
There was something we were looking at and it wasn't time-stamped. I can't remember what that was. And people were saying, how could that not be time-stamped?
That's a good point. That's a very good point because they all are.
Yeah, there was something.
I can't remember what it was, though. What was that?
I do not remember.
Anybody in chat remember? I don't even remember what I was looking at.
Yeah, and that's true.
Why do I want to say one of Dylan's interviews? Because I remember somebody saying there's not a timestamp on here. There's nothing on here.
No, those interviews, none of them had timestamps. That's true. Meg, Lucy, anybody?
Well, Annie's proving her point that the blood doesn't lie, and it's pointing out a whole lot of other things to us.
It sure as hell is. Again, more damn questions, but
right.
And yeah, nothing is right, folks. Once the heart stops beating, there's no pressure behind it to spray as blood does. Okay, if you were to cut the jugular when somebody's heart's beating, it's going to spray like a hose. But when that heart stops beating, it'll just drip and then bleed out. Okay.
I'm also thinking that some of the spatter, like I know a lot of it's going to just come right out of the victims on the bedding, on the floor and all of that. But the stuff on the walls, I'm thinking is flinging off the weapon.
Coming off the weapon. Yeah. 100%. And but again, Annie pointed something out in this, which I should shut up and let it play, and it'll get to that point where, hey, Melissa, welcome. Blood can get a pink tint if it's mixed with another liquid. That I've seen, like water or some other liquid. It will thin the viscosity of the blood color and the thickness of it per se, but it's got to be a lot of other liquid. But again, this seems like whoever did this took their time. This was not a hurry up, do this and get out in 3 minutes time situation. Okay. And I'm going to the torture side of this now, guys. It's sad, but it sure as hell looks that way in some aspects. And it could be very, very much so. This looks like this person or somebody was leaning over here. Oh, I should probably show it to you again, right?
That'd be nice.
It would help. Like these look like somebody could have been leaning and dripping, okay, from the mouth or the head or something. These pools. Hold on. I'm gonna shut up and just let it play so you can.
These transfers here. You know, I'm not exactly sure why none of the blood in this room is drying, but upstairs it was. So here you can kind of see better. It's not a lot of stuff on the bottom, but do you see what I mean about all of this pooling, right? Notice that all of this pooling, like this shit is still like super glossy, shiny, very.
Absolutely. And see, like right here, if you can see my cursor moving down here, like right around the edge, there's slight skeletonization. And right here, it's thinner and nowhere near as thick as this blood is. So it's starting to dry slightly, but this is hours in, which is crazy to me.
Very wet. There is no skeletonization happening even on the outer edges of any of this pooling. Even as you get up to the nightstand, you know, some of this looks a little bit dry, but it's more like smeared rather than dry, I guess is the best way that I could.
And that could be the killer themselves, like moving that out of their way with their hands, with blood all over their hands, and like dragging the drag marks or the smear pattern and stuff because they have blood on their hand or something like that too. You know what I mean?
Describe what I'm trying to talk about here. And now let's look here. So this is Ethan and Xana's bed. This is what I'm talking about. See here. These drops here are like soaked, right? Still super, super wet. And then even when you get back up here.
Okay, so that was Ethan and Xana's room with those marks on the wall with the black pillows.
You can see the pattern in which the weapon itself is literally coming up. And as the weapon is coming up and being raised, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a bigger picture where I'll show you. There's 7. There are 7 droplets along this wall, along with 2 of these cast off downward trajectory droplets here. Okay. If you see on the back wall, you got 1. It starts out over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 1 here. 9. You have these 3 here. These drops here on the bed. But notice. See.
And see if those are slash marks, those little droplets here, that those could be blood droplets because they're coming off the knife as it hit the wall. You know what I mean? Somewhat like a cast off type thing. It's little splatters. That could be like when something hits something, things on it, like water will bounce off of it per se. Just saying.
Like you're bringing the weapon up.
I almost think.
Go ahead.
That those 2 marks could have been the first 2 jabs, just because I think if there was blood on the blade, then you would have seen more blood than what's on there.
Around the that could be that they missed. That's a good point.
I think you would have seen a little bit of red around the
like
marks.
Around this.
And the little dots almost look evenly spaced to me.
So that could have came from the victim itself, and those slash marks could be because the person that they were going after moved their head or their body or something. And that's a good point. Let me bring it back up again. I gotta figure this out. It's driving me nuts. So we can't talk without taking it down.
It's literally dripping as you bring the weapon up, and then force as you pull the weapon back and then bring it back down. Centrifugal force is going to kick in, right? You're getting these droplets. They're literally just following gravity. And as you bring the weapon back.
That's a good point, Pappy. I think that like Xana was killed where she's at, basically, or at least in that vicinity, and per se. So that's my opinion. I'm just saying, but I get what you're saying. about the rest of it.
Down, you're going to get these more elongated droplets. I don't know. That to me just seems like.
That's the guy that owns the green Elantra Senior. Yes, that's correct.
Makes sense, but I mean, I could be wrong, but like, look at this. Look at all of this pooling where no drying is occurring. And I don't know how that's possible for all of the, if everybody was kind of attacked and, you know, taken around the same time, I would expect the blood in both places, for the most part, it should be dried pretty similarly. So it's super interesting to me that all of this blood in this room for Ethan and Xana is still so unbelievably fresh, even after like 10 plus hours. But upstairs, it looks dried and like how it should look. It's very interesting. And like none of the blood in this room looks like it's had time to dry. And you can even see like literally the cast off pattern here on the back wall. Stop sharing that for a second. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know, Beckles. That's what I was trying to determine too, because obviously heat, cold temperatures, things like that are going to affect how like blood dries and stuff. The problem that I'm having is like, allegedly the front door was wide open. We don't know how long it was open for. It's just super interesting to me that if everybody was allegedly killed in their sleep at the same time, in the same house, say the front door wasn't left open, everything is copacetic, we'll go by the original narrative. Everyone's asleep. They're all killed in their sleep. I don't understand how both rooms have entirely different looking blood. Regardless of anything else, I don't understand how blood in one room looks like it just happened, whereas blood in the other room looks like it's hours upon hours old, because that's just not how blood operates. So, super interesting. In my opinion, I'm no one, no facts here. You know, I don't know shit. But there is, you know, in case I'm gonna do this just so that, you know, hopefully, because I know that my own video, I won't copyright strike myself. So the reason I showed you those two videos, okay, that are from actual professors, universities, okay, is to be able to show you this. And you can even.
Yeah, that was from Ethan in Xana's room. Right there.
Scientists learn to read this record. They look at the size-shape distribution of bloodstains. This information can reconstruct a sequence of actions. It can corroborate or refute witness statements. It is a powerful tool in the search for truth.
See, that's why I wanted, if they could keep her blurred, because I don't need to see her. Nobody does, in my opinion. But around her, I would like to see how dry or not dried the blood was around her, in my opinion. Do you know what I mean? I think that would tell a little more, it just to say.
So can I talk real quick? Sorry.
Yes. No, go ahead. No,
I asked you about this the other day. So now I understand it was a throw rug, right? That she's like bunched up on or
black
whatever.
rug. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you look around where she's blurred out, it's a hardwood floor. I don't see any signs of any pooling of anything there. You would just think, I guess, unless it ended, you know, it ends inside of that area. But to me, to be laying on the floor with the injuries she had,
she should be bleeding out.
Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you. That was the next point I was going to make. So it makes you wonder. Okay. And I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole. But maybe this torture thing is something I've been thinking about, but maybe this didn't all happen here and it just ended here. Okay. Maybe this happened somewhere throughout the house. Parts of it were cleaned up. The stuff by the stairs. The kitchen is a big issue for me because we know how much blood was on the counter in the kitchen, okay? And it's been talked about. Remember when Xana was supposedly putting her food from her DoorDash? Yeah, the DoorDash. And that we saw the bowl, we saw the food in the kitchen. Maybe she was in the kitchen when she was attacked, okay? And that's where the majority of what happened to her happened, possibly. She goes back to the room to try to get away at some point, and that's where she finds her demise.
Unless it's all in that throw rug.
The
only thing.
It could have absorbed it all. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it could have. Yeah.
There was a pink throw with hearts. Yeah, Dylan had some clothes that had blood on them that were taken, but interesting, very interesting. I don't know. But here's the thing: is if Xana did run from the kitchen to her bedroom, unless it was cleaned up, where's the blood trail? Okay, that could have been part of the cleanup. I don't know, but there should be a trail from the kitchen to her.
Yes, exactly. No matter who,
But we do know that there's the area by the back door where it looks like somebody collapsed and bled out underneath those stools. With the Amido black that was put down. Also, the door frame, there was blood all over that. It looked like the counter had blood all over it, so on and so forth. So I still feel like something happened in that kitchen. Unless it did, and these people were carried to their room and put in different places. I know that sounds crazy to some aspect, but does it really?
I've heard a lot of people talking about that for a long time.
I know, and I don't try to go with the whole conspiracy theory stuff, but at some point, we have to look at what's real and what's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're looking at what we're seeing.
That's it. We're looking at what they gave us. And again, I know I've counted that out in a lot of ways. Like, we have to question what they gave us because none of it's true most of the time. So that's what I'm saying. They're showing us this, but is this the truth? Did it happen in a different way? And this was staged. A lot of people believe that the scenes were staged. And again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying any of this happened outside the house. I don't believe that. But that doesn't mean something didn't happen in a different room. Okay. And they put them in these places just as much as we were told Kaylee was found sitting up in the corner on the bed. She could have been placed there. Okay. We were also told that they found Kaylee laying over top of Maddie in the bed. Well, we don't even know it's true. That's the problem. We were told that Ethan was on the bed. Xana's on the floor. That could have been, again, they were put there. Okay. I don't know, but damn, nothing happened outside though. I don't believe that, or at a different site, and they were brought here. I don't believe that at all. That's too much, folks. I heard they were killed at Linda Lane and brought there in a U-Haul. Stop, because do you realize the attention that would have drawn? First off, how many people said, "I saw a U-Haul in front of they didn't." So you know what I mean. That kind of attention was not drawn to this.
So what if?
Some of them were, Mike.
So what if Ethan and Xana came home at 4? Whether they drove home or they walked home, or whatever the case, they had pre-ordered DoorDash to meet them when they got there.
Of course, yeah.
They go into the house, and they see whoever in the midst of torturing Kaylee and Maddie.
Or here, yeah.
Xana screams, because we do hear a scream from the 11-12 door cam.
Oh my God. Or the Linda Lane where you hear what sounds like Xana screaming, oh my God. Yeah, I've heard that too.
That's where you get the scream, and it just goes downhill from there.
It's all possible, dude. But at the same time, we don't have
because I don't think the attack on Xana could have started in the kitchen, because she would have a clear line of sight of whoever's coming at her.
Unless somebody came from behind her and she was standing at that countertop putting her food in a bowl in front of the stove, and they came behind her, maybe down the stairs.
She would have heard somebody come. She would have heard it, and instinctively you would have turned.
We don't know the condition she was in when she did get home, though, Dylan. She could have been like drunk as hell. And I know when I'm drunk, I don't hear everything or see everything. We don't know because we don't know when they got home. But that's a good point you're making as well. Don't get me wrong. But like I said, if she went up to that counter by the stove and was putting her food in a bowl or was even standing there eating it, we don't know if there was music playing in the background. We don't know what was going on, but somebody could have tiptoed behind her, snuck up behind her, grabbed her, whatever, and chased her out of the room after they did what they did. I don't know. It's all anything could be anything at this point.
I don't think there's any way that I would ever believe that those cops don't know what time Ethan and Xana got home.
I'm sure
They
they
know
do.
what time they got home. There's
Yes.
their health data from their phones. There's Wi-Fi connections. There's video cameras.
I agree with you.
They have to know. They have to know.
I wholeheartedly agree with you on
In
that
my
one.
opinion.
Yep, I do agree. I think they know a lot more about everything than they've told us, but they won't tell us because that plays into this situation per se.
Yeah, they're either like I said, as soon as everything started coming out, they're either covering for the undercover cops or they're covering for Greek Row.
Or both.
Yeah, or it could be both.
And don't discount either one of those situations at this point, you guys. There's people like, well, it was very cold in that house, so on and so forth, because the front door was left open, and it's right here by Xana. Okay, now let's think about logically how this would work. Okay, if the back door and the front door were wide open for hours, still, again, we were told that Xana's room was partially closed, but the heat's still going in this house. These are kids, most of them female. I'm sure they were cold and kept the heat on 75, 80 or something like that. These are hardwood floors. They're not carpeted, so the house probably stays cold, so they keep the heat at a gentle temperature, I'm going to guess. It's not going to reach the third floor at all, in my opinion. And if it does, it's very little, the temperature-wise, okay? Because heat rises, not to mention it has to climb through that whole area to get up there, so it's very little of it's going to get up there. So the temperature inside the house probably wasn't that cold on these levels. Down on the ground level, sure. But then again, remember that Ethan said, or not Ethan, Hunter said that he had to hit the code to the front door to get in to get to the other two. Remember that? So somebody closed the door at some point. I'm just saying. I don't know.
The door was open and the heat was on. The heat would have worked overtime, so it could have got really, really warm on the third floor.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say, and I didn't say it, but yes. I think these pictures for Mike, these came from Snyder's phone, I think. And he's not a professional photographer. I don't think he's supposed to even do this. I'm just saying, don't quote me, but let me throw the rest of this up real quick and get through this. I really appreciate you all being here, and thanks for joining us, Mom Bear. I appreciate it.
Blood speaks a silent language. We just need to know how to listen and interpret what it is telling us. It is a discipline that combines physics, biology, and careful observation. This field is not about making guesses. It is based on scientific principles. The way blood behaves when it leaves the body follows the laws of physics. The size of a blood drop tells a story about speed and force. This is a fundamental concept in bloodstain analysis. The term we use is velocity, which refers to the speed of the impact that creates the drops. We categorize spatter into three main groups. Low-velocity spatter results from forces traveling at less than 5 feet per second. These drops are typically large, usually 4 millimeters in diameter or more. They are often created by blood dripping from a wound due to gravity alone. They are big, round, and tell a story of a slow, passive event. Think of a simple nosebleed, or a cut finger dripping onto the floor. Medium velocity spatter is created by forces between 5 and 25 feet per second. This results in smaller droplets, generally between 1 and 4 millimeters.
All right, let me show you something Molly did real quick. Hold on. This is interesting. Thank you, Molly. Hold on. So these are the marks that we were looking at that typically said look more like slash marks. Okay. These are the first two. These are dots, of course. She put color behind them. Excuse me, to change the the aspect of it to show it up a little bit better. And then there's these. It's kind of interesting. So it could be either or, to be honest with you. Hold on. That's blowing it up. So maybe they are.
Go back to that. Go back one on the roll. Kind of zoom in on the bottom slice, because it kind of looks like it's it's kind of a flap at the top, or is that the paper?
I think that's the wall. You talking about right there?
Yeah.
Although it does kind of look like the what Meg showed us, the axe,
because there's like a crease right next to it.
Around it, you mean?
Yeah.
The whiter part. That could be the wall being opened up from the injection mark. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you break open drywall by stabbing it with something, you're gonna have the crumble around the edges where it's whiter than the rest of it, because it tore the paper on the top surface part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it could be, like I said, she just enlarged it and made this one and this one kind of resemble the axe marks. That's wild.
Yeah, those don't look like blood marks to me.
No, I agree. I do agree. Anyway, thank you, Mom. Wow, you gave me a heart attack. That's cool.
That was Matt.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And then Meg sent this over. Shit, hold on. Oh, wait a minute. It's not going to let me do it. These are knife examples. What the hell? There we go. Hang on, everybody. I really got to blow that up. Like somebody taking a knife and, you know what I mean? Thank you, Meg. It's where we need to work for our own PD down somewhere. Put a private investigation company together, because we would solve something for real.
Yeah, that looks more like the one we were looking at in the room. Just looks deeper.
They were like, these are just surface, like slash cuts, scrapes, or scratches.
Right.
That goes into the drywall.
Can you zoom in on one of them?
One of these?
Yeah, just one of
How
them.
close I can get. It's about as close as I can get there. They didn't break the drywall. They're still all surface.
Just for the record, if you do want to do a private police force, I want to play the dirty cop.
Sounds good, bud. No worries.
The one that believes in enhanced interrogation.
Okay.
I have another crazy idea. You were zoomed in before you showed this picture on just one of the marks in the wall. Could you go back to that?
I can. Thank you, Meg, so much, hon. Hold on. Where's Molly?
I usually don't do this kind of speculating, but this is crazy.
Well, it's wild though, isn't it? Let me get the big one up here. All right, here we go.
So the whole one, the one that's just like the mark, like that one, down.
Right there?
No, down.
Right there.
Yeah. Okay. Now it looks different. But when I was looking at it earlier, I'm like, is that a hole? Like a bullet hole?
Oh yeah. Well, wait a minute, because
there's like 3 of them.
I know, and we looked at the outside of the house. There were pictures of the outside of the house taken. Tomboy pointed out, and we really looked into it, that it looked like a bullet hole coming from inside out of the house.
Ooh.
Okay, just one, but still, that's enough. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. That's, it's blown up really big now, and it wasn't a very big bullet. It was like a 22 or something like that, but still. I don't know. Then again,
I know it's got it's blown up so big we can see every single little, but right there, that view, that view looks like a hole.
They both, all 1, 2, 3, 4 of them do. Yes,
Yep.
you're right.
Yep.
And small bullet. a small ammo size. So yeah, that's Jesus. You're killing me today.
Like a firecracker.
Uh-huh.
Firecracker sound.
That's interesting. I'll say that much. That is quite interesting. Thank you, Molly, for those. And typically, good looking out. Good eye. Good eye. Good eye. You guys are great. That's why I love doing this. Oh, hey, SRB. I didn't even know you were here. Happy Sunday to you, dear. Anyway, good eye. Very good eye. So we don't know for sure, but there is photos of the outside of the house that on that side, I think it was Xana's side of the house. I think. Yeah, it was. And there was Tomboy pointed out what looked like a bullet hole. And then SRB was looking at it. She even asked her husband, who was military again, and he said he can even see where it looks like the bullet may have come out and the siding opened up around it. You know what I mean?
Oh wow.
Yeah. If we had those photographs again, I would show you. But
Well, we saw how thin the house was.
Oh, it's
when
shitty.
they tore it down.
Yes, yes.
Blow on it and it could have fallen over.
Yeah, it was like matchstick put together. It was a joke. Completely. Cat K, good to see you. It was a joke. And when they tore the front of the house off, everything kind of fell into itself, and you could tell how cheap it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very cheap. Very cheap. Very interesting. Let me move this real quick.
I know somebody in the chat asked, has it ever been confirmed that it was blood that was running down the side of the house?
I believe they stated that it was. Law enforcement did.
Okay. I didn't know if they ever actually said it or not. But
Yeah, it was definitely blood. But
yeah.
I have no doubt about that. What did I just do? Hold on, you guys. I want to get to the end of that part of it. 1 minute.
SRB said that was outside the house from likely Maddie's room, the hole.
Was it Maddie's room?
That's what SRB said.
Maybe she's right. I thought it was on the other side, but okay. I remember her
We don't have
talking.
more photos from those rooms so we could look.
Yeah, I know. Fully agree. Fully agree. Okay, hold on. Let me put this back in. Here we go.
But yeah, seeing the discrepancy now that we have more photos of the blood, it kind of makes me look at the Chapins and the Laramies kind of funny, just because they were so against more photos coming out to the point where they went to court over it.
And that's what I'm saying, is that it's not even them. I don't know that they could have been told, you need to say something about this, because we can't have this getting out. And like I said to Annie when I was on her show earlier, I said, hold on. So, because it made me wonder, like, yes, Molly, thank you, hon. Did they have somebody make a complaint about this because they don't want us looking at the blood? They don't want us looking at the scene as close as we have been, because it could lead us to some truth, possibly. Because I still feel that that's very possible, folks.
And even if that was the case, of like either Bill Thompson or whoever went to him and said, "Hey, we need you to do this. We can't have people looking closely at the crime photos." I mean, as a parent, you got to look at that and be like, "Wait, what? Excuse me? Why?"
Hold on. Or because these are manipulative people. It could have been more along the lines of, if I was you, I'd be really upset about perfect strangers looking at crime scene with my children, this and that, and everything else, and put the hint in their mind for them to go forward with that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that happens too. Manipulative people do manipulative things. Period.
I want to know why Ethan had, what was it, 2 or 3 autopsies?
2. He had 2, and I want to see the results from the secondary one, which we haven't, from my knowledge, we have not ever seen yet.
Yeah.
Or the first one, whichever one we've seen the opposing. I want to see the other. I'm just curious. You know what I mean? Excuse me. Anyway, that's a good point too, Dylan. I appreciate what you were saying, and that's how I could see it. So, on we go.
in diameter. These patterns are commonly associated with blunt force trauma. A punch with a fist or a strike with a bat can produce this type of spatter. The force of the impact breaks the blood into smaller particles. Forensic scientists have identified several distinct types of bloodstain patterns. One of the most basic is the passive stain. These stains form under gravity alone, no external force. Simple drips, flows, pools. A drip trail is a series of passive drops that shows movement. It can reveal the path a bleeding person took as they walked, ran. Shape and spacing of drops can indicate speed. Slow movement creates circular drops close together. A pool of blood forms when a bleeding person remains in one place. Blood collects on a horizontal surface, creating a large accumulated stain. Size and shape can suggest volume lost. Size and shape can indicate how long the body stayed there. The edges dry first. This is called skeletonization. If disturbed after partial drying, the original outline remains visible. That outline can show post-event activity. Impact spatter is different. It's created when a force strikes liquid blood. The stains radiate from the point.
And this is something Annie pointed out she said that this kind of reminds her of like the pattern of a foot, possibly. And it could be. It very well could be. This is one of the mattresses that was in the bedroom. So just saying, just to point that out.
Wanted to pause here for a minute.
Absolutely. Oh shit! I thought that was. Hold on. Jesus. Ding dong.
Because anybody see this right here? This little spot here. So if you go to the actual Idaho State Police crime scene pics that they released, and you get to the portion back, I don't know, it's in like the pages 300 or something like that, where Brian's car is inside the evidence garage, you can see the mattress leaning up against the wall, and you get a much clearer image that you can zoom in on. But if you look here on this mattress, it literally looks like either a footprint, okay, literally. And then there's also one over here too, like underneath this little heart. This is a screenshot from somewhere, but even over on this side of the bed, like it literally looks right here like a actual footprint, or like a knee and then like knuckles, like if someone's kneeling and then like has to put their fist down on the bed or something like that. I don't know. To me, it looks like a foot. It looks like a footprint, but just my opinion. I don't know shit.
Impact. Droplet size relates to force velocity. Transfer stains are created when a wet, bloody object comes into contact with another surface. The pattern left behind is a mirror image or impression of that object. These are some of the most recognizable and informative stains. A bloody handprint on a wall, a shoe print on the floor, the smear from a piece of fabric. They can help identify objects present at the scene. They can also establish a link between a suspect and a victim. A clear transfer pattern can show direction of movement, such as a person wiping a bloody hand as they fled. Cast-off patterns are a dynamic type of stain. They are created when a blood...
Here's the problem with the transfer on that nightstand. For me, anyway. Right? Because the problem is that Xana's found on the floor, the inside of the room. We have someone literally bleeding out on the floor between the bed and the nightstand, transferring blood as they move. Right? So that would not be your perpetrator. That's the victim. Right? If one of them is, if Ethan's the one found in the bed and Xana's the one found on the floor, doesn't it just make the most sense the person that's bleeding out and pooling blood and smearing it along the nightstand would be Xana? As she's trying to get out of the room, crawl to the door. I'm not sure.
And we were told that those two were killed simultaneously too at the same time. So maybe one was trying to defend the other. And again, I still feel that there's more than one person doing this. So that could make some sense. a lot of movement in the room because of that.
Sure, but doesn't that make the most sense when you really look at it? Just saying.
The object is swung through the air. Centrifugal force causes blood to fly off the object and onto a nearby surface. This typically happens when an assailant swings a weapon, bat, pipe, knife. The resulting stains usually form a linear pattern. The resulting stains usually form an arc-shaped pattern. By analyzing these arcs, an investigator can learn a great deal. The number of cast-off trails may correspond to the minimum number of blows delivered. Arterial spray patterns are dramatic and distinct. They occur when a main...
Dago, welcome on in, new member. Look at you. Dago, at the same time, by two perpetrators.
I don't need to hear my name being put out. Sorry.
Right. Thank you so much, Dago. You're amazing. Truly appreciate that.
No, I'm not. Stop it.
So, she's clearly wide awake. I understand they said she had defensive wounds and stuff, but the blood in the room isn't making sense, especially where it's still so fresh. And it is supposed to be about the same time old blood as the blood upstairs. And I'm not seeing in any of the photos we got from Ethan and Xana's room, I am seeing almost no drying of the blood in that room, which is wild. Like, I'm telling you, my brain like melted for the last few days, just stuck on that. Because when you look at it, like most of the blood that is upstairs where Kaylee is, other than the pillow, there's like one spot on the pillow, one spot on the blanket where you can still see it's technically still pretty wet. But
And she's right. I don't have them, but all the other photographs from Kaylee's room, the blood's pretty much dried up. It's either absorbed into the bed or dried up to that point. And it's weird because it's nothing like what you see in Xana and Ethan's room. Very strange.
You have a lot of skeletonization occurring around it. Whereas what's going on in Ethan and Xana's room has like...
I do see, Jag, that they were all cremated. I also remember that they weren't even allowed to see the bodies of their loved ones before they were cremated to some aspect. I don't know about the Chapins, but everybody else I remember hearing and seeing that. So they were all cremated, every one of them. And that I think the Concalves are the ones that said that they never allowed them to see Kaylee's body. So I don't know. But that's odd. That is a very good point. And yes, I do remember.
Like no skeletonization. None on any of it. Like none of it. I can't find a drop in any of these pictures.
Now, I don't know, again, nothing if it was that they weren't given that option or if they were talked into that option. Do you know what I'm saying? By saying, oh, well, it's so I remember them saying that they were not allowed to see the body because it was so unrecognizable. It was so dramatic. It was this, it was that. They wouldn't show them anything. That's the Concalves family. But I do remember that did happen. So, like I said, I don't know if they were manipulated and talked into that option or if it was just something that they forced, which I don't think you can do. But in this case, I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know.
I can think of one scenario where it wouldn't be forced, but if someone was offering to pay for the funerals, or to pay for that, but we'll only do it this way, that could be. I've never heard that. That's not fact. That's just me speculating.
No, but that would make more sense.
Yeah, in this case, what if the state said, I know this is a very hard thing to deal with, so on and so forth. Let us handle this for you. We'll cover this, so on and so forth. Don't you worry about it. You go grieve, and we got this handled for you. End of story.
Or the university.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. There you go. Big bang boom. 100%. That makes perfect
And I
sense.
don't know. Does anybody know about funeral costs or?
They're outrageous.
No.
10 to 30K.
Did families actually pay for it, or I don't know?
If anything was talked about, nothing that I've heard of with the families, but that, oh my God, that makes so much sense. I don't know. I have nothing. I don't know at all.
There's the Christ Church that's pretty wealthy too.
That's true. That's true too. Yeah, that's a good point, Cat Lady. And I probably told him we don't want you to see this. If you've already been traumatized so much, especially with Haley. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look that up in Idaho. Holy hell! Somebody, all right? You guys all right?
Kaleida Hope said $20K for just a regular old funeral.
Does it say anything about cremation?
It's cheaper. I know that.
Yeah, but it's still nowadays it's still even more expensive than it used to be. So I'm gonna look into it a little bit and see what it costs typically. So
we had a conversation not so long ago when we was looking through that body cam, and I made mention about the way the body language was flowing throughout the whole thing. And there's a comfort zone in this community here that no matter what they do, Bill Thompson's got their back. Now,
oh yeah, that's the way he's always presented himself.
Everybody that's content creators that's been following this case knows that the informants are still walking the streets that damn well should be in jail. So
well, yeah, of course.
For anybody to, it's not far-fetched for me to believe, in my humble opinion, that if law enforcement was involved in these murders, that there's a comfort zone to know that they're going to cover it up to make it all go away. And everything that I've seen, in my humble opinion, is leading towards that. And I'm more and more convinced that's what's going to wind up coming out sooner or later.
Could
because
be.
Just like what was said a while ago, they know plea deal Bill is going to get it all taken care of. Ain't got to worry about it. Well,
and he probably said it. Yes, he probably told them that. I agree with that because we know he told that to the Goncalves.
So it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. If that's how it's all going to come out.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's pretty much it for that video, by the way, you guys. The rest of it's just me jumping up there and us discussing the same thing. So, but anyway, I kind of wanted to show that to you guys, and we've been enlightened, and I think typically has re-enlightened me even more. At that other thing, I did not even think about that, but that's an amazing thought. So,
and also I'd like to add, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say,
I'd like to add real quick, and I'm done. Let's not forget that early on that the coroner himself called out law enforcement because of the K-bar, saying that the wounds on the victims did not match what the law enforcement is saying. That these weapons was bigger than a K-bar, and it was shortly after that they shut her down. So that little leak right there should say a whole lot about the investigation as a whole.
I can agree. I can agree. Melissa says, "Welcome, Melissa." She's back in. Good to have you by your name in here. This is the girl, the lady that popped up on panel with us, and she was blocked for some reason. We fixed it though. Why did they wait over 6 weeks to bring him in from sea to shining sea? Good point, Melissa. I love it. Good question too. Phenomenal mom. When my husband died, I was broke. When Kay Funeral Home cremated him, we bought an urn that was $150. Picked him up and had memorial at Nice Park. Well, that's awesome and sweet. I'm sorry that happened, but it's expensive. It is expensive. Period. Oh Lord, is it expensive? Hell, my dog. Folks, my dog was cremated because he was with our family for 18 years. Here he is. And what did that cost, Mama Bear? Do you remember that? He was only this big, by the way.
I don't remember, but it was fell of the chair.
It was a few $100s.
Yeah.
Truly was, yes.
I was like, oh my.
If it weren't for the people in here, I don't know that we could have done it because we had people donate to help with that. But yeah, it was a few $100s, folks, to have him cremated. And they screwed up. They were supposed to do the paw print and the lock of his hair and put it in a little frame for my wife. and they did it before they did that, and so
Oh
she got
no.
yeah, it was horrible. So we got a little necklace with some of his ashes that she can wear because he literally 18 years he was part of our family. He grew up with my kids and everything. So every child got an urn. I know it seems a little morbid, but
No, I have 3 pets. I have
he was
3
part of our
pets.
family.
Yep.
100%. So
And that is the cost.
it was like I said, I
Yeah.
can't remember exactly. I think it came out to be like $325 or $350.
Yeah, something like
crazy.
that. I was like, oh.
It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. And imagine that for an animal, like a 3 pound, 5 pound animal as a human being compared to that. No.
Yeah.
He was Jesus, what the hell was he? Don't tell me I forgot about Oscar. He was Chihuahua Pomeranian mix, so I called him a Pomchi. Or Chihuahuaranian, whatever you want to call him.
Every time I hear a duck or a Canadian goose, I think of Oscar.
Yeah, every time it he had some kind of something typically. I don't know if you were around back then, but I was in my living room and I would go live and he would lay on the back of the couch and he'd be sitting there, I'd be live and he'd be like literally down 6-8 feet from me and he'd start doing this whack, 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 whack,
Yeah.
kind of just like a duck. And I'm like, oh my God, he did it probably for the last year of his life. And
I had a Pomeranian mix too, and I know exactly the sound you're because those breeds have something. They have a narrow passage in their throat. Yeah, yep. I had to go to the vet many times for that.
And they couldn't do anything. And then he started having seizures. This poor dog. It was so horrible. I would be live sitting here and he'd just roll off the back of the couch onto the floor. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's seizing. I'm like, oh my God. So the last year of his life was horrible, but it wasn't. We made him comfortable down to the day that he passed. I'm not going to talk about it. It's going to make me cry. I don't want to do that. But anyway, it sucks. So like, especially when they're that close to your family, the kids were little when we got him and he made it all through all that. 18 years is a long time for a Pomeranian or a Chihuahua. And so,
and nothing had passed. I do too on the side of our house, and now we're getting ready to sell our house. And me and the kids are like,
That's why we didn't want to bury him because we didn't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I didn't know 2 of my 3 cats were going to get cancer and die either.
Yeah, that sucks too.
That was horrible. So.
Oh, I've seen that too, cat lady. Adding him to tattoo ink. Yes, I have seen that done. I've seen that done with human beings too. It's wild. You can't get any closer than that. That's true. So as far as this goes, though, guys, I got myself all sad again. Do you guys any specific thoughts on where we're at as far as the timeline goes? Like, I'm sure you guys all have questions about it. You know what I mean? But I think that we've been lied to many times. I know we have. And I think the timeline is one of the biggest lies we've been told. That's my opinion.
We haven't been told any part of the truth at all.
Well, yeah, I said that except for the date that it happened. That's the thing I think is the most of the truth. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, if you told me that Murphy was just having a bad day and he didn't get a treat and he just had enough of it, I would say that's more believable than what we're being fed right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And how did that dog not have anything on him?
Well, that's another question. I believe when we hear Murphy barking that we hear him out on the back deck up on the second level. And that's where I think he was because they knew that he couldn't get away and he couldn't get in the house. They didn't want him in there tramping through everything while they were cleaning. That's my opinion. And then when they were done with everything, they went and brought him back in.
And also in Dylan's interview, she said that she couldn't find Murphy anywhere, suggesting that she went searching through the house looking for Murphy.
Except outside. Not thinking even close. But then again, that could be a lie. We don't know. But when we did see pictures of Murphy and he was hiding up under Kaylee's desk as far back as he could get, when I finally convinced everybody that was a dog, that took forever. But that was him hiding. What was he hiding from? You know what I mean? Probably the police, because at first they said they saw him on her bed. So maybe he was trying to get away from them because after what happened, he probably didn't trust anybody. I'm telling you, I think some of the barking was from him seeing something happening through Maddie's window. Because if you think about it, yeah, if he was on that back deck, folks, running back and forth, they know and sense where their owner's at, especially if they're close like those two were.
Even if he didn't see it, I bet he heard it because their hearing is amazing.
Yeah,
So
they have senses.
I can envision that dog running to the end where Maddie's room is, jumping up and seeing through the window somebody hurting Kaylee, or either one of them, and that's when his barking got crazy, in my opinion. And then he ran back to the door trying to get in, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
And what's the time that we hear that? Like
from 4:17 to like 45 to 50 minutes. He does this.
Yeah.
Because the conflict with that was that that barking and all those noises lasted after they say Brian left, right?
Yep.
Right.
There again, timeline differences, like I said.
So that's more towards 5.
Yep.
And that would probably about match on the blood spatter about how much it was starting to dry.
Don't forget the loud ass SUV that shows up at 4:29 too, after Brian left, possibly too. That it stops at the house. I'm telling you, it stopped at the house. Okay. I'm guessing cleanup crew maybe, or part of that. I don't know, but that SUV shows up at 4:29 and does not go any further than that house.
Do you see that on the 1112 camera?
Yes, I'll show you right now if you want me to. I can absolutely do that. Outcast put it out there. You can see and hear it, and you can hear it stop and turn off right in front of the house.
Oh, wow.
What would get a dog to calm down so quickly?
Somebody it knows coming and saving it or bringing it to that person or something aspect in my
Or
opinion.
the people leaving.
Yeah, and you can hear, actually, that's funny because you can tell with this video I'm about to show you, Murphy goes nuts when that car stops there too. Let me find it real quick. I didn't know. I thought you saw this typically, but hold on. Okay.
I did not.
It's real interesting. I really watched this quite often when I first saw that. So, and it's at 4:29 that vehicle comes around.
I shouldn't say that because sometimes I see things and then I forget.
All right, I do it all the time.
I was just leading towards maybe in that loud vehicle, Jack D popped out, told Murphy everything was going to be okay, and believed him.
Maybe. Anything is possible, Dylan. I'm not going to argue anything at this point, to be honest with you.
I got Jack D right in the crosshairs.
I can tell that, my friend. And there's nothing wrong. You're not the only one. You're not the only one.
He is my absolute favorite to know something. At least something went on, if not being directly involved. My ears. At first I was like, no, it doesn't make sense. People would notice, but then I saw a police report in one of the police reports that Jack D had to go to counseling after breaking up with Kaylee, and that's when I was like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
There was a bit of that happened. That it was stated that he did not handle it well.
And then,
I mean, they were together 7 years, though, right?
5 or 7 or something like that. Yeah, it's a long time. I get it.
And with Kaylee moving to Texas, likely taking the dog, I mean that's all she wrote.
She was taking the dog. That's all there is to it. Makes me wonder though why that statement was made by Bethany in her interview that Kaylee was probably not going to Texas. Changed her mind. Really? Okay. You say so. But for her to say it really kind of was like, okay.
And Jack D never shared what the text messages, all those text messages to him were about, did he?
No. And still denies that he ever had the 17-minute FaceTime call with her.
Right. So he does have information.
Yeah. That's my opinion. He does for sure. So and it bothers the hell out of me, truly. All right, here we go. Let me show this to you real quick. For those of you that didn't see this, I know quite a few of you did because I was stuck on this for a while and it really bothers me a lot. Now I don't know that this. I know Pavarotti said that this was Ethan's brother, Hunter Chapin. But then at the same time, but now I'm questioning it. Gower said that that black vehicle was there when he picked the girls up and when he dropped them off. But that nothing means anything anymore, you guys. Hey, Peaky, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. So here we go. I'm gonna take it to that point here. All right, hold on. Make sure can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
All right, we'll watch it from here, and you'll start to hear that loud ass SUV, and I mean loud, okay? And then we'll go from there. There's more. And I don't know if anybody heard that either, but listen to that real quick. It sounds like somebody's real close to that camera. Hold on.
Dang.
Tell me that didn't sound like somebody sneezing or coughing like right next to that camera. That was weird.
Yeah.
Hey, Gail, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. That's car door, in my opinion. And if nobody else is at that house, what car door would shut? Somebody that's at that house went out and got something or put something in that car. One of them cars, in my opinion. All right, here we go. Coming up. And the dog's barking nonstop, by the way. Here we go. Another thing to notice is if you look at this house across the street, you never see the taillights, which means it doesn't make it to the top of the hill, and then you hear the vehicle shut off and go silent. Right there's where he starts barking like crazy. That's when they're pulling in, I think. There you go. Who was in that vehicle and why did they stop at the house at 429 after everything was said and done? Supposedly nobody else is there, and I'm telling you that has to be part of cleanup crew or something in that aspect. It's all my opinion, of course, but just saying, it's very strange. You hear the dog go nuts when the vehicle stops, pulls in. It sounds like they may have pulled in, backed up, and then pulled in to straighten up or something, and then it shuts off. The dog's going nuts when they're pulling in. It's crazy to me.
I can't believe they're narrowing the time of the crime between that white car leaving. That's insane. That
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
ignoring Murphy still barking that. And if I was a neighbor in that area and I heard a dog barking like that, that dog is barking to alarm somebody. It's barking in fear. It's barking in anger. That's the kind of bark you hear and you peep out your window to see what's going on.
Take this into account too. We know for a fact that there's at least one, if not 2 to 3 neighbors that have made multiple, and I mean multiple, folks, noise complaints against that house. Okay. So you're going to tell me that not one of them neighbors called PD and said, hey, this dog is barking insanely for the past hour. Can you please do something about it?
Yep. And we know there's apartments around there that have dogs. And if other dogs hear a dog freaking out like that, then they're going to start barking.
Yep. And nobody said a word. Nobody said a word. I think one person said they may have heard a dog barking. But you're going to tell me that these noise complaints, I think there was. I think people did call and make noise complaints, but PD didn't report it. They didn't go check it. They did nothing. And that says something else to me, too.
Right.
What gets me is it could be daytime and people are out just listening to their music, having conversations. You got cops walking all over the neighborhood, telling everybody to turn their music down for noise complaints.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a dog at 4 o'clock in the morning barking his head off, and nobody peeped out and curious to find out what's going on. I mean, we're all about noise complaints, ain't we?
Well, Dylan and Bethany the whole time, why is nobody checking for the dog or bringing the dog in or going or anything? Like nobody said a word about that dog.
I mean, a dog doesn't just in the middle of the night start barking for over half an hour for no reason.
They did say he was barking like crazy, but that's it. Don't know where he was though. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No report ever, Nana. Never. They did mention him barking a little bit, Vivian, but not to the extent that he was.
Dylan said that he barked a lot, and then Bethany said that Murphy just barked.
Yeah, that's it.
He just barked.
He just barked. Yeah, just like Dylan stating he was white, just because I know he was.
We have to use process of elimination. So we clearly hear the dog. We know the dog had nothing on it. I guess we know that. Do we know that?
Everybody told us, and from what I've seen when he was walked out, I didn't see. But we don't know that he wasn't bathed either, typically. They could have gave that dog a damn bath for all we know.
They lost him at the pound.
I mean, there was 8 hours to do whatever you wanted to do, so who knows? Maybe they did.
They did lose him at the pound. That is so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the bark is echoey.
Which and that
I don't
that's
know.
why
I do think he sounds like he's out or she's out. You know, it's a boy, right?
he's outside. Yeah, he's definitely outside, or we wouldn't have heard. It would have been a lot more muffled. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think because of where the camera is and in location to the house, that's why I think he was on that upper deck area for a while. Because
It doesn't sound like he's moving around in different large areas. So it
Right.
doesn't sound like he has free range and he's just running around the house.
Exactly.
It sounds like he's in one spot.
That's why I guessed that. You're right. And then, not to mention, if he was on the ground level and that door was open, he'd went in the house to try to get to his owner.
For sure.
In my opinion, and they didn't want that happening, so they stuck him on that deck.
Yep.
None of that was a playful bark at all, in my opinion. That was let me in, and then at some point that was an alarming bark. You know what I mean? He was not happy about something. So
Oh yeah, you could tell. You can hear it. I mean, the tone, the different tones of barks.
Yep. And that's exactly what I was saying. End of the line, like nothing half-assed. She pointed it out up here. You could hear the car kind of like go into a position, then maybe back up and reposition itself, and then turn off. So that is something that is a fact. So once again, more lies, more bullshit, more lies. So when at this point, of course we're not going to figure it out today. But I have nothing but questions about the timeline. I don't believe that the timeline was what they said it was. I don't even believe that the timeline was the first timeline they gave us. There's another question. Why did they change it? You got to ask that question too. Yeah, somebody sneezed or coughed or something near that camera. That's another one. I heard it. And then we hear car door shut. So there's something up. Yeah, that's a good point, Senor. 8 hours is the minimum amount of time they had. We don't know. It could have been or less. It could have been less, Senor, because the murders could have taken place way after. We don't know that now that we're looking at this blood evidence. You know what I'm saying? And that's not something they can hide from us. Well, they tried, but they couldn't because we saw it. And that makes me question all this stuff. I'm just telling you. I have too many questions and more.
I think the dog barks are that's a huge, important piece to the timeline.
Yes.
The dog barks.
And I've said too, if they took that dog and put him in the room with Brian Koviger and any of the other people and watch his reaction to these people, you got your answer right there. Brian is a dog lover. He owned his own dog. And if he did something to those girls, any of these people, that dog's going to go the opposite direction of him because he knows. But I'd like to see a few of these other people that I think could be perpetrators to this put in the room with him by themselves and watch how he reacts to it. They need to watch that because that dog could solve this case just based on that, in my opinion. I've said that forever.
Yep, I agree.
Those would be interesting videos to watch someday, Dago. I'll see what I can find to see if investigators have ever done that, like taken a pet.
It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
To a perpetrator.
I think it would be an amazing thing to do.
I've
thought about that for a long time, and I know they won't do it because they probably know that. Okay.
Yeah.
God
but
forbid.
I'm sure it's been done. I bet it's been done.
I would imagine it would. Yeah, I would imagine it would. Vivian says I'm not sure about that. I think he would. I'll be honest. Dogs have a sensory aspect that we don't have. Okay, they don't like my dogs do. Every dog I've ever seen, they don't like somebody. At some point, there's a reason why. It's not for no reason. Okay, and I think that if Murphy may have seen the person that harmed Kaylee and Maddie, because he was close to both of them, and that person appears in front of him, I think that dog would probably either shy away or maybe even attack him. Who knows? I don't know how Murphy was as a dog, but it would still tell its own story.
I mean, it would be something along the lines as like a scent specific dog or cadaver dog, or
they smell good. They smell fear. They smell pain. They smell it all. Like my dog had, when my best friend Angie died, Oscar, God love him, he knew, and he was very close to her too. I was horrible, guys. I was a mess. I cried for days. I was just a disaster. And he sat which he never did. He sat on me, and he was always he was up against me the whole time. He was not my dog. He was my wife's dog. He never got close to me. He didn't like me, to be honest with you, because I didn't care much for him when he was younger because he was just dear. I didn't like small dogs. I was more of a big dog person, but I loved him because he's our family dog. You know what I mean? So when I was sad about it, he knew. And everybody in the house, he knew. He was giving that attention to people because he knew you weren't right. Mm-hmm. Animals do that. My cat did the same thing. They just know. They're a very good judge of character. Good point, senor. They do know. Facts are facts. So I'm just saying, I think it, and I almost guarantee you, typically it has been done. It's some aspect somewhere. It has been done. Well, yeah, I agree with that. It wasn't Gunderson. He seemed okay with him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look, but that might be a deep dive.
Okay, we can look into it, see how it works out.
And nothing half-assed. That's true because my dog watches out the window for when me and my husband come home. And my husband actually took my car one day, and it's on the opposite side, so you can't really see it. But boy, he knew as soon as Matt got home in my car.
Alfred knows to the point where my wife could be at the end of my road, coming down the road. You can't even hear the vehicle she's coming in. He runs to the door and he sits there and waits.
Yep.
Now, mind you, he sits and stares at the door most of the day. But when he jumps off of her chair, because that's where he sits, because that's her dog, he does it every day. Every day she comes home about 10, 15 minutes before she walks to that door. That dog runs up and sits in front of that door. And I'm like, how the hell did you know? How did you know? You know? And they do. They have a sense and a smell and just a feeling for everything. And I would love to see that. I'm going to look too, typically, to see if that's ever been done, because I can almost guarantee you it has. And if it hasn't, they damn well should be doing it in this case, in my opinion. When you got if they could put him on a stand and he could talk, we'd have this solved. Truly. See, there you go. That's it. Like Bobby said, his old staff, he hated his brother-in-law, wouldn't let him in the house, but he would let anyone else in. Milo, my white dog, Humper, I called him. He's gone, by the way. Now he's at a new home, but he's happy. He's living the best life he could because they have just him, and he's loving it. So, yeah, he's very, very happy where he's at, by the way. But so we just have Dust Mop now.
And so are you.
Yeah, well, not really. I kind of miss him now. It's stupid, but it is what it is. Anyway, like he was abused when he was a very small puppy. Humper was, or Milo, whatever you call him, the white one. Anyway, and he didn't like men. So that told me that whoever abused him was male, and he would not go to men unless it was me, Caden, or my sons, until he got comfortable with them. And it took him a minute to do that. They know. They just know. They have a sense for certain things. You know what I mean? So I think it's a real deal thing.
Yep.
When I was a kid many years ago, our dog would sit and wait for my dad to come home, and he'd start wagging his tail. See, they know. I'm telling you, it's true. It freaks me out when Alfie does it every time. And the funny thing is that the poor dog will sit in a chair for like 4 hours before she comes home and just stare at the door like, where you at? I'm here. Come on. And then when she comes in the door, you can't get away from him. It's crazy. I've heard that too, Fizzy, that horses are very in tune with people in that aspect too. Oh, they all know when it's supper time. That's a fact, period. When it's time to eat, they know that time too. So yes. My old German Shepherd Dutch was 100% like that. Absolutely. And for whatever reason, and I don't know why, but he was racist. He truly was racist. He came from, my dad got him from a friend that he was retired as a military police dog that lived in Germany. And he was brought here when the guy came back from the military to here. And then he couldn't have him where he lived because he was too big. He was huge. He was a monstrous, full-size, purebred German Shepherd.
Yikes.
And I was 9 when we got him. He loved kids and he loved white people, but he did not like black people. And our mailman was black. And I had to be called home from school by the babysitter one day when I was 9 years old to get the dog so that the mailman could walk by the house because he cornered the mailman on the front porch. And I'm like, oh my God, it was bad. But I don't know. Somebody, in my opinion, my dad thinks that they may have trained him by putting him in a dark room with no lights on and like beating him or something. They do weird things in Germany, I guess. But either something like that, or somebody that's darker complected may have abused him, possibly, or something, or he saw somebody do something that shouldn't. But that was true, folks. It was wild. So he said he was very. The dog bit me, so I bit his nose. I've done that before. I 100% did that before.
I mean, I did that to my kids, but not my dog.
Oh, yeah, I had that. I bit my dog on his ear, not hard, but enough for him to look at me and go, the fuck did you just do? You know what I mean? So, absolutely. You got to teach them who's in charge, because sometimes they forget. Just saying. They proved dogs no litter mates years after adopted. Yeah. Their smell is unbelievable. I had a cat that would get mad if I left the house. Yes, our dogs are like that. If Murphy could see Brian, I'm telling you, Bobby, I'm truly believing that we would know. His reaction to Brian, good or bad, would give us an answer to something, I think. Just put him in a room with him. Don't make it a big deal. Just put them in the room together and watch what happens. But you know they would never do that.
Yep. He would either just do nothing, like, what are you doing with me? Or he would growl and. Yep.
Or if he ran up to him and loved all over him, that'd be amazing. I'd be like, there you go. See?
Yeah, that'd be wild.
It would be absolutely wild. I think animals are smarter than human beings, to be honest with you guys. I'm swear to God, truly. Yes, that's true too, Busy. That's happened. They can smell cancer cells even before being tested for it. That's truth.
Yeah, I had a lab husky mix who figured out how to open the back door, and she'd go off and do whatever the entire day, and she would be back every night at 11 o'clock on the dot every single time.
That's funny.
My aunt had a cat that she gave to somebody. She lived on a farm when I was a kid. Millie was her name. She was a gray, what are those things? A blue something, blue Russian or something like that. Beautiful, great cat. And she was an outdoor cat that lived on this farm from the time she was a kitten until she got to a certain age. My aunt and uncle were moving to Florida. They couldn't take all their animals with them. So they gave this cat to somebody in a different state in Pennsylvania, folks. This is a true story. It actually made the Tribune Chronicle newspaper. This cat was given, I can't remember when it happened, but it was 3 months later. This cat showed up on my aunt and uncle's doorstep. No lie. If I could find the newspaper article,
all the way to Florida.
No. Their original where they lived at.
Oh.
No, not in Florida. Sorry, let me actually.
No, that's still amazing that it went to another state.
No, they hadn't moved yet. They were like getting rid of their horses and.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
And they took Millie to a place in Penn. It was in outside of Philadelphia is where they took the cat to. It was one of my uncle's. They trained racehorses. So one of the trainers that helped my uncle, his family lived near Philadelphia. So they loved the cat when they were at the house and said that, she always loved them. So he was like, here, you guys want Millie? They took her to him, so on and so forth, and they left. And then 3 months later, that cat shows up at their door.
That's crazy.
And it was.
I hope they kept it after that.
They did. They absolutely did. There's no way they could get rid of her after that. And they took her to Florida, and then she died shortly after because she was so old. But still, the point is, that cat walked how many miles in 3 months? Because I guess from my understanding, they had the cat. They would let her outside because she was used to being outside, and she just took off one day and never came back. The people that had gotten her, and that was like maybe 10 days or so, I think they said, after they got her. So it took her all that time, and she walked back to Ohio. Vernon, Ohio is where they were living at that time. So it reminded me of like Homeward Bound or some weird shit like that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it made the newspaper. It truly did. It was on the front page of the paper for the story because it was amazing. Elephants remember everything. In fact, I will find the article if I can find it in the archives. It was smell.
Giving my babies away.
Yeah, it has to be smell. But that's a hell of a smell to be able to smell your way from one state to the next.
Yeah.
They do. That's true. I've seen that too. They can be trained to smell. I hear a cat purring right now.
Oh, you know who it is.
Oh, is he up there to show us his ace?
No, he's actually laying down.
I'm surprised. He usually pops up on screen if she's got.
But if I turn the camera on, he's gonna pop up.
Around and through his boo hole.
Yeah.
He's pretty though. He's a gorgeous cat. Interesting stuff, guys. Interesting. Birds migrate flawlessly in return. Yeah. Animals
Yeah.
have an instinct that just are amazing. So
Yeah, and they've got the dogs and stuff for the blood sugar things too, diabetes.
that is a fact too. Absolutely. Jesus Christ, 5:55. I didn't realize we were here that long.
Yeah,
Wow.
blabbermouth.
Been a long one. Anything, Dylan, or typically, or Mama Bear?
No, I am going to hop down, but this was awesome. I have not done this much speculating before.
I mean,
I enjoyed it.
that's what it's all about. That's
It was
how we
great.
find the things we find, hopefully.
I think
In
we
the
discovered a
absence
couple
of
things.
in the absence of truth and facts, there is only speculation.
It's true.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree.
That's a good quote. I like quotes.
It is very good. That's another one that should be on a t-shirt. I agree. I agree.
Well, have a good night.
You too, dear.
Davo.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Good night,
I just
everybody.
hope and pray one day the truth is going to come out, and everybody that needs to be held responsible gets held responsible.
We can only hope, brother. We can only hope.
I doubt it until I see it, but
absolutely.
This
Oh,
whole
thank you,
whole
Christy.
cabal, it's too big to continue on for an extended period of time. Eventually somebody's going to crack and we're going to get the whole thing.
Absolutely.
Way too many moving parts.
Absolutely.
I'm hearing like Pavarotti, he made a statement too that this ain't over, that something's in the works or whatever. I'm like,
I believe
until
Yeah.
that happens, I don't believe it until I see it. I mean, but this is a big deal because usually stuff like this happens behind the scenes where nobody don't know about it.
Mm-hmm.
But this was blatant, right in front of everybody.
Yeah.
I agree.
And, to show you the difference, I talked to my uncle about this case, and I don't hardly ever talk to anybody. And he's strictly on the mainstream. That's the only way he gets his news is by the mainstream. And he said, "Well, they got their guy, don't they?" I said, "No, they ain't got the guy. They got who they think they did it.
Right.
They don't got the right one."
I wanted to tell you guys real quick before we go anywhere. Tommy, from my understanding, with Once Upon a Crime Time, I heard he's doing his last show tonight. So, guys, if you could, please go over, support Tommy, show some love over there. Tell him I sent you over there. I'm gonna head over there when I'm done too. If this is his last show, I want to support it. So, but thank you guys so much for joining us. Everybody on panel tonight, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you all so very much. I did put Tommy's link in the chat right there for those of you that don't have it. And I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And I will see you guys very soon, y'all. Have a great one, folks. Nothing but love for you. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. I'll see you when I see you.
Yes. Hopefully we see you soon.
Yeah, probably.
I hope. All right, here we go. Oh, yes. And the new outro that Molly put together, you get to see and hear that as well.
Woohoo!
Yes, here we go.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city